We live? Good evening. I'd like to call to order a utility special district meeting. The date is October 16th. The time is 5:41 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Vice Chair Chadwick McCoy,
Here.
Board Member Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Board Member Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Board Member Glenn Spiritus,
Here.
Ex officio Board Member Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
Acting District Clerk Deborah Hall is present, District Attorney Don Wynn, District Finance Director Randy Sherman. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. If we can have a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Board Member Lanier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spears, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add the state revolving loan program application to the agenda.
You want to put that under discussions 8A?
Yeah, discussion, possible vote.
State revolving. Mr. Evans, anything additions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add an item to the agenda to talk to the board with regards to a grant opportunity. Dr. Harris would like to get some direction from the board to pursue a grant that we would need direction from the board this evening.
8B,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
grant opportunity 8B. Additional additions, deletions from the board?
Chair,
You recognize Board Member Lanier.
you're putting it under 8, under second reading?
Under 8, discussions and deliberations.
On the utility district agenda.
UD, other agenda.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
wrong agenda.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
can I please have Board Member Spiritus repeat the title for item 8A, please?
State revolving loan program,
Thank you.
that's for domestic water.
And what was B?
Mr. Evans, B, grant application. Grant application discussion and possible action. Any additional disclosures? Can we have a motion to adopt?
So move.
Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Lanier,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
Yes.
Board Member Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. No items on consent, going into 7A. I'm sorry, awards and presentations, 4A.
Item 4A, presentations on updates of utility special district projects.
Mr. Evans?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This evening, we have an update from a variety of our partners concerning the utility special district. The first presentation is going to be from Global Tech that will share with you some of the progress that they're making concerning our wells. The second presentation will be from the Haskell CDM Smith team, and then Brown and Caldwell, our owner's rep, followed by a presentation from U.S. Water.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, board members, and thank you for letting us present to you today. My name is David Schuman with Global Tech. I'm the client service manager. I also have with me John Friedrichs. He's with JLA. They are hydrogeological
If
experts.
you could step forward and
I'm
come a
sorry.
little closer to the microphone.
I'm
so we
sorry.
can- Thank you.
I also have with me John Friedrichs from JLA. There are hydrogeological experts. They're the folks that know what's going on below the surface. There are groundwater experts. Andrea Shramko is the project manager for the Wellfield projects, and Paul Gandy, the president of Global Tech, is also here.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you. How do I reset this? I missed you. Okay, thank you. So we're working on your well field with 3 separate projects right now. 2 of them are emergency well projects that to specifically work on single wells. One of those is well 14, and the other one is one of the western wells, which turned into 921. Then we also have a larger well field rehabilitation project, which is the well project that we are doing most of your well work under. The objectives of these projects are to rehabilitate wells that are currently out of service. They're not producing any water at all. And the intent is to put them back online so that you can get off the interconnects and use your own raw water to supply your needs. We also will improve the productivity of the existing operational wells to provide redundancy so you can take wells out of service and work on them and still have enough water to meet your needs. We're only working on certain wells, and I'll discuss that in a little bit. I'm sorry, I don't know how to stop us from going forward. And then part of what we're doing is we're doing the hydraulic model, which will determine the pump sizes that you need now as well as in the future when you build your new water plant. So the big project was based contracted through an emergency piggyback of the Palm Beach County continuing design build project that we have with them. So, all right, so the emergency rehabilitation, between the time that we first submitted this project proposal and the time that it was awarded, you had a number of wells that went out of service, and it was decided at that time that we would work on 5 additional wells that were not included in the project just to get them back into service as soon as possible. The intent is just to get them online, not to improve water quality, not to bring the wells up to future design standards, just to get them back online. The rehabilitation project, which is the main project, is we have more time to work on that project. We'll do detailed assessments, pumping tests, make recommendations for acidization or overdevelopment, changing out screens, potentially changing the drilling out and changing the production zones. And so those wells, that's 5 additional wells that we're going to work on. So that brings it to 10 wells total, but the work that we're doing on the first 5 is just to get them back in service. And of those next 5, we'll work, depending on how the testing goes, we anticipate that it'll go well and that our recommendations will result in production capacity. But if it doesn't, then we'll have to step back and decide whether or not it's worth doing some of the other wells. And then 2 of the wells will be outfitted with the wellheads that are going to be used for the future plant. The pumps are going to be larger for the future plant, so they need to be, and they have other instrumentation, flow meters, control valves, all that kind of stuff on them. So 2 of the wells will get that kind of outfitting. In addition to the work on the wells, we're also updating and calibrating the hydraulic model that was originally constructed by the Haskell team. Some of what we're doing is we're testing all the wells, so we'll know what the drawdowns are each of the wells, how much flow you can get out of each of the wells. That information we put in the model, and that way we can tell what size pumps we need for now as well as the future. And lastly, there's a saltwater monitoring well that is a requirement from the South Florida Water Management District, and that was included in this project, and it'll be constructed on the northeast corner of Broadway and Blue Heron. So as you know, you have a number of projects going on. You have the new water plant, which is a very large project, and then you have the existing water system that needs to remain in service until then. And there's projects going on in each of those facilities that are related, they're interrelated, and we have a small portion that interrelates to both of them. We're working on a total of 10 wells. We're not working on every well, and of those 10 wells, only 5 of them are only being put into service as soon as possible just to get your capacity back. And of the other remaining 5, I don't know how to stop this thing going, is we will be doing evaluations and making recommendations to try to increase capacities. And we have already from the testing that we've done seen that you're drawing your groundwater down, and it's probably allowing air to be entrained into the pumped water, which is damaging the pumps, causing cavitation, and could be leading to some of the issues you're having in the raw water piping. But we aren't certain about that, and that's not something that we're really evaluating. We're just trying to improve the production of the wells. Other items that you have here would associated with the new water plant is you have some new wells that are being built associated with new water plant. Most of those are Florida and aquifer wells that can't be used at the existing plant, and even the 2 that could be used, I'm not sure they'll be done in time to be used for the existing plant. So that's the intent of the project we're working on is get the existing well field to be able to meet your existing demands. This is our team that we're working with. We have employed JLA. They're the hydrogeological experts. Centerline is the current driller we're using. In our contract, we have the ability to use different drillers, and we have submitted a proposal to use a different driller on one of the wells because we needed to work quicker than the one driller could do. The driller is responsible for anything inside the well video, the downhole rehabilitation, and some minor mechanical repairs. Most of the repairs will be made by us. Global Tech will do the design, and then as we get into the new set of wells, there'll be slabs and fences and grading and a lot more valving and piping and that kind of work going on. And then we are using local businesses. It's in our contract to try to do the best we can for that. We are already using local supply houses to get us the materials we need. Like I said, these first 5 wells are kind of a rush. And so in the specialized work, there's really nothing else other than supplies that I believe that we can use. But as we get into the other work, we can bring in more local businesses. However, all Global Tech, JLA, and Centerline are all Palm Beach County-based businesses. So here's the project status. So we started in the middle of August. The budget's about $4.88 million. There's a pretty significant allowance. The contract allows us to move money around inside the project to work on different wells that Riviera Beach decides that they want us to work on, which is why we're working on those first 5 wells that were not even included in the project. We have rehabilitated 4 of the wells, 12A, 14, 852, and 921. That work is completed. They still need to be bacteriologically tested and put back into, well, 14 is already back in service, but the other ones need to be bacteriologically cleared and put back into service, but those ones are done. We have inspected 2 other wells, 802 and 871, and are working to finalize those improvements. And then we have 922, which we're going to start in about 2 weeks or so. This is our schedule. And again, this is the preliminary schedule that we developed. It didn't even include the first 5 wells. Once we get through this emergency phase, we will be able to flesh out the remaining schedule a little bit better. But we anticipate, well, like I said, of the first 6 wells that we're working on, 5 of them are essentially done, and the last one will be done within a month. Some of the materials we anticipate could take 12 to 18 months to get, and that's why the schedule pushes out almost 2 years. So for some of the future wells, we'll have specialized valves and electric panels and stuff like that. So that's a brief description of what we're working on. It's the first time we've presented to you, so I don't know if you have any questions about how the well work's going, but either me or one of the others can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Spear, you're recognized.
Yeah. Can you, out of the 6 wells, when do you think all 6 wells will be completed?
Okay, remember that this is a rehab, so by completed, you mean put back into service. Mm-hmm. The bacteriological testing needs to pass 20 sample points, and we are not actually doing that. The city does that. That can be anywhere from 10 to 20 days. So once we're done and everyone says go, it's 10 to 20 days of bacteriological sampling, and then you have to pass those. And so the first 4 are ready to be sampled, soon, anytime. The next 2, I believe, should be the end of this month, and then the last one would be the end of middle of next month. So that's what we're looking at for those wells. So, but the first 4, we've finished our work on those. One of them's actually in service already. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So will we be checking for PFAS?
No, that doesn't. We're not doing any chemical analysis or bacteriological analysis.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
To the city manager, I would suggest that we start checking for PFAS. Eventually, we're going to have to do that on the EPA regulations. So we might want to test it right now just to see where we are.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Certainly, we can run those particular tests. I'll have to get with our consultant as well as our compliance manager and see what we can do with regards to that. But that is something that CDM Smith and Haskell can discussed as part of the new water treatment plan, because that's definitely something that we're ahead of the curve for our new water treatment plant to be able to remove those contaminants, because as you pointed out, those are going to be requirements here over the next couple of years.
Thank you.
Question,
Yes,
these
sir.
6 wells, those are being repurposed? These are not new wells, these are just being repurposed wells?
We're not drilling any new wells under this contract.
Okay. And how many total wells are in this contract?
Originally, there was 10, but then we added these 5, and one of them's a repeat, so I guess there's 14 total. But some of the wells are only getting new valves, for example, or we're switching the location of the air release valve and the isolation of the check valve because it's in the wrong location to let out air. So some of the rehab is pretty minor. I would say it's 5 wells are getting significant modifications.
And of those modifications,
Mm.
whether they're significant or not, the work that's being done, will these be sufficient to run our new facility, our new plant? And what is the life expectancy of the repurposing of these wells?
It's hard to say. The flow rates are all decreasing. So you have a well that's originally supposed to be pumping at 600 gallons a minute, and we're doing our testing. You can't pump at 600 gallons a minute, it pulls the groundwater down too low. So maybe you're pumping at 400 gallons a minute. So is that going to be sufficient in the end? I don't know. It depends how many you put back into service. And once we start doing the rehab on the other wells where we're trying to actually increase capacity, what is the results of those tests? And sometimes that's a little bit of a gamble. Sometimes you get very good results out of the rehab work, and sometimes you don't get a lot of results out. And we don't, like, for example, you have 3 or 4 or 5 Western wells that are out of service. They've been out of service for a long time. We aren't certain we can rehab them to get them back in. We're going to do the first one and see what happens. And those are all, I think, 800 gallon a minute wells and higher. So if those were to come back, that would be a lot of water. If we do the testing on it and we only get 200 gallons a minute, that's going to be a problem.
Mr. Evans, this contract that we currently have is for 14 wells to repair and to repurpose. The well drilling that we're looking to do, how many wells are we looking to replace for the new facility?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
I believe it's a total of 4 wells, 2 surficial and 2 Floridan.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Steve Link.
You're recognized,
with
Steve.
the-
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here. So our well package included 2 surficial, and there were a total of 6 Floridan, okay? That was the package that we had reviewed at the last meeting, the last board.
All right, so it's 6, not 14.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Global Tech is doing a refurbishment effort
Right.
of the existing wells that you already have in purpose or within your well field. We are constructing new wells that would augment your existing wells for the purpose of the new water treatment plant.
And how many wells are you going to be constructing?
A total of 8.
So you're going to be constructing 8 new wells.
Yes, sir. So there'll be 2 surficial wells, which are the shallow,
Yep.
and then there'll be 6 deeper, which are called Floridan. They're from the Floridan aquifer.
We've already approved that. That's in contract. That's ready to go, right?
Well, that is ready to go, and we've prepared 2 different additional pricing options. So in the event that you don't want to construct all 8, and you only wanted to construct 2 surficial and 2 Floridan, or just 2 surficial and 1 Floridan.
Mhm.
So we've come up with different options.
And I believe, Mr. Evans, we already have the resources funding to move forward with this project.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
Mr. Sherman, if you can get up to speak on that, or we can address that as part of CDM Smith Haskell, because he can provide some additional comments concerning the funding for that.
Okay, we'll touch on the new wells when we get there. Additional comments for any of these representatives?
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus, you're I'm sorry, Councilman, Board Member McCoy. Dr. Spiritus, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Mr. Evans, do we have the funding for these 10 wells that are being refurbished?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
The agreement with Global Tech is fully funded and authorized by the board.
Thank you. Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, thanks. Yes, so the locals that you spoke of, I heard Centerline and then you ran off a couple others.
Centerline and JLA are the Palm Beach County firms. They're not Riviera Beach firms. The supply houses we're using are Core and Maine and Ferguson. They're based in Riviera Beach.
Okay, so who's project managing this for us, Mr. Evans, on the city side, or who's representing our interests so we know that the work is being done? And kind of surprising to hear Mr. David, is it
Schuman.
Schuman
Yes.
say they have the ability to move around funds within the budget. So who's our eyes on this project?
Recognize Mr. Evans.
This project is managed by the utility district engineer, and I believe U.S. Water is involved in some of the conversations that are happening concerning the wells and the wells rehabs with Global Tech.
You recognize.
Okay, so I need more than being a part of the conversation. I've seen this movie before where we've had contractors building millions of dollars worth of capital projects, and a lot of things went unchecked, overpriced, and that's, to me, and I would certainly believe that these guys are above board in doing business, but I think we certainly need to be sure because, I think if you're speaking of our engineer, is that Mr. Armstrong?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize Mr. Evans.
Yes, it is Mr. John Armstrong.
Yeah, I'm surely certain that he's capable of it, but that's not a part of his regular duties to manage capital projects, something of this magnitude, including 14 wells, 5 that are undertaking major overhauls. Because, certainly if that was really true, I think these wouldn't even be an issue now, because certainly if this was as urgent as it is, we would have been doing this a part of normal routine operations and maintenance of these wells. So I'm speaking of someone that has specific experience in terms of the engineering perspective and the cost perspective. Like, there's no checks. I don't even know what that Global Tech agreement calls for. I was literally trying to pull it up here. But certainly, I just don't believe that that's going to be something that he can manage solely when they're out working every single day, and him and Mr. Armstrong having his existing duties with just reviewing projects for that matter. That's a question. I mean, I need more than, a conversation, because, Mr. Schuman,
Yes.
how do we ensure that you guys are complying? I mean, that's a question for you. Like, what is the practice? You're currently using a piggyback from Palm Beach County. Do they have dedicated staff that specifically, or is there a representative that monitors this?
Normally, there would be a project manager from the utility that would work with us and
You got to speak into the
I'm
mic.
sorry. Normally, there would be a project manager from the utility or the municipality that would work with us and make decisions on a project like this, where if we have the ability to change which wells we're working on and the work we're doing, that it would be their decision as to which ones to pick. And John has been doing that, but that's not unusual. Somebody would need to be there to guide it.
Sure. But my concern is, Mr. Schuman, Mr. Armstrong is not new to this agency or to the utility district. And if he was capable of doing that, we've had, 7 years since we've had our last issues with water contaminations. So I just want to believe that to help support his current existing role and duties as the utility district engineer, who reviews every single project in development, even down to a single family home, on top of now being specialized to deal with water wells, I don't think that's sufficient, especially considering the budget was for 4.8.
Yes.
Yes. So I want to make sure that we have enough resources there, that we're making sure that we're getting, the what we need in it's at cost and within, the project timelines, especially considering, right? You said, Mr. Schuman, that you guys are working on multiple wells at once.
Yes.
Yeah. So seemingly, I just find that really difficult to believe that one person can manage that, as well as, the existing responsibilities of being the utility district engineer.
Mr. Chair?
Are you finished, Board Member McCoy?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it's a
And-
question. I'm looking for somebody to give me some sort of justification of how that's possible.
Recognize Mr. Evans.
Specifically, Mr. Armstrong can get up and share with you how he is involved in the project, but I know he is at all the meetings, that there is conversations that occur between him and the representatives from Global Tech quite often, so he can speak in more specificity as it relates to the authorizations. And even the first meeting that we had, Mr. Armstrong was the one that helped facilitate looking at some of the wells that were reprioritized. So he can provide some additional clarity to the board with respect to his roles and responsibilities concerning this project.
And I believe, is Mr. Armstrong here? Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
And then while that's coming, while Mr. Armstrong's on his way, the time frame, when did we start this contract? How long have we been working on these wells?
Notice proceed was August 14th, I believe.
14? Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Armstrong? Thank you, sir. Mayor, did you have? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Board of Directors, Honorable Mayor Felder, City Manager, and all. John Armstrong, Utility District Engineer. This project, you approved this project in July of this year, and so I'm the project manager for the project. We have meetings either each week or bi-weekly on this project with the contractor. And we have changed some priorities as we went along. I think this was a fast-tracked type proposal. And so some of the wells we have 8 wells that are out of service. And the first priority is to get those wells back into service. And we looked at some of them, like we have 4 that have shallow casing, so I wanted to put those later on. So maybe we may end up drilling new wells versus rehabbing those wells. And some of them just do minor improvements to get them back into service. I don't know. I've been putting some extra hours in to get this done. So yeah, I have plenty of experience on this. I don't know if you have a specific question for me, sir.
Dr. Spears? I'm sorry, Councilman McCoy.
Dr. McCoy sounds good, but thank you, Mr. Armstrong, and I appreciate you explaining that, and I certainly would agree that you do have the experience. What is your reporting mechanism to provide something back to us as far as where we are in terms of, like, when these sudden, or I wouldn't call them sudden, when these changes occur, when these various deviations from the plan, because obviously it's not even really a deviation. If you're doing a complete rehab, you're almost starting almost from scratch. So do you, or are you regularly reporting progress updates?
Well, what I figured was the main things that I would report to Mr. Evans was, one, if there's a major change in the cost, to run that by Mr. Evans. And then also when we have progress, like well 12A is some rehab has been done. And at this point, I believe they're going to start tomorrow to flush to waste and sample the well. There's a 10-day sampling for bacteriological sampling. And then we send that to the health department, get their concurrence to place it back into service. And so that's the progress. Some of this stuff, each one of the wells, we really don't know what we're going to do on all the wells from the get-go. We have ideas, but part of it is what they're doing is they're putting TV cameras down the wells to look at the wells, they're doing some pump tests to see certain things. But there's certain things, obviously, you can go to the well and see if it needs some maintenance and things like that. If it has a hole in the well, we need to plug that hole up and some. But as we get the reports from the geologists and the engineers, that we see what we're going to do next based on the recommendations.
We recognize.
Not to make your job more cumbersome, but exactly what you said, that I think you referred to it as well 12. If you are doing these flushings and that sort of thing, do you not, is anything formalized back to administration and to this board about where you are progress-wise? I mean, that's my main concern. I mean, we've just taken a beating for the last 3 months regarding particularly wells. So I like to know where we are in this process as opposed to waiting until we get a monthly meeting. If there's something significant, like we're bringing a well back online or we've ran into a problem, I mean, similar to what I've seen done in some of the other projects. Like I would like to see if that's not too arduous, that we can be provided with more regular updates as to, and I'm not talking about, changing out valves, but more significant when you're talking about putting the well back online, flushing and testing, and then sending it to the health department for compliance. I think that's probably good to know. I mean, there's not a day that goes by that I'm getting someone to call me to tell me they got cloudy water or they got some what appears to be rust sample, and I don't even have an explanation, other than to refer them back to the utilities district. In fact, I'm going to ask for a follow-up on an issue that we experienced with a water main break that flooded someone's basement. So it's like, I would like not to wait a whole entire month until we come back or assemble back as a body to find out what the latest updates, especially when we've had a storm that potentially came through that could delay certainly the logistics and the actual work that's being done on the wells. So that's what I'm looking for.
Thank
That's
you.
what I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus, and then, I'm sorry, Mayor, and then Dr. Spiritus.
I
Mayor,
just
go
have
ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Armstrong. The Slakers, how they operating?
Okay, slakers are at the water treatment plant. They're not applicable to the wells. Slaker, synonym for a slaker is a mixer. It's another word for mixer. You can just call it mixer if you want. But the slakers is what they use. The term that they is used for the water plant is to mix the lime. We have what they call burnt lime that's in the silos. It's dry lime, and they take that and what we do for the lime is basically calcium carbonate from the limestone.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think they explained it to us what it was. I know they said we had 30 days. We put them in, they said 30 days we would see. And just piggybacking on Councilman McCoy said, he's getting calls that the cloudiness in the water and stuff that, are they operating today?
The slakers?
Yeah.
Well, we have, there are some slakers that are working and some that are not.
Okay, so the 30-day, when we said, and you didn't say it, but I think it was said that we would see a change in our water. These slakers have been there a year, 2 years, 3 years. They finally got put in. Are they operating? And what we were told, in 30 days, we would see a difference in the water. Is that, it's been past 30 days. I'm saying, is that true?
Okay. Maybe
This is-
best for maybe someone like U.S. Water or someone at the water plant to answer the status of that. Well,
You recognize Ms. Evans?
Yes, U.S. Water can provide some additional comments to that because I know that they are working with regards to that and bringing that system online so they can provide an update to the board concerning that when they do come up to present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Spiritus?
Mr. Armstrong, I have a lot of trust in you, but you're only one person, as Councilman McCoy said, and you have other duties and other responsibilities. We're doing a $5 million project, and I would suggest to the city manager that in the future, or maybe now, when we do projects like this, we have an owner's rep who has errors and omissions insurance. So if something goes wrong, at least we have an insurance policy, and we can have a engineering firm that has more people involved in the project watching out for the city's position on the project.
Mr. Chair, may I?
You recognize.
The continuing services agreements with engineering support services, those I believe are under review. I think they come to, I think procurement reviews them tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So there is some help that's on the way as it relates to engineering services there was a public solicitation that was let concerning those services.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So, Mr. Evans, are you planning on bringing someone on board to be the owner's rep with the balance of the wells that are going to be worked on?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
I can have a discussion with the procurement staff as well as the engineer and find out what's the most optimal solution. I think that based on the conversation I'm hearing from the board is that there wants to be some other party as it relates to review. And so I have to talk with the team to find out what's the most expeditious way to invariably bring those resources to bear, because this is a quick moving project. And so certainly we're gonna have to look to bring on somebody to help sooner rather than later.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Right, so this goes back to my colleague, Councilman McCoy's concern with respect to reporting and making sure that the utility district board receives reports on a regular basis. Clearly, Mr. Armstrong can't sit there and be doing reports for us every day and still do his daily responsibilities to the district. So I strongly suggest that we do get an owner's rep on board as soon as possible.
And to piggyback on that, I was going to ask Mr. Evans if we could look through the owner's rep list and just kind of find a qualified representative within that skill set that can handle and oversee this project. That was my first concern. Mr. Armstrong, the question for you is facilities. Do we have a policy when it comes to facilities and maintenance of these wells or the utility district?
Well, that would be under the water treatment plant manager manages that.
Sorry?
The water treatment plant manager manages that.
Mm-hmm. So who's in charge of maintaining the wells on a day-to-day basis?
It's that would be the mechanics that report to the water treatment plant manager.
The mechanics. So,
Yes.
Mr. Evans, do we have a maintenance plan of overseeing the facilities at the utility district?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
that was one of the duties and responsibilities that were tasked with U.S. Water to help us create a maintenance plan. That was one of their responsibilities as part of the engagement.
So that was previously missing. So U.S. Water is going to be correcting that to create a maintenance plan for the facilities. So the wells that failed, because this was brought to us as an emergency situation. So we just were not maintaining the wells, is what you're saying, for the last couple of years? Go ahead, you recognize?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
With respect to the wells and the conditions of the wells, there's certain things that invariably, from a maintenance perspective, the city of Riviera Beach could have addressed. However, I will tell you some of the things that we've been able to discover as part of this engagement is that when these wells were constructed, a lot of them were constructed when the water treatment plant was constructed. And so one of the things that we're looking to bring forward is a consistent plan where every year we're either rehabbing or re-drilling some of our wells, even to the possibility of re-drilling wells in close proximity. So in the future, this particular issue should not be something that rises to the level of where the board needs to act in an emergency purpose, but it becomes more regular operation and maintenance expenses that are authorized by your budget process. So there are plans that are being put in place to ensure that these particular incidences that we're having as it relates to the well fields are not common practice in the future.
And that was my concern. Is that part of U.S. Water's scope of work currently?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
they can provide you a little bit more specificity on what their responsibilities and duties are concerning that. But I know from all the different consultants, all of us are working collaboratively on multiple elements associated with the water treatment plant and the well fields and the distribution lines and the transmission lines.
Okay. So the maintenance plan, I know that facilities maintenance was something we've discussed in the past with all facilities, especially with the new ones coming on board. But this is not a new issue. I mean, the water plant is 25 years past useful life, so if not more. So we understand that we have to create a maintenance plan and oversight, and then, as you stated, drilling the wells on a consistent basis to work through that. So we'll hear from U.S. Waters, I'm assuming, up next. Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, thanks. I was actually about to ask that
I
question
looked at your
about,
notes.
I beg your pardon?
I looked at your notes.
Oh, no. I was going to ask that question about emergency and then also piggyback. So Mr. Schuman spoke specifically of piggybacking off of the counties in the local, but there's some other provisions in the county's contract. Like, obviously, I'm concerned, and this is why, to the point that I brought up, who is monitoring to ensure that we're complying with the actual original contract? I know we don't have a contract manager, but if we're piggybacking, there are requirements. And before you speak, Mr. Armstrong, I just think that they're not in your wheelhouse because there are some compliance measures in terms of SBE and Schedule 1s and Schedule 2s. So certainly, I'm not saying you're not able to do it, but you shouldn't be concerning yourself with whether or not Global Tech is complying with the Schedule 1s and Schedule 2s. This is a 153-page contract. And if it's a piggyback, we're to accept all of the terms as is in the contract. So, like, for instance, specifically, there is this SBE requirement of 24%. Now, certainly you spoke of Centerline, but what assurances does the members of this board have that that's being adhered to? And certainly I don't want to hear from the city's engineer as to him monitoring that, because that shouldn't be his job. It certainly isn't his job. I know it isn't his job. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I can have the councilperson restate the question.
Thank you, sure. And I know this is loaded. I got the original contract here for the Board of County Commissioners and Global Tech Inc., December 2022. And about 4 pages in, 5 pages in, actually the 6th page in, it speaks to this section is referred to subcontracting. And there's various provisions in here that calls out SBE and then also MBE. Who on our side, from the city's utility district or the city's procurement process or contract manager, is monitoring that they're complying with these requirements that were originally in the Palm Beach County contract, ensuring that there's 24% of this contract award being given to SBE participants, 12% being MBE. There's various schedules. So, and there's this whole article inside of here. And then here's the most caveat and most important reason why I'm asking this, because the very last line of that section in subcontracting and number 2 says failure to comply with this article is a material breach of this contract. And it's been very clear that if we piggyback, we have to accept every single item within this agreement. And I want to ensure that, that we are making sure that we're complying.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
That particular provision or that particular compliance element is usually housed in the procurement department. With respect to what the contract calls for, I'd have to get with the procurement department to see if that information can be extracted and then provided to the board in some type of written correspondence. So I would have to get with the team and then we can furnish that information with you all. But certainly from this point forward, we can definitely make sure that that information is readily available and accessible to the procurement department. But also, if we're looking to bring on some type of owner rep services, we'll make sure that those elements are contained in their scope of services or agreement to make sure that that is provided to the board in the same time that normal reports are disseminated to this group.
Board Member McCoy, you recognize.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I appreciate that response. But Mrs. Schuman, are you the project manager or you have some participation in the current projects that is taking place under the county's contract?
Andrea Shramko is a project manager, but I am involved with the project at all times, yes.
So surely you have schedules that you have to submit to the county's project manager or contracts manager to ensure compliance, so that that line that I actually just read, that there is not a breach. You're already doing that with the county, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so thus far, working since July, we're now in October. Have you provided us, or can you share with us some schedules? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you know what that means, right?
Yeah.
You're in material breach.
Yes, we can provide those schedules. We actually started on August 14th and we've worked through, we're just into early October, but yes, we can provide those.
I got you. Yeah, because I don't want to get to the end of the.
And as, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
You recognize.
You understand where I'm going, so thank you.
Absolutely. And as I did mention, we're kind of in an emergency stage right now, so we're not able to pick as many subs and many vendors as we normally would. We're trying to address these first wells. Once we finish these, we will be able to make a more sustained effort to make sure we comply and get as many local subs as possible.
Not local subs. This calls out MBE. So I want to make sure that, and this is why it's important, I need someone that's familiar from the city's perspective with the components and elements that are required. Because it says failure to comply is a breach. So I certainly don't believe that that would be your intent. And I don't want to slow that project down. And I don't expect that's is what I'm proposing or is going to happen. But I want a good faith effort and someone on our side, not the engineer, because certainly monitoring and ensuring if a person has that designation of MBE or SBE is not something that should be, one of his concerns among the other things that he has to do. So that's why my colleague on the north end, Mr. Spiritus, I think it's very important that we monitor this from every perspective, because God forbid if something happens, and I know all contracts has this provision that happens when we have these emergencies, that's force majeure that never really occurs, but we've literally seen it inside of the pandemic and occur in some disasters where you just can't fulfill a contract because it was the act of God or beyond, anyone's actual control. Well, this is within our control, and I don't want us to have a situation where we're not fulfilling, or you guys are not fulfilling what's required in your obligation.
Thank you, board member. And Mr. Evans, to piggyback on that, the requirement of or the addition of the 12% MBEs and the 24% SPEs, could we possibly hear from procurement about that item? Because with that being a part of this piggyback, being that we don't have a completed study in place, can we demand or require a 12% MBE without an actual study? Because I know at the county they have that, but we as a city don't have a disparity study in place. So I don't think that we can actually legally require that component.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
We can certainly have procurement take a look at that, but to the council person's point, is what the contract that calls out at the county, they must be in compliant like for like as it relates to what the county contract calls for. So our expectation is that they would exceed, at minimum meet, but exceed what is provided for in that contract.
But it's not legally defensible in the city of Riviera Beach with an MBE contract portion. Can we require that as a city, being that we're the government agency paying for it, even though it's a piggyback, with us not having a study complete? And that would be my question from procurement.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the very reason why we tabled this item the first time.
Yep.
When it first came to us, and it went back at board member Spiritus's request, so legal can review it to see about specifically were we able to cherry pick, or did we have to comply
Correct.
to the T? And I believe that is the case. Correct, Ms. Nguyen?
I believe that that's when we met with procurement, that is the case. It's piggyback like for like, is
So-
what I understood.
Irrespective of whether we have a disparity study.
Okay, so like for like, we can demand that percentage and piggyback with their contract. And then I guess the concern is who's going to hold these firms accountable? Who's going to oversee that and review that? Because if we don't have that component in place, that means our department is not equipped to actually manage the disparity study. So that's my concern without having the study. Number one, we'll talk about that later with putting the study in place, but then who's going to oversee it? As of my colleagues have stated, with possibly having an owner rep to oversee.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
With respect to bringing the board up to speed on what the spend has been and the percentage of spend for the project, that's something that we certainly will provide to the board. But moving forward, that is something that, whether it's the owner's rep or the engineers, continuing services, that will be provided as part of their overall reports to make sure that we are in compliance with the contract.
Sure.
You're recognized, ma'am.
Mr. Evans, who oversees UD right now from the city side?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
It's myself, I handle the large items, and then Ms. Jacobs helps with some of the operational day-to-day things.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus.
I heard you mention a salt water well. I guess that's a test well for the aquifer.
Yes, it's a shallow well
Right.
toward the east.
Mhm. Do we have one operating currently?
Yes, sir, we do. So this is an additional, it's a monitoring well
Right.
and a primary reason is to measure the saltwater intrusion it's a part of the requirement of the water use permit from the South Florida Water Management District. So we're required to add an additional well, and that's why it's been added to the scope.
Thanks. Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So when did the requirement go into place that we had to have a second well?
I believe we have two
We have 2 wells operating right now?
groundwater monitoring wells, and so they just sample them. They're not a production well. They don't provide any water. They're just for monitoring.
Right.
And earlier this year, we got a new modified water use permit from the South Florida Water Management District earlier this year, maybe February, and the requirement is for an additional monitoring well.
That came into effect in February.
Earlier this year, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Sure.
You recognize Board Member McCoy?
I hate to emphasize this again, but when I go through it and I'm down to page 30 now, there is so many different provisions that's required. I mean, the county adopted a living wage ordinance that's a part of their contract that's incorporated. I think we're far beyond the counties. I think we're $15 an hour, right, Mr. Evans, at a minimum. But even aside from that, there are some other provisions that I think we certainly got to have someone that's ensuring that, you know, those professional services, even as far as the indemnification and the additional insured, I just want to make sure that we're not getting down the road and realize nobody actually checked for this. And Mr. Schuman, it happens, right? A 153-page contract, being that we needed to implement this right away, I can guarantee you things can get overlooked. So I think that's important that we have someone to do that. And I don't want to burden Mr. Armstrong with monitoring something that is not normally his job duties.
Sure.
Mayor, you recognize?
I have a question. So is the board recommending you guys you pick somebody to oversee that? Mr. Chair?
My recommendation would be for the manager to take a look at our list. I believe we have a procurement list, and to select someone that's actually qualified for the position to provide oversight for this. So we already have this, we've done this procurement already. We've already provided this oversight. We have a owner's rep list. So for them to come back with us, to have somebody actually doing, because we don't have any maintenance. We don't have anybody overseeing the current projects facilities. Caldwell Brown is doing the new facility, but who's overseeing current operations? And to Councilman McCoy's point, we have projects right now that we've piggybacked on that nobody's even overseeing that process, and we're not hitting those percentages.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
And that's why I'm asking, like, is there a timeline on this because of the importance?
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, whatever professional services that we entertain have to follow what the procurement code calls for and what the procurement process is. So I will have a conversation with the procurement director and find out what's the most expeditious way to bring on those particular types of services. And so once I do have that conversation, then I can kind of outline what is the timeline invariably to bring those services online to be able to assist with the management of the Wellfield project.
Yes, sir. So I guess to that same point, we would like to see a timeline because we do have an owner's rep list currently in place. Procurement was done. So I think the mayor was asking, what does that timeline look like?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sir.
I would have to get with the procurement director because we have to solicit that, we have to ask for those teams that are on the list. Are they interested in this particular scope of service and the like? And so there has to be some type of review process. So I will.
Typically, what does that timeline look like?
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
I'll be able to, if we move through the presentations, I'll be able to have the discussion with the procurement director and provide an update.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Mayor,
Chair?
is that sufficient? Thank you. Dr. Spirit, you're recognized.
Mr. Evans, so this is considered an emergency project? So would the procurement of a owner's rep also be considered an emergency on this project?
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Again, I'd like to confer with the procurement director because there are some statutes as it relates to engineering services and the like. You have CCNA that you have to be conscientious about it. So if I can, as the presentations continue on, I can have that discussion with the procurement director and legal, and we can be able to give the board more comfort as an appropriate response.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, follow
Dr.
up?
Spiritus, you're
Okay,
recognized.
so Mr. Evans,
Chair, can I respond to Board Member Spiritus just to
Like,
that question?
would you
And
like
sorry
him
to
to respond?
interrupt because I got the answer.
Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Board Member, if I can direct you back to the memo from July 23rd, 2024 from Stephen Doyle, he described this specifically as an emergency procurement. So that's the answer to your question. And it was a memo from Mr. Doyle to Mr. Evans, and it's included in the backup on that meeting describing that this is an emergency procurement request in the rehabilitation of the 5 potable wells, and they describe the number through Global Tech. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus.
So, Mr. Evans, so clearly the board will have to approve the owner's rep proposal and funding. So will we have to wait for the next meeting, or are you willing to call a special meeting of the UD so that we can get this going as quick as possible?
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Again, I will confer with the staff, and if whatever's the most expeditious way to get those services queued up, we will definitely, if it's calling a meeting, that's something that we can do. We will definitely reach out to the board to facilitate that.
If we can, if you can, go ahead and have that conversation while we're going through the rest of the presentations, and then we can actually have that discussion before the end of this utility district meeting. Thank you, sir. And then who's up next on our presentation? Dr. Spiritus, are you okay with that?
Can I ask a
Councilman,
question?
of course, Board Member Lanier, anything for you.
No, I wanted to ask the question in regards to the owner's rep because I need to be clear about the differences. So we're talking about an owner's rep for the new water plant, and we're talking about an owner's rep not just for the well field, but for the utility district as a whole.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
Well, you have an owner's rep for the new water treatment plant, and that team is Brown and Caldwell. I think it's the board's desire, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, to have a owner's rep or some type of service that handles the $4.8 million contract associated with Global Tech and the rehab of the wells that you received a presentation on.
Okay, so it's just the wells. I thought that we were talking about the entire district in terms of the projects that are happening outside of the new water plant.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
It's my understanding, unless otherwise directed by the board, that it would be specific to the wells.
Okay.
Thank you. And to that point, that's where I think the owner's rep and oversight of the current facility in the wells and the money that we're spending now. So if our contract that we piggybacked allows for us to do 12% MBEs, 24% SPEs, and all the other requirements, I want to make sure that somebody's reviewing and overseeing that within the department to hold them accountable to those numbers so that we don't miss any opportunities for any local businesses, minority business, or women businesses. So I think that I want to make sure that we're hitting all the marks of the contract, regardless of it being an emergency, so that if we have to procure an emergency status of an owner's rep or assign somebody from the department to oversee those requirements, whether it's procurement or it's an owner's rep, then I wanted that done immediately as an emergency as well. So that was my stance with the current facilities. Thank you.
Last thing, I just got to disagree with you on it being procurement. I actually went on to Demand Star to see the number of solicitations. They're not in a position to do project management on this. They're certainly.
I mean, if they can up staff, if they're going in position, but I'm talking about a fix, not just a Band-Aid, because they need to start staffing so that they can handle this. We need to get a study in place so that we can oversee this in-house as opposed to paying these owner reps substantial amounts of money. We need to be in-housing this and create a bench and a team of people within every department, and we don't have it currently. But I agree with you, board member, we're just not properly staffed. Thank you, sir. Good. Thank you. Board member Lanier, you okay?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Board member Miller Anderson. Okay.
I'm fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Mr. Evans, presentation.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the next team is going to be the CDM Smith Haskell team, and then followed by Brown and Caldwell.
So good evening again. My name is Steve Link. I am with the JV of Haskell and CDM Smith. I'm serving as the design manager. And with me tonight is Ryan Hageman. He is our pre-construction manager. And my intent for tonight's discussion would be to give you a quick update on where we are, all things design and construction. Happy to report that we've hit all our milestones that we discussed at the last board meeting last month. The groundwater production wells, the 90% complete milestone was achieved, of course, in August. The water treatment plant at Avenue L, we had a 60% complete that was submitted last Friday, October 11. That consists of over 500 drawings. And the site development permit was submitted on October 14, which I believe is Monday. Anyway, so we're happy to report that that was received and met all the compliance checks necessary. So it's being reviewed by your team. The maintenance facility at Avenue U, we submitted that early. That was submitted on September 27. The site development permit for that was submitted yesterday. The raw water transmission main, we are still in line to submit the 60% complete set of design documents this month. We reported last month that we were working with trenchless contractors to discuss the design documents to make sure that we're providing you with the most efficient and cost-effective design. On the finished water transmission main, that's tying the new water treatment plant to your existing distribution system, the 30% complete documents will be submitted this month, and the 60% complete documents will be submitted in January. So we're on track with what we discussed last month. Construction-wise, the groundwater production wells, we mentioned the design documents are complete. That package, whether you want to construct a total of 8 wells, whether it be 2 Sufficient, 6 Floridan, we've also provided other pricing options to construct 3 wells or 4 wells. So that's pending board approval there. Related to the maintenance building, Avenue U, there has been some debris that's been identified, and we're waiting on approval to remove that debris from that facility. So we're ready and willing to mobilize accordingly. We discussed last time shovel-ready projects. So we've got a wide assortment of shovel-ready projects that we can mobilize on today. Those include the ground storage tank that we had talked previously, as well as the deep injection well. And then we have long lead equipment. We can procure the membranes themselves. We can procure pumping units. We can procure the switchgear, the electrical switchgear, the VFD drives, all of which, if we have any specifics, Ryan can help me answer those. But we're ready. Okay, I wanted to point that out, and I thought that was.
Thanks, sir. Dr. Spears, you recognize.
So is the value engineering done? Do you have closer numbers now for us so we have an idea what this is going to cost?
Yes. So the value engineering has all been wrapped up. The 60% design documents that we prepared and submitted last Friday are being reviewed by our cost estimating team. We're going to be updating our OPCC. That's our cost of construction. We're also, it's kind of segueing perfectly, if I may, and that's the Avenue L, the GMP advertisement. Okay, so that's where we're going to be going to the market to get competitive pricing. That's happening next month. Okay, the schedule that we had reviewed previously with you would be that we would submit the GMP and then get the board approval to mobilize and have our NTP in March of 25, where we have forecasted a substantial completion date for the project Q4 of 27. So also in addition to the Avenue L, the phase 1, phase 2 environmental site assessment is in progress, wrapping up. I don't know if there's any updates you want to provide. There's a snapshot of the Avenue L facility you've got Blue Heron Boulevard, you have Avenue L at the bottom part of your screen. You can just see how busy the site is. So that it really paves the way for mobilizing early to, go ahead and construct that ground storage tank, or getting construction of other related, the deep injection well. It paves a way for, because there's so much work that's going to be completed in that 8 acres, it helps from an efficiency, a construction efficiency perspective, to go ahead and start some of those projects effective immediately. So that's why I have the
Mr. Chair?
slide there.
You recognize Dr. Freitas.
So on the tank and the injection well, do you have any estimate on that at this point, cost-wise?
We do. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we could present those individually as desired. The current focus was to get the wells GMP approved, either the 3, 4, or 8 well option, and then work with the city to identify the next most important package and tie available funds to priorities and go from there. But we could present those as early as next month if there's interest.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
So where are we as far as permits go? I heard you mention that you put a site plan permit in, what, about a week ago?
So as far as the wells permitting goes, the overall permitting is ready to go. The actual well drilling permit would get pulled by the actual driller. So we're waiting for approval of the GMP to contract with the ultimate driller who will pull those permits.
Thank you.
So you said you have the options, finance options for the 3, 4, and 8 well options?
Sir.
Okay. And that we have the GMP price. I believe we were already told we have the funds that's ready to go once that's presented to us. We have the funds for that already. Mr. Sherman? Yes, sir. And when did you say those will be in front of us, the 3, 4, or 8 option wells? Mr. Sherman?
Good evening, Randy Sherman, District Finance Director. Okay, so this is where we stand right now. Just if I can answer maybe some of the other questions, and then I'll get to
Thank
the
you.
wells. Global Tech, there's a $4.8 million PO out there, funded. There's a PO, which means it's funded. Okay, that's to do the design and the wells and the construction that Global Tech was speaking to. For Haskell and CDM, the JV team, they have 2 POs out there, $6.9 million. Again, that means it's funded. That's for the design work that they're doing. And then they have a $6 million PO to do the site work. Again, PO, it's funded.
That's Haskell?
That is Haskell and CDM, the JV team.
So the
Okay.
design is 6.9, and then you said there's another 6
And
million.
then another 6 for the site work that you've
Site work.
approved and we funded.
Got it. Funded. So these are all funded.
Okay, so on the wells, little bit longer story on the wells. So I met last November with Michael Hoisington, did I say it right? And Michael Lowe. They were looking for $40 million for the wells. And they told me that they would need the money by March so they could issue the contract. So in February, I issued a solicitation for $40 million of short-term borrowing that, in essence, we would take out when we do the long-term borrowing. We were ready to go for March, which is when they were going to bring that contract forward. The March meeting was canceled because of the election. So we were bringing it in April. In April, they said they weren't quite ready to go yet, so it didn't go in April. The May meeting got canceled, and the June meeting got canceled. At that point, that solicitation, those rates, they were stale, they were outdated. The proposal was like, we gave you rates for 90 days, we didn't give you rates for 120, and so we canceled that solicitation. At that point, and correct me if I'm wrong, but at that point, I was told that, well, the wells are really a 3-year project. Okay, so it's not that we needed $40 million today. We just wanted the contract for $40 million, which means I would have to have the money for $40 million, even though it was really a long-term project. So based on when we have always expected the GMP to come in, which is probably early 2025, we have targeted April or May of 2025 to issue about half of the bonds. Reason we're going to issue half is we know that we have SRF possibilities, we know we have grant possibilities, and we also know we still have a 30-month or so, 36-month construction period. So neither a WIFIA or an SRF or a grant is going to cover the entire project. So you always are going to have your own funding.
Thank you. You recognize that, Mr. Evans.
Why do you think the WIFIA would not fund the entire project?
We've had conversation. That's not what they do. You have to always come in with some matching money on these.
There was some matching money, but WIFIA would do the entire project.
That's not the conversation that I've had with them. But we can go back. But and I will tell you, the conversation I've had with them, the interest rate that they were offering was far more than we can get in the open market. But again, we're still exploring all of those items. So the conversation that we've had is, again, what do you need? We want to get the wells moving. What do you need between now and, say, April, okay, to get the wells moving? So they've come back with two proposals, and I know it's been referenced a couple times. 4 wells at 13.6 million or 3 wells at 11 million, depending on which wells you want to do, I guess.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize that, Mr. Evans?
I'm just a little confused.
Sure.
Can you tell us that the joint venture group, can you tell us when were the wells ready to go out to be done? Didn't you say that that was done a long time ago?
When did you do the bid?
The original bid started in April, May timeframe, where we went out to the market. The first GMP proposal was roughly June of this year, and we've been working with Brown and Caldwell to adjust the GMP over the last couple months, with the most recent full 8-well GMP submitted earlier this month.
So we couldn't get financing, short-term financing in June and get that going?
And so now that we have the GMP, okay, what we have talked about, again, they're not going to do all the wells at once. Again, a 3-year window to do the wells. So we have funds available to do either the 3 or 4, whichever one you choose to do, and then that'll get us till we get to the financing side of the operation.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize that, Mr.
Okay,
Evans?
so, but I'm still a little confused here. When we went out for the original bond, the short-term bond, how long ago was that?
February.
Okay, how long was that good for?
The way it originally came in, I believe it was 30 days, because we said we were taking it in March. And then we went back to them and said, well, we're not going to hit the 30 days. They go, well, that's all right. We'll hold it till April. And then again, April became May, became June. And by the time we get to June, but again, the solicitation is ready. We could send it out. That's not the issue. Because again, we do have the dollars to get to April. Remember our conversation, though, that we had back in August. In order to do any financing, whether it's SRF, WIFIA, or traditional bonds, you have to have the rates in place. Okay, so we have to get those rates in place. And I mentioned that I need to bring another resolution to you, because the resolution that you approved back in 2021 has a number in it of $115 million. So we have to bring another resolution to you to say this, you can finance up to the $400 million, whatever the number is going to be. And then again, we have to come back with the rates. We have to figure out which meeting you want to have your public hearing to discuss the rates that will support the financing, again, whatever that mechanism ends up to be. We can issue the contract for the wells, because again, we have the money to do, again, the 3 or the 4, whichever you choose. But again, we have to get the resolution passed. We got to get the rates in place so we can then get the larger chunk of money, again, April or May timeframe. I also want to address the SRF.
You recognize
I'm
that,
sorry,
Mr.
go
Evans?
ahead.
I just realized, I think that because of these delays, the increased cost in construction and interest rates is astronomical. And that's probably the reason that we're going from 115 million to 200 and something million on just the plant itself without the wells and for the distribution system. I hope that we don't have any more delays because I don't think the construction costs are going to go down. I think they're only going to continue to go up.
Yeah, and I think you just heard, they're going to start bidding some of those items out. So again, once they present their GMP, there is that period, as you heard on the wells, is that period that it's not going to be accepted without discussion, so that's entire negotiation is going to be in place. I will tell you, CDM, as part of the JV team, is taking the lead on the SRF. So we have frequent phone calls on the SRF because, again, we're putting together all of that documentation. The next SRF window is February, which means that all of that information has to be submitted by December. And that's what we are currently targeting to get that information ready to send to SRF. And then again, when we issue the second half, we will then deduct out whatever we've gotten from SRF, whatever we've gotten from anybody else. And maybe there's never a second half on the city side or on the district side. But that's been kind of the game plan to keep the funding in place and moving.
You recognize that, Mr. Peters.
So I thought we were told at one point that we were going to meet the August deadline for the state revolving loan program. Then we were told we were going to meet the October deadline for the state revolving loan program. And now you're telling me we're going to meet the December deadline for the state revolving loan program for the application?
No, we're going to submit the documents this December for the February window, February 2025 window. Correct. And the issue,
months behind is what I'm getting at.
I'm sorry?
So we're 6 months from the date that we were told originally we were going to meet.
Well,
We're
again,
6 months further now into it.
yeah, and as you know, SRF, they're looking for shovel-ready projects. When we talked back in May, we didn't even have a site plan at that point. We had nothing to really submit at that point. I did have conversations with Mr. Lowe at that time, and it was like, we just don't have the 6-8 items that they're looking for.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, I just want to get this open and on the record. We've been waiting almost a year because you couldn't get the membranes. And we had to make a decision whether it was going to be a different system, a microfilter system that we finally agreed. I think we all understand that we're going to go to that. But is that what held you up all this time?
Related to the funding or
Related to being ready to go for the funding?
Oh, so the schedule there were a couple of key points that we've talked about in previous meetings, and those are the water quality challenges, to your point. And then, there was also a decision as far as whether or not the Public Works Administration building was going to be on site. And that was what Randy was referring to related to a site plan, because we were unsure of whether or not that additional structure was going to also need to be on that 8 acres, and that was a 6-month delay of being able to make forward progress. And then we had the water quality challenges. Our recommendation would be to move forward with the well field rehab program, which you are doing, so we didn't have to pay for an elaborate pre-treatment system. Now that that you've got that working, we are still proposing the pre-treatment system. We would like nothing better to have the well field rehab program completely finished, and we wouldn't have to incur the pre-treatment cost. So that is going to be bid in a way that we can completely remove it if necessary. But right now it is in the design, to your point, so we can handle that as a contingency.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Okay, so then basically we lost 1 year because we had to make a decision on the membrane and the filtration system. We were going to go with microfilter. And then we had to decide whether or not to put the maintenance building on site or off site. We couldn't make these decisions a year ago. This took a year.
We received direction in October We talked about that previously. So once we made that decision, we were able to go forward full force on developing the Avenue L facility, the water treatment plant facility, and also the Avenue U facility, which does contain the maintenance facility that was previously going to be configured on the Avenue L site. So correct.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Okay, so then you were basically given that direction at our last UD meeting, correct?
October of last year.
October of last year. So then why did it take so long to come up with the site plan and be where we are today?
Well, we had an extensive value engineering effort because there was concerns related to the price of the
Right.
project, the cost of the project. So when we submitted the 30% documents, we prepared our OPCC of what we believe the cost was going to be. We worked very closely with the owner's advisor, Brown and Caldwell, to develop innovative ways of trying to reduce the price of the project, the cost of the project, and still meeting the design intent.
Chair?
You recognize?
So what did we do to change the price?
The overall,
Right, the overall price. What changes did you make during that 1-year period that you were working with Caldwell and trying to decide how we can do change orders or deducts or whatever in your design?
there were a total of, I think, over 77 value engineering concepts that were considered, and we vetted each one of those considerations, and we applied. We worked with the USD team and staff to make determinations on which value engineering concepts would be implemented, and then those were put into production, and we made modifications to the design to accommodate.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Would that normally take 1 year?
No, sir. The 30% documents for the, I don't want to misstate it. I know we've talked about it previously, but when the 30% documents were submitted to USD and the owner's advisor, we began that value engineering effort, and we were, kind of pumping the brakes a little bit so we could make sure that we didn't go down a path that we couldn't afford. Okay, so we went into the value engineering effort to try to identify cost savings options.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
I'm just, a little baffled. A project like this for a water plant this size, for a community this size, could usually be designed in 1 year. We had a delay of 1 year. And I'm just totally surprised that we're at this point and that we're not actually under construction or haven't been under construction 6 months ago. Hopefully, things will move smoothly as we go along. I trust that you now have faith in the district and making decisions, and will make decisions a lot quicker, they think, than what they were made in the past.
Sir.
Thank you.
The funding for the wells that we're currently doing, we have the GMP price. Is Haskell ready to build the wells?
Is that's
Is JV? I'm sorry, JV. Are we Haskell? Are we ready to build the wells?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, so you are ready to build the wells.
Yes.
Mr. Sherman, do we have the money to build the wells?
Again, you have enough money to start 4 or
Do-
do 3.
Wells.
4 or 3, whichever,
Three or four.
but not the whole.
When we originally
Oh.
priced this, we had the money to build 8 wells, but now we don't have the money for the 8 wells.
You didn't have the money unless we went out and borrowed some money.
I thought we had the bonding capacity, but it was temporary. It was the money was available, whatever the total dollar amount, but you said it was just a temporary bonding that we don't have?
We were going to go out and borrow the $40 million.
We were going to, so
Okay.
we didn't borrow it.
That fell through, right?
What do you mean it fell through?
Again, because of the delays in actually getting the pricing and the contracts, what was bid in February was no longer a valid bid.
So why did we have those delays? Haskell team, why did we have delays in getting pricing in February?
My understanding was we submitted the GMP for the first time in June, as was planned. That
So it
the
was
first
planned for
submission.
June. We had the 40, whatever, what was the amount that we had previously bonded? And then it just fell apart, it went away, or whatever's going on?
We put the solicitation out for $40 million.
Million. And that expired as of when?
That bid expired.
At what date did that expire?
Well, again, I believe their original condition was 30 days.
Yes, sir.
Because again, it would have been in the March timeframe.
So they
We got them
project-
to extend it a couple of times,
Right.
but again, the further you get away from their bid with interest rates, as you
Right.
know.
So I guess that just the timing was poorly done, because if the GMP was projected to be here in June and we wouldn't have that until June, then we wouldn't, that solicitation was done too early, I'm assuming?
No, again, I was told when I met, and Mr. Lowe and the JV team were part of putting the solicitation together,
Mhm.
that they were bringing it in March. So they
So,
needed the money in March, so when they brought the contract to you, the financing would have been.
but they just said that it was agreed that they were gonna bring it in June.
Now it's June.
So did it
That's-
change, or I'm confused?
That's the first I've heard, June. I know that's when we started getting
Okay,
numbers.
so the representative from the JV team, if I could speak with you, when did you notify staff that it was supposed to be in June?
So the schedule discussion that we're having related to why, what happened with the overall GMP related to the wells had to do a lot with the fact that there was a consideration of, hey, we didn't want to mobilize too quickly on the wells until we determined, we being the USD, had the money to pay for the full project. Okay, so there were some other considerations that were being looked at. So that was part of that delay that happened. So there was a focus on taking that 30% design to develop the overall project, overall program costs of all things from the wells, the raw water transmission main, the water plant, the maintenance shop, and the finished water pipeline, that whole
And
program.
with all this explaining and what's going on, I think the concern that my residents have, that I've been speaking to all of our residents, are is they could care less about these mistakes. It seems like we're constantly seeing a misstep with this facility. And if staffing, or if it was an issue on the team, the consultants, if it was an issue within finance, if it was an issue within our former director, whatever the concern is, we can't have that moving forward. So we can only do now 3 or 4 wells, but we previously were going to do, I believe, 8. Now, Mr. Sherman is saying that the time frame would take about 3 years to build all the wells. So essentially, we only need funds for about 3 to 4 currently. Do you have the capacity to build all 8 right now?
We
I'm
do.
sorry, residents, if we can, the noise is traveling. Do we have the capacity to build all 8?
We do, yes.
And that means that we could build all 8 if we had the money, but Mr. Sherman is saying we only have the funds for 3 or 4. So we don't have the money. We previously had confusion in March, and now we're going to have more delays in our wells. Okay. Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So during this whole communication, where was, well, I guess it wasn't communication is seemingly what the issue is, but our owner's rep should have been at the table on this. And this is why I think I emphasized, not this previous UD meeting, but prior to that, the importance. When I asked Mr. Grace, where does he live? Because I need to be able to say, I have residents that ask me these same questions that I don't know if anybody spoke about this, and this has been very quiet, but members of the public, everybody's water bill just increased October 1st. So it's like, I can't sit here and play a offensive lineman for the quarterbacks who's not even communicating the play to the very people that are blocking for him. And I mean, that hurts because I don't know the answer to it. And that's why I think it was really important for us to have more comprehensive reporting. I mean, I may not be able to solve people's, problems, but I can give them an answer. Well, this is where we are. But to find out this, and from the onset, I think we spent 9 months, Ms. Nguyen, if not longer, just going back and forth with just working on the language for the comprehensive agreement, going back and forth with special counsel for that. And then to get to this point, it's like, well, for Christ's sakes, we got to figure out how to build a plant. And it's good that you guys can offer an explanation. I don't accept the excuse because it's inexcusable. We still have to provide water services, and people want, if I can use my colleagues' terminology, results that you can see. And all we see is an increase in water bills, and I almost hate to go through City Hall because every time I go through there, there's somebody complaining about, the utility bill increase. So we got to be able to have some assurances that this project is going forward. And that's where I look for our owner's rep to give us some sort of explanation as to a timeline and have us consistently being aware of what's going on. This shouldn't happen.
And I think that's the point. And that's the concern that we have, because if we had the funding to do it back in March or April, but then we didn't have a GMP till June, that's delaying these projects. Now we as a city have to go back out to get the funds. There's a disconnect. And they could care less about what happened behind the scenes. They want to see progress and we want clean water. So that's the simple conversation. Mayor, you're recognized.
Yeah, is Brown and Caldwell, are they at the table when this negotiation is taking place?
They are, yes.
Go ahead.
Chairman, may I?
Yes, please.
Matthew Schultz, Brown and Caldwell. I am here sitting in for Nigel Grace, so appreciate the opportunity to speak. I did want to just really quickly clarify what Brown and Caldwell's role on this project is, because I think that people have been discussing us as the owner's rep. That's what our role is, but that can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. What it means for this project and for the work that's going on right now is primarily we're in a review and comment role. So we're not your project manager. We're not managing this project. We're reviewing and commenting.
So we have no manager.
I don't believe this project right now has a project manager. It's not Brown and Caldwell.
Well, yeah, that's what Board Member McCoy and Board Member Spirit is. We don't have the owner's rep, and I believe that our engineer, Mr. Armstrong, was in charge of that. But with the capacity and things that he's already working on, that's our concern with not having somebody overseeing this project. And these are some of the missing steps, because something as simple as accounting for having the GMP and having the funding available, we would have had these wells done,
So, Mr. Chair?
or at least started. Go ahead,
So
Mayor.
you say you guys are responsible for giving comments. So what comments do you have to give us?
Yes,
this
sir.
board?
We have many comments. When I get to my section, I was prepared to present to you some of those comments that we have.
Thank
I
you.
can do it now if you like, or
No,
I
we can wait, but I want to ask a question. Who have you been giving those comments to?
We've been giving our comments to the JV. So
Go ahead.
our role is to review the JV's submittals, either technical design submittals or the GMP. So our comments are provided to the JV through the city, either through the utility director while he was employed here, or but usually directly to the JV and copied to the city.
So it's to the JP and it's copied to the city?
Yes,
And then
sir.
who's the representative from the city?
So it's primarily been either the utility director, the assistant utility director when
And
they
after
were
that?
here, and then after that, the manager, or the assistant manager, and the city engineer,
And
and at times the city engineer as well.
And your team is
apologies.
paid by you are paid by the JV team, or you're paid by the city?
We're paid by the city.
So why are you reporting to the JV team?
We're not reporting to the JV team. We're providing comments on their deliverables.
To the JV team and also CC to the city?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor, are you done?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Spirit, you're recognized.
So the question is this: you've been given comments. Have you been getting a quick response to your comments, or have they been delays in getting responses to your comments?
The JV has been relatively responsive to our comments. So I have in the report that we prepared for the board, we presented the schedule of when we provided comments and when the JV provided either a response or a meeting. And it's been very quick. So as an example, we received the first GMP on June 27th. We provided written comments to that GMP on July 18th. This is multiple hundreds of pages of material. And then the JV provided response to those comments on July 31st, so just a couple weeks later. So that's a pretty quick turnaround.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
All right, so clearly it wasn't a response time that was causing the delays.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so I'm still baffled why we're 1 year later into this.
All right. I believe, are you guys still presenting?
Yes, sir. I only had one more slide.
Thank you.
I'll be I'll be quick.
Thank you, sir.
Just to give everyone a snapshot, we're gonna, yes, the pretreatment pilot system, reporting, just kind of picking up on where we left off last month. So we have the membrane skid mobilized on site. We've got the microfiltration, ultrafiltration. We got the membranes ordered. We expect to have those. There was a little bit of a delay related to the storm, but we're expecting to have all that equipment ready on site by the end of the month this October. We've got all the pretreatment chemicals as well as all the piping needed to plumb it up. And the testing will be, we'll start the testing in November, and the design criteria of the overall water treatment plant will be confirmed in time for us to be able to provide you that GMP. So anything we learn in this extended pilot will be picked up in our design and optimized. So we're on schedule with relationship of the pretreatment, the extended pilot systems.
Sure.
You recognize the other
So is the funding for the pretreatment system in place?
The funding for the pretreatment pilot?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are proceeding accordingly, working with Brown and Caldwell to make sure that, this extended effort, there was the first effort, and then there's the second effort, and now this is the third. So we are.
Sure.
You recognize.
So the question is this system in your $6 million? Or is this a separate funding source?
This is what we're trying to do, is we're trying to reallocate monies that we have in our current funding allotment to pay for these. I'm not familiar with the various details of that, but I can certainly look into that and provide a report out.
Thank you.
There's no questions for Haskell CDM Smith? Thank you so much for your presentation part. And as you know, this has been one of the most important and the only important topic. So we're going to continue to ask the tough questions. We appreciate you standing here and giving us the insight. I do have one more question. Design work, you've already funded 6.9. Haskell site work has been 6 million. Accounting for local minority women businesses and what that looks like. Do we have any reporting, and do you report that to anyone?
I would like to propose that yes, we have that reporting. I'm not familiar with the nuances of that reporting. Typically what happens when we submit a monthly payment application, there's a form that's standard that you would state and list all of the local, or in our case, you have either your small business enterprises or your minority business enterprises that are captured on that form. And then on that form, it shows what the compliance standard is or goal is. And then every month you would see an update on how we have achieved that goal.
Excellent.
So every month you would have that as a report.
So over $13 million spent, and you have been reporting on that monthly. And
Yes,
where
sir.
do you send that report to?
It goes to the management team within USD.
Okay.
Previously, it used to go to Michael Lowe.
Of course. And Mr. Evans, with those reporting, can we have those updates in that reporting as well, just to see where the spending and just to make sure that we're hitting all the marks?
Mr. Chair, if I
You're recognized.
One of the things that I would recommend is, as part of the monthly reports that the partners with the USD are providing, that those particular elements are reported as part of the report. So there will be a notation as it relates to MBE, SBE, and the like. So you'll get that. But we will forward the information and synthesize it in a report that we can provide to the board.
May I recognize?
And that's a question. Is it going to be on the staff level, or is this going to come from an owner's rep? I think, who's going to oversee that?
I think we're going to get to the owner's rep conversation at the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
So that'll be who's they're going to direct.
Yeah, if I could say one more thing,
Please.
just a quick clarification. So I haven't seen the invoice itself, but the form that I'm referring to is something typical and ordinary that we do. So we'll make sure, if this is something that you want to have, if we don't already have that form in our monthly pay application, we will absolutely include it.
Excellent.
So you can track it.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Switus.
This is a question for our financial person, Mr. Sherman. What is a short-term bond? How long a period do they consider short-term that you're going for?
What was offered was a one-year renewable. So we could, in essence, decide when we were going to pay it off when we had the money. So they were looking at 1 year, roll it over, 1 year, roll it over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
So is the interest rate adjustable? Is it a fixed rate?
It had an index, it was tied to an index. I mean, and I can provide what was proposed if you'd like to see it, but it was tied to an index. So we would have had the initial rate, and then, when the index changed, the rate would have changed.
So Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
So my thought is that we have the team ready to do all the wells. If we do all the wells, we'll know whether or not we need the microfilter. The microfilter is an additional $12 million into the project. If the wells are successful, then we won't need the microfilter. Am I correct with that? The membrane, you won't need a microfilter if the wells are sufficient and...
Yes, sir, correct.
Right, so shouldn't we be doing these wells as soon as possible? Because it's going to impact the design of the plant and the cost of the plant.
So the wells there are two different types of wells, right? You have the deep wells, you have the shallow wells. The shallow wells are what you currently have that feed. When you get those wells operational, you can tie it into the existing raw water transmission main that goes to your water plant. The deeper wells are going to need the reverse osmosis technology.
Mm-hmm.
So those wells, the way we've looked at it was, that's where you have the time, in the sense that you just want to make sure that those wells are constructed, operational, in time for that water treatment plant to start.
Right, the deep wells, you're going, what, about 1,200 feet, 1,400 feet, around that? So you would recommend that we would do these wells as soon as possible so that you know where you're going in the future?
Correct. And what we looked at the overall critical path of the project, right? We looked at an evaluation of, in the event that if you mobilize us to construct 3 or 4, now if you were to mobilize us in 3 months, this is just an analysis that we did, then we are still able to complete the project without any delay in the end date of substantial completion that we showed. And
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So, question for, I guess, legal counsel, will we need a new resolution or a motion to authorize a bond to do the wells?
I think that's more of a question for Mr. Sherman, because I don't fully understand where we are with bonds and funding.
The answer would be we need to bring a new resolution to change the amount. That's really the only reason we need to bring a new resolution. We have a resolution that authorizes the 115. And again, whatever form that borrowing takes place. So no. So if you would like me to go back and reissue the solicitation that we issued back in February, we certainly can do that. And we can get together and make sure that we have the right amount and what their spending is going to be. But again, that's going to be predicated on the fact, again, that we're going to take that out in a future sale, which again, to do that future sale, we've got to go through, the steps that we've talked about. So I can get back and take that out, and, we can talk and we can get that out probably early, probably in a couple of weeks. I don't even think it would take that. And maybe even come back in November if we can move fast enough, with the solicitation. It only goes out for like a week. I mean, this isn't a new, financing model. The banks understand what it is. And so they've seen the solicitation before, and I would presume we'll get, again, bids on it. So again, we can turn that around pretty quickly. But again, what this is going to, in essence, do is just bridge us allow you to issue the contract, but really bridge us between now and April. And again, then the hope would be is by April, again, May, somewhere in there, we could just in essence pay it off and make it go away. So,
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize Dr. Spiritus.
So, Mr. Chairman, so we don't have to take the full 115 million. We could, we're authorized to go up to 115 million. We could borrow 40 million now to do the wells, correct?
Right,
So-
but again, this will only get us till we do a larger financing in the spring.
Okay, so, all right, Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Okay, so to pay back the 40 million, let's say it's a $40 million number, just throw that out there. Do we have enough money? Are we charging enough money right now in our fees to cover that cost if we don't have the state revolving loan program approved already, or WIFIA or any other source of funding? Do we have enough to cover that in the utility district right now for the 40 million?
We would have enough to pay the interest and then roll over the $40 million the next year. If it kept going, we could just roll it and pay interest and roll it and pay interest. So
So-
that we could cover. But again, to start paying the principal back, no.
No, so we
Correct.
would have to raise fees again in order to cover that. So we have to look at the full package. We have to look at
You have to look at
everything.
the full.
But I strongly recommend that we move as quick as possible and get these wells done as quick as we can, and because it's going to impact the ability to build the plant and knowing what we're going to put in the plant.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. Mayor, you recognize.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. What bonds are we receiving in November?
I'm sorry.
Receiving bonds in November?
No, what I need to do is bring back a resolution authorizing up to $400 million. We'll just use that as the number now. That allows us to then go to the market and say, okay, you have the authority to come to us and borrow that money. Then once we get the pricing on that, then that comes back and the board will,
Sure. Did you
accept
ever,
the bond. But that's just the resolution authorizing us to go to market.
did you reference a bond we'll get in November?
I referenced a bond resolution for November. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Mayor, you done?
For now.
Thank you. Dr. Spiritus, you recognize.
Well, I'm trying to get this straight with how quick we have to do this. Now, what is our credit rating right now? Because that's going to impact what the rates are that we're going to get, right? So what's the UD's credit rating right now?
UD is a plus. So the city is a AA, and then the city's revenue bonds are AA minus, and the utility is an A plus. But I will tell you, back in February, we did only receive 2 bids. And when we followed up with everyone that, was provided the solicitation, they had the concerns over, the reports about the water and the E. coli and all those issues. So I don't know, if now that we're 10 months later, if, that concern has necessarily gone away. But we did get 2 bids back in February, and we hope to obviously get more. But
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
So what kind of interest rates did we get on those bids?
it was, at that point, it was just under 3.5%.
And what was the?
And
what's the
again, it was
market
tied to
usually?
a market, so it would have.
Right, so it's going to
go
float,
down.
right.
So, right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, at this time, Brown and Caldwell will make their presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. I'm Matthew Schultz with Brown and Caldwell, I'm the owner's rep, again, filling in for Nigel Grace, who couldn't be here tonight. Wanted to highlight a couple items that we included in our report. So there's a report in your packet from us that details the review that we've been performing for the GMP. For the most part, in the last month that we've been working on this project, our our involvement has almost exclusively been the review of this GMP. So this has been the main focus of our work. And when I say the GMP, I'm talking about the GMP for the 8 wells, okay? One thing I wanted to clarify also, just so you understand our current role as we understand it, is we are reviewing and commenting on this. We are not negotiating with the JV. We are not reviewing and approving. We are not even at this point providing our recommendation. We haven't been asked by the board or city staff to do that. So right now at this point, what we're doing is we're receiving the GMP from the JV and we're providing our comments on that, okay? So at this point, the GMP is broken into a couple different sections. The sections are the clarifications and assumptions. So this is the section where they identify all of the assumptions that they're making in the development of the GMP. This is an important section. In some cases, there was detail built into the section that changed or attempted to change terms and conditions of the contract. It also established some performance guarantees or performance criteria that the wells were going to perform under. So this section of the GMP is a very important section to review. We reviewed that in detail. We had subject matter experts in the water industry review this in particular in detail. The next section is the GMP cost summary and supporting information. So this is the section that describes to you what the cost breakdown is, how much of the work was competitively bid, how much of the work is detailed in a detailed cost estimate, how much of it is estimated in a rough order of magnitude number. So that's the section where you would review what the cost is for this package. The next item is the risk register. The reason why the risk register is important to you is because this quantifies the amount of risk that the JV is taking on in delivery of this work. Quantify meaning that they're going to they're assigning a dollar amount to each risk that they identify in the risk register, and that dollar amount is carried in a line item in the GMP as contingency. So this is real money associated with the GMP. That's why the risk register is important. We've reviewed and provided comment on that. They also include a schedule of delivery. So there's a schedule in the GMP that describes when they intend to deliver this work. This is important based on the needs of the city. And in addition, it's important because this establishes the period of performance and the period in which they'll be incurring general conditions costs. General conditions would be things like how long they're going to have a trailer on site, how long they're going to have a project manager on site. So those are their general conditions costs. That supports the cost that we see in their GMP. And then finally, the final documents in the GMP are the technical documents, so the drawings and the specifications. These are what you're buying when you approve the GMP. Again, the GMP is a proposal from the JV to the board. So the board will approve this. So it's important that the board understands everything that's involved in this process. From our perspective, we are here to identify and help the board understand the details that's in the GMP, but again, not negotiating and not approving. The timeline for the GMP so far, I think the JV identified, Stephen identified that they submitted the first round on June 27th. We received that submittal on June 27th, reviewed it. We received a second submittal on August 9th, and then provided comments. And then we received another submittal on September 11th. And then we provided, the last round of comments we provided was September 13th and 16th. In addition, the JV submitted Division 1 specifications. So Division 1 specifications are what details their general conditions. So all of the work associated with the project that's not subcontracted work. Okay, so this would be like their project manager, their trailers, their providing of water and electricity. Those are general conditions costs. Those are substantiated by their Division 1 specifications. So they write in their specifications, this is what we are providing to the utility district. They provided those after they provided us the GMP, so we reviewed them and commented on those as well. As far as major issues that we identified through the process of reviewing the GMP, the first thing and probably the most fundamental and one of the challenges that we encountered was that the JV went to price the work in the marketplace prior to receiving comments from the owner and the owner's rep on the 60% documents. So the 60% documents were developed. I think I understood they were developed in the March timeframe, and the JV went out to market at that time when the documents were complete. At the same time, they submitted those for review. So they were in review by the owner and the owner's rep. At the same time, they were getting market pricing. When we looked...
Chair?
You recognize Dr. Spears?
So you're saying that the 60% was completed in March? I thought it was just completed now.
This is the 60% for the wells.
Oh, for the wells?
Yes,
okay.
yes, sir. Yes. So yeah, it was completed in March timeframe. So yeah, they priced that work before they had comments on that work from the city and from the owner's representative. So then when we saw the GMP come back and we saw comments and clarifications from their subs and suppliers that didn't match up with the comments that had been provided on the 60% documents, we generated comments and then determining how we're going to bridge that gap between what they intend to build and what they priced. Okay, so since that point in time, they've also progressed the project to 90%. So now the project is at 90%. They have developed and submitted 90% documents. That happened, I think, I want to say in August, mid-August, they submitted 90% documents. So the design has developed, but the pricing that the GMP is based on is the 60% documents that were produced back in March. Okay, so that's been a bit of a challenge with us, is squaring what they intend to build and what them and their suppliers have priced. Okay, so that was one of our major findings. There was another issue that we uncovered, which was a challenge, was the assumptions that the
Before you move on from that issue that you uncovered in March with the GMP price with the wells, is that the reason for the delays or the funding? Did we provide comments? Was funding obtained by our staff and then you provide comments after, and that's what delayed the response for the wells?
I don't believe this had anything to do with the funding because the GMP that we received was at the end of June. So I think the funding had already expired by then.
So what was March?
March was when the 60% deliverable was submitted. So between March when the JV developed the 60% and June 27th when they submitted the GMP, that's the period of time they went to the market, got pricing on the packages, assembled it into a GMP and submitted it.
Thanks, sir. Dr. Spears, I'm sorry, Council Board Member McCoy, you recognized.
Thank you. I was actually on to your next point. You were going to, I believe, speak on the construction timeline and the hours permitted under the code.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So this was another finding that we had.
Well, before you, did you want to address the other concerns?
Yeah, so.
Because that's on the next
So
item.
when
go
the
ahead.
60% was done and we had the GMP on that, could we have gone out to bid and started those wells at that point?
So there was the opportunity at that point. So when you received your GMP, the project had already been out to bid. So on June 27th, there was a GMP that was more or less ready. Now the JV and staff never brought that to the board for approval. We were still reviewing and commenting on it. So again, BC's role was to review and comment. We provided comments. The JV felt those comments were important enough to then go back and revise the GMP.
So, Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
So then we could not have started the well project in June? Well, could we have started the well project in June?
If an item would have been brought to the board in June with that GMP, you could have started. Not fully understanding the financing issues, but it's possible that you could have started had that happened.
A question from Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman, so back in June, was the bonding still available, or was it gone in June?
We were going to try to bring it to the June meeting, but there was not a June meeting. So once we got past that June meeting, it was really done.
So if we would have had that June meeting, we probably would have the majority of our wells already completed.
I just don't know the timing of when things were bid and when they had the numbers and everything, but somewhere in there it would have been possible, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sherman, so it expired in June?
So again,
Because my question is
Yeah.
this. We have called more emergency meetings.
Exactly.
And why wouldn't that be, I mean, if we knew that, why wouldn't we call an emergency meeting to get this board here to approve that?
Because and I'm only talking from as an outsider from what I'm thinking, the contract for the wells was not ready to go in June.
No, so is that facts? What are you saying? Were they ready in June?
If I may.
Yes.
The JV submitted our first GMP in June. From our perspective, we were ready to go.
So they was ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Sherman, they were ready to go. What gave you, you said they wasn't ready, so what made you think, did you have a conversation with them?
I had Mr. Lowe. And again, just because a GMP has been presented, if Brown and Caldwell hasn't finished up their work, if legal hasn't finished up their work, there's no contract to bring forward at that time. So again, I don't know what day they actually get the bids in. And I don't know how the June calendar fell, but.
Okay, so I'm asking you this question.
Yeah.
Who dropped the ball? I mean, I have a team saying they were ready. They submitted, right? I have owners rep, I have finance, I have
Got the GMP.
Mr. Evans. Who dropped the ball? Because, and Mr. Sherman, this is something else I want to know. I mean, we were told it's $40 million for how many months? Like we were rolling with that number, $40 million for months, right? Now we get to this point where you're saying we don't have any money. Right now, I'm not sure, and I don't know this board, I'm not sure, I don't know what we have, right? And we really need to be talking about an audit because, one time I heard, and I'm just going to go back, give me a second, like we had $55 million if the bonds, if we didn't pass those bonds for Recreation City Hall, then it was, well, if we had 55 million, why do we need to get bonds when the fire station was 25 and police station? I know you came up and you gave some, I mean, what happened to that 55 million? I mean, I've been told we had 20 million and we don't have 20 million. I'm not sure what we have. And this board, I know I haven't seen anything from a bank to really understand. And I know these developers are really concerned because I know they have to be wondering, do these guys have any money? We're not talking about the 350 million. We're talking about just the day-to-day to what they're doing to make sure, I don't know. And I think we're just going over the same thing, but what I'm concerned about is we be given numbers and then the numbers disappear.
So just keep in mind that the referendum bonds, the 55 million, all that's a separate thing from the utility.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Now, when we came forward, not this summer, but last summer, when we talked about the rate increase, we did a temporary rate increase just to cover inflation and, and those types of items. And we said at that time, you have to adopt new rates in order to pay for those bonds. Okay. So again, we were ready with the $40 million. Okay. And again, the bank was kind to keep rolling it for a couple of months. Because again, when they bid, it's today's market. You never know what's going to change, right?
Sure, but this is my
Yeah.
concern. You stated that the JV team was not ready, right? They came up and said they were ready.
Okay. And I believe we've,
I don't
confirmed,
know. I don't know.
confirmed that, confirmed that the GMP wasn't provided until late June, June 22nd or something. June 27th. Okay, the utility meeting was the 17th, which again got canceled.
But let me ask you this question. JVT, when did y'all submit? June what?
June 27th.
You submitted June 27th.
Yes, sir, the end of June.
So from there, now it goes to Brown and Caldwell. They're going to do their work. Okay, and then again, you still need a contract and have that item brought back. And again, at that point, the bank kind of, stepped aside. So that's where we are with that situation. Again, now we had the meeting in December. Okay, I'm sorry, August. Let me correct that. The meeting was in August when they made their presentation. And again, we talked about the need for the rates and the both. And then we've had the conversations to bring the contract back to the board in October. Okay, and that's where we're talking about, again, 4 wells, 3 wells, how many wells can we really pay for and actually get out of the ground before we get to, again, next April or May.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor? We'll come back.
Yeah.
That was spirit is you recognize.
So based on the timeline of what everyone's saying, I don't see why we could not, in the beginning of July, have had everything completed, including the bonding.
So again, the schedule for what we received, and I think it's important to understand that no resolution was brought to the board. So the board was never in a position to take any action on any of this work, right? Prior to that happening, the GMP would have had to have been presented to the board, and an amendment would have had to have been prepared. So before this work is incorporated into the JV's work, it has to be incorporated as an amendment. Just like the previous $6 million of construction work was added, it has to be prepared as an amendment. So an amendment would also have to be prepared. That could have been done at the discretion of the utility and the board anytime after June 27th. However, it's important to know there's been some discussion about oversight and review. The oversight and review that you have on this particular package, as far as I understand, is almost exclusively BC's review, Brown and Caldwell's review. And when we reviewed, we discovered enough issues that the JV decided to make changes themselves. That's to say the JV determined not to bring this item to the board, that there was enough items. Now, we never had the discussion. We never point blank said, can we bring this? Can we not bring this? Do you approve? Do you not approve? Those discussions, as far as I know, never occurred. From BC's perspective, we received the documents, we provided our comments, the JV did what they did, the city did what they did.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Okay, so this is for the JV. You said you were ready in June, the end of June. Would you normally move forward with a project like this and do change orders later on based upon recommendations from the owner's rep? Or would you rather wait until all those change orders were finalized with the owner's rep?
Globally speaking, with no specific example, we would like to lock in a guaranteed maximum price with a certain amount of assumptions that give us the ability to have some flexibility and move a given project forward. Generally speaking, when we're in close communication with a client, we have a pretty good understanding on what the project is. That gets included in the assumptions and clarifications, as was referenced, and we're able to move the project forward effectively. And there might be small changes, but you're able to incorporate those as you're moving forward and making progress.
Right. So, Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So basically, you're saying you would have been ready to go in June and locked in a number, and you would have done some change orders if necessary during the construction period.
So when we submit a GMP, that is our offer to move forward. We're willing to be bound by that GMP at that time.
Thank you. You're very helpful. Thank you.
So there's also just one other point to mention is that there's approximately two kinds of changes that can occur on this type of work. There's a change order, which Member Spirit has just mentioned. That's possible. There's also contingency money. So if you remember, I mentioned the contingency money that's built into the contract. There's a fair amount of contingency money that if there's a change from what was assumed by the bidders on the bid packages and what they eventually deliver, so the cost of work to the JV changes, there would be a contingency draw. That's not a change order. That would already be money that was in the project that wouldn't require coming to the board for approval. A change order would require board approval.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Right, but wouldn't the owner's rep have to approve all the contingency funding?
Again, we're not in a review and approval, but we would review and comment. If we were asked to approve, that might be something that we would do. We haven't ever been asked to approve anything, but yes, that would be a role that we would have during construction. Now, we don't have a scope of work right now for construction for this project. So BC has not been engaged in the construction of the work that's ongoing at the right now, and we don't have any scope right now for the work that would be performed during construction. We would assume that we would be involved in that, but right now we don't have a scope for that.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So contingency funding would still have to go to the owner's rep and to the board for approval, correct? It's not just money that's given to the contractor to use any way they want.
That's correct. My assumption, and certainly up for direction from the board, my assumption would be that contingency money, contingency draws would not require board approval. This would be the kind of industry standard of how this type of work would be delivered. It's already in the contract, so assumption would be that would be handled at the staff level or at the with the OR with an update to the board as the board requires.
Right, Mr. Chair?
Recognize?
Right, so then based on however the contract is written, someone representing the board would have to approve those contingencies.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let me continue with where we were at with the more or less major items that we identified in the GMP. So I was getting to the issue of the city ordinance governing the limits of time during the day when construction can be performed. This was an important item, and we've just been discussing change orders. This had you in June approved a GMP with the language that was included, with the assumptions that were made by the well driller, you would have been up for a pretty sizable, more than $1 million change order. And the reason why is because the assumption was made by the drillers and by the JV that they could perform drilling 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That shortens their time frame significantly. When it was reviewed and determined that that was not allowable in the city and that they would have to perform work only in the periods of time when it was allowable, then the duration of construction increased. And with that increase in duration of construction, that means that you've got drill rigs that are sitting there that you're paying for that aren't drilling, and you've got project management and general conditions time that you're paying for a duration, then the duration is longer. So that was a significant issue. That's now been resolved in the current GMP. So the JV went back to their drilling sub, revised pricing, and revised their own pricing for their general conditions.
Sure.
You're recognized.
So the $1 million, that's a total $1 million for all the wells or
This is a,
for the whole
this
project?
was a very round number. This is $1 million for 8
Guesstimate.
wells approximately. And it's not, I don't want to say it's exactly a million, but it's not 100,000 and it's not 10 million. That's the accuracy of my comment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, that's actually what my question was. In aggregate, what are we talking about in the amount of time? I mean, practically speaking, are these drillers experienced? I don't think you can drill anywhere 24/7 wells that provide water services. Certainly not in a municipality, maybe in some unincorporated area. But I seen that as one of the significant findings, and I'm thinking that has to be insignificant because there's no way that someone who specializes in well drilling could possibly make that kind of assumption.
So, and I apologize, I don't have all the information on the requirements for well drilling, the geologic requirements. We have a sub, JLA, who was reviewing the work for us. I do believe that even given the requirements in the GMP, there's still some periods of time where 24/7 is required. There's periods of time in the drilling of these wells where it's a requirement to drill 24 hours a day. Once you start, you cannot stop. I don't have I apologize. It's just not my specialty, but I believe that's the case. But not for the entire period, only for the period when it is absolutely required technically.
Technically and legally is two different things. Because legally, I've had this issue where folks do construction on holidays and it becomes a problem because they're doing that and it's strictly prohibited by the code. So, I mean, I don't want to create another problem here, especially early on. I mean, how do you say that they have to drill 24/7? I just don't think that that's practical.
I understand. I wish I had better information for you. What I understand, not being an expert, is that there's a certain period of time where once you start the activity, it has to be done to completion. And if you stop, it doesn't get done. So I wish I was an expert on this, but I'm not. I can come back and get more information from our hydrogeo sub, and they can certainly address this for you. But if there is concerns, I believe if you do have concerns, and maybe the JV might be able to address this too.
But aside from that, remind me of your name?
Matthew Schultz.
Schultz.
Yes.
So even if that's the case, right, you shouldn't have to come back to do that. I mean, depending on where these wells are located, specifically, if you're talking about the Floridian rail or yeah, I can understand that, but certainly if it's adjacent to a residential zoning district, then you got a problem. If it's in the industrial area, perhaps not so much. But I don't think that you need to come back with it. That's what I'm thinking. The owner's rep can be able to send routine reports as to these kind of discrepancies. This is nothing more than, I think, very proactive on your part, and I credit you for that. But certainly this isn't something that can't be memorialized in a memo that's provided to the board. And I said this to Mr. Grace when he was here probably the month prior in August, that we need to know this kind of stuff, not when it comes to a meeting, but regular routine updates. And I want to know what the actual organizational chart for Brown and Caldwell, but where does he and you reside? I mean, who's the point person that's charged with your end being the person for the city?
Yeah. So Mr. Grace, Nigel Grace, is the point person for this contract. I'm the local manager of the office in West Palm Beach. So I'm local to this area. And I've been in my specialty, and what I've been more involved with is the review of the GMP and the cost component of the GMP. So that's been more my review. I'm not a hydrogeo expert. I'm not a water treatment expert. Nigel Grace is really your water treatment expert. But if I understand the request properly, what you're asking for is not for us to wait for this venue to provide this information, but to provide memos insofar as when we encounter something of this nature, that we should have some avenue to present this to the board when it occurs.
Well, Chair.
You're recognized.
I mean, I'm not asking for this as a matter of when significant events occur. Perhaps I'm not understanding your scope, or maybe there's a discrepancy here. But we've seen owners rep reports that come out weekly, if not bi-weekly, about all of the events, be it insignificant or major events. So clearly there's a disconnect. And had this been occurring, we would not have had this huge financing mix up that would have occurred. So is your role not to deal with the cost components of the owner's representative?
Yeah, our responsibility is to review and comment. So
Okay, that's not my question. It's going to be yes or no. Your owner's representative scope of contract, scope of work in the contract, does it not deal with the cost components?
May I ask cost component of?
From design work all the way through to the actual construction and labor piece of it.
Yeah, our component involves the review of the GMP.
Only the GMP.
Yeah, we're not reviewing the JV's invoices. We're not reviewing their time of delivery. We're not your project manager. I believe that the items that you're describing are more aligned with a project manager, not with our scope, which is review and comment.
Okay.
It's something that we can do. It's something that we have not been asked to do, meaning it's not in our scope. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Okay. So that was the city ordinance. Again, that was a plus or minus $1 million issue. I talked previously about the omission of the Division 1 specifications. Again, there's a lot of money that's wrapped up in the general conditions. General conditions are not competitively priced. So in your GMP, when you eventually receive a GMP, you're going to see a proposal from the JV. And in that proposal, there's going to be line items. And in those line items, there's $1 million line items that are labor categories, or there'll be line items that are rentals of equipment. They don't have any substantiation, right? So that's to say, there isn't anything that tells you what you're getting for that price. The Division 1 specifications are what tell you what you get. So originally, when we reviewed the GMP, there was no Division 1 specification. So we had costs that were proposed by the JV, but no commitment for what you were getting for those costs. So that was an issue. There's been comments about making sure that markup was appropriate and not double counted. This was a comment I've heard in general discussions. We had identified in certain circumstances that markup was being applied on labor categories multiple times. So the math that is.
Here.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So, Mr. Schultz, perfect
Yes.
question. So if that's the case, well, who reviews the pay applications?
These are not in pay applications. These are in the GMP. So you have not.
Right. But even, and I get you on that, but even thus far for the work that you've done, who reviews the pay applications?
Not Brown and Caldwell. I don't know.
No, of course not you. You're submitting them.
Yeah, for our pay applications?
You're correct.
Oh.
And for the JV team.
I don't know.
So we've accumulated and we've accrued how much? I think we've already came up at what, 12 or 13 million dollars in cost for design.
Closer to 20.
Somebody can help me with that?
Mr. Chair, if I may. You're recognized. Mr. Chairman, if you can come to speak to that and the pay application process as well.
On the design, I believe the original PO was something like 17.8 million. And again, we have about 6.9 left, so they've used about 11.
About 11. So, okay, so who's reviewing that to ensure?
That's what I was looking up when you called me up here. Let me go finish
Well,
looking up.
Clearly, I guess I'm stuck because that's what I'm trying to figure out. This is becoming more, this is like getting a root canal right now. trying to understand how we can spend this kind of money and we don't even have anybody insuring or holding their hand to say, that was, that's the going rate, especially when you're already talking about specifically being double charged for labor costs and double billed for labor costs. I want to know if that had or had not been checked in the 11 or 12 million dollars that we've already spent thus far.
Just real quick, and I only looked at that one. The last one that I looked at was signed up by Mr. Doyle.
Okay. But that becomes very interesting. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem, members. The very board that can clearly point to systematic failures. Sir, it's not even you though, right? Thank you. I appreciate that. We heard your presentation.
Clarification, if that would be helpful. So when we presented the GMP, there's labor rates in our contract that makes up the balance of the GMP, and then we're allowed a contractual markup. That's also in the contract, and our understanding was that the markup came at the end. We believe that was appropriate, and we're contractually allowed to do that. However, in conversations with Brown and Caldwell, our understanding as the JV was that if we relinquish that second markup, or the markup at the end, that we could move the GMP forward. And so we made that decision to help move the GMP forward, which ultimately hasn't happened yet. But we believe that proposal originally was correct. Just to add clarity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That answered my question.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we talked about the,
Before we continue,
yes.
have we received any of these reportings and these responses? Where do you send these reports to?
So we don't provide reports, we provide comments, and we've
Okay, who
provided,
do you provide them
we
to?
provide the comments to the JV and copy the city. So
Okay.
copy the utility district.
And you do that on a monthly, quarterly? How often do you provide those comments?
It depends on when we receive a submittal. So if we receive a submittal, so in the case of this GMP process, we received the first proposal on June 27th. We provided comments to the JV on July 18th.
Okay, so these are the comments you're reviewing now tonight?
That was the first process. Yes,
Okay.
what I'm reviewing at right now is
Okay.
to go over, not all the comments, there's been hundreds of comments, but to
Right.
go over, and the reason why I'm doing this is because you're going to be receiving a proposal from the JV. That proposal is going to be many hundreds of pages. It's a lot of material, and my intention today is to bring to your attention what's in that GMP, why it's important to you, the issues that have already been resolved by the JV, and what issues remain. And also to identify some lessons learned, because we have another GMP that sounds like is going to be potentially brought to the board in March, and that's going to be for a lot more. And so it's important that you understand what's in that GMP, what you're buying. And as an example, you want to understand what you're getting for the money that you're paying.
Oh, that's exactly why I'm asking these questions, sir.
Yes.
I'm not thinking that we are. And even if we are, there's nobody that's impartial and independent that I can say that's actually checking this. So, Mr. Schultz, let's move this along, because clearly we already know that there is a major gap in certainly.
That's the problem, Mr. Schultz, and we're receiving this information for the first time without the reporting and information, and that's why we're asking all of these questions. So I think to allow for us to get to the business of the city, allow for public comments, and to actually get to our city council meeting, we do want to just try to move this along, possibly getting a report sent out to us, and then having one-on-ones with the board, because we want to identify, we're just getting all this information now. So we're going to keep drilling you for the next couple hours, and we're not going to get anywhere. Our
Okay.
goal is to move the city forward right now, and maybe if we can get something in writing, if we can get a report, and then each board member can sit down with your team one-on-one to identify these concerns. Because I do want to get to public comment, I do want to get through these resolutions, and then we have another meeting after this.
Yes, sir. So this report is in your packet. So all the detail that I'm going over is in your packet right now.
Thank you.
Let me short circuit right to the end.
Thank
okay?
you.
So where we stand right now is we have a GMP, but that GMP is for 8 wells. I understand you do not have enough money to authorize a GMP for 8 wells at this time. So the JV is going to have to change their GMP to either 3 or 4 wells. And when I say 3 or 4 wells, that's 2 superficial wells that are complete, meaning the wells in the ground drilled, all above ground infrastructure installed, the wells started up and operational, plus 1 or 2 Floridan wells that's just the well itself, just the hole in the ground, not any of the above ground work.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spirit is recognized.
Okay, so you're saying that we don't have the money to do the 8 wells. So what makes you think we have the money to do the 3 wells? We're gonna have to bond one way or another. So if we're gonna bond, we would probably bond for all 8 wells.
I believe I understood the finance director to communicate that you have enough money currently to approve 3 or 4 wells. So what could happen is the JV could modify their GMP to 3 or 4 wells, depending on the pleasure of the board, and a resolution could be brought to the board to approve that, and those wells could get started under construction. That's what I understood.
Mr.
You
Chair?
recognize Dr. Spirit.
Mr. Sherman? Do we have the money to do 3 wells right now, or were you referring to the wells that we already have under construction?
Okay, so Global Tech is funded, the ones that they're working on. They came in at 11 and about $13.5 million, depending on 3 or 4. And we have sufficient dollars in our renewal and replacement fund to pay for that if you want to issue that. Skip the short-term financing, issue that, and then we'll just pick up on the other side of with the rest of the wells.
So you're saying we have enough money in there to do 3 more wells right now?
Or the 4. We could do the
Or 4.
13.5 if you want to do the 13.5. Yes.
Yeah, I would think that we want to do all the wells, but we should start right away on the 3 wells or 4 wells that we already have the money for. I don't know why we're waiting this long to get it going, but we have to move very quickly right now. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, with BC hasn't been asked for a recommendation. I feel like maybe it's appropriate for me to provide one anyway. It does make sense. If you can approve 4 wells at this time, approve 4 wells, get them under construction. The GMP, I believe that the JV can modify their GMP to 4 wells relatively quickly. They can get that to the Brown and Caldwell for review. The review can be taken place very quickly. A resolution could be brought to the board very quickly, and those wells could be put under construction very quickly. I believe that's your fastest path. And if there's a question of whether you do 3 wells or 4 wells, I would recommend that you do 4 wells. There's no reason not to have as many wells as possible under construction. And again, one other thing to mention is that those superficial wells, once they're drilled, installed, and connected to your existing plant, they'll provide you benefit right away. So there's a benefit to the community immediately once those are under construction. I have no further comments. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. Do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have representatives from U.S. Water.
Okay, we're going to go into public comment. We'll come back to the representative from U.S. Water. It's getting late in the hour, and I know some residents have been waiting. And then we will come back for U.S. Water, and then we'll go into our resolution. Please be reminded, City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings, which is posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if the rules are not adhered to, a City Council Chair may have a disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or the building. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 10 public comment cards. The acceptance of the public comment cards is now closed.
These utility district public comments, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Joseph Bedford Sr., followed by Scott Lewis, Cindy March, and then Bill Wolotic.
Joseph Bedford Sr., good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mayor in his absence, uh, city employees, residents, and stakeholders in the city of Riviera Beach. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to our city employees for their dedication and for their creative work. I believe I can speak for some of our residents in saying that we see and appreciate all your efforts and your hard work that you've done so far. And also, the night of the birthday bash is what I'm referring to, is it was an event that my wife and I both enjoyed, and we appreciate all that was done, the heartfelt video presentation, and also the creative drone light show. And in the midst of that drone show, my wife kind of looked at me and said, well, being that we had moved away for a little while, being raised in Riviera Beach, we decided to come back to our home city. And in the midst of that drone show, my wife looked over me and said, okay, I'm glad we came back. So, and in that moment, I cannot express how proud I was of our city employees to be able to put that event together in the midst of some drama and in the midst of what seems to be more than normal hostile workplace for some of them. But I also want to say thank you for the hard work that was done during, before the hurricane, during the hurricane, and after the hurricane. So I just want to say thank you for your service and thank you for what all you do for the city of Riviera Beach and for the citizens of Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Scott Lewis, Cindy March, Bill Wolotic.
My name's Scott Lewis. Ooh, Wilma Circle. Couple of things. You know, what I'm hearing today, and I think some of you are just as shocked, but it's back to the same thing. I feel like I wasted my breath a dozen times standing up here yelling for the last year. Why bother talking about shit in the water? Because it doesn't seem like back over here, someone or over here, the coat and ties, they aren't listening to it. They aren't having to drink it. All right? It's the biggest capital project in the city's history, and there's not a project manager? Are you kidding me? What are you doing? I know you guys are upset. You need to get upset over here and over here. I mean, listen, value engineering, I want to be in on those meetings. A 500% increase in 8 months or 9 months, whatever it was. Let me go to those meetings. I want to go from 100 million to 500 million. What did they talk about? Good God. That isn't value engineering. That's raping the city. I mean, this is intolerable, what you all have listened to tonight. It's misstep after misstep after misstep, and we're still drinking it. This is an emergency now. Build the 8 wells. Don't do 4. That's what I got out of today's discussion. You need more money for 4 wells? Go borrow it from the city of Riviera Beach. Borrow it from somebody. Do something. And do it fast. And tell Mr. Sherman to do it in 2 weeks like he represented he could get something back to you. Move. Move now. We need this. Not 1 year from now, we're going to sit up here and listen to you all tell us start chewing out consultants and staff and why aren't you doing it? No. Stop everything else, capital, if you have to. This is the focus. There's no one in this city that hasn't been talking about water. But we're busy talking about parks? What? Are you kidding me? Take 15 million from the parks bond. I don't care what you got to do. Do something. And be aggressive. Kick some ass. You need an ass kicker as a project manager now on the biggest project in the city's history. Now. And you don't need a mamby-pamby. You don't need a review and comment. That's nice. But gee, JD was so busy doing value engineering that they had to go back and redo it on June 27th because they had so many things wrong, according to the review and comment. Give those guys approval, do something. Dive into this and get pissed off like I'm pissed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Cindy March, followed by Bill Wolotek and Margaret Shepherd.
Welcome, Ms. March.
Good evening, I'm Cindy March. And now I have my answers why some of these meetings be canceled. It's some hidden agenda. And you know, I'm not here to attack no one, but I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Evans, Sherman, Deidre, they all need to go. Point blank, simple as that. We have wasted too much time on this water. We just had a water crisis over there on Avenue G in 20th Street. I want to know how many residents was notified, or do you all even know it happened? Just like he just said, put everything aside. This water is important. It's time to stop playing games with the residents because we the one put you all in office. Some of you all been hired in positions. You're holding 2 and 3 positions. You got to focus on one thing, and right now it's this water. People's bill has gone up 2 and 3 times, but we still drinking dirty water. We still got to buy water. You all gave out sandbags. And I'm not disrespecting nobody who lost everything in a hurricane. I'm not going to disrespect them people. You lost their lives. That was very important. But the sandbags is not important like water. What good is a sandbag and we still drinking dirty water and cooking in dirty water? It's time to put politics aside. It's time to put the boss day aside. It's time to get rid of Jonathan Evans. It's time to get rid of Deidre. She's not an engineer person. Jonathan, not an engineer person. Who in the hell will appoint him to 2 and 3 jobs and we drinking dirty water? We are a laughing city. These people come out here with these ties on because they see stupid all across our forehead. Let's go get the money from the city of Revere Beach. This man here was questioned, do we have the money? He said no. Now he got the money. We got to stop playing. Go get the retirees and see if they want to come back. We didn't have all this problem before they retired. They are experienced. And then you get somebody who want to go over and beyond, and then you get into a hostile work environment, and you want to have a hearing to terminate somebody. Where they do that at? We got to do better because we know better.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Bill Wolotek, followed by Margaret Shepherd and Lloyd Brown.
I'm sorry, who is it? Bill?
Bill Wolotek.
Bill Waltick? No. No, next.
Margaret Shepherd.
Thank you.
Followed by Lloyd Brown and Derek Burns.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Shepherd.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and to all of you. This was a very lengthy discussion, and each one of you all, as we cleared the dais once before, came back and talked about clean water. You've been here 6 years. I think one been here 12 years, and we're still at the same point where we're at. If you all don't understand one thing, you have to get this project going. I was listening to the owner's rep, and somebody said you're paying them, what, $11 million? I don't know, I'm just listening. What are they getting paid? We're still in the same boat we were, I think, 10 years ago. We have gotten nowhere. And I don't want to get myself really upset, but when the storm, I didn't have a chance to relax. I had the seniors calling me because they had no water. Absolutely no water. I have a set of twins that used to help me deliver things to the seniors. Unfortunately, they're gone. They're gone. So I have to pack up the water and take it to the seniors. And it's so grossly unfair that we continuously go through. I just refuse to get myself upset. Sandbags was great. But I remember when Michael Brown was here, they had truckloads of water come in. They had truckloads of ice. We deserved that because some of the lights went off and they were in the dark. When I got to some of the places, I was livid that they had no water, no clean water. And we should be obligated that we're paying these people. People don't even know what the owner's rep is. I don't think half of these people know what the owner's rep is. They have no idea who these people are. And I think somebody needs to explain to the cameras, to the people, what are the owner's rep? What are their jobs? They're getting paid millions and millions of dollars. But I'm going to stop because Mr. Charger McCoy, I'm really out of breath. I just got a letter from Mr. Guyton, and I was so disappointed when I read that. And it was dated May 9th, 2024. I pride myself in keeping secrets and keeping things under wrap. When people come to me, I keep it under, and I could say a lot of things that go behind the closed doors, but I'm treated with respect because I keep the secrets. But I was very hurt. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lloyd Brown, followed by Derek Burns and Erica Davis.
How you doing? You know I am, so ain't it's me going through that because I could be watching Johnny Carson. It's more interesting than this. This is the most dysfunctional group of people I ever seen. I came here when I was in the 3rd grade. I've probably been here more than anybody in here. I lived in Riviera Beach, and the water was clean and good. But let me tell you something. As soon as we got them brothers in the White House, I ain't talking about the White House, I'm talking about this house, things started to go down. And you know what, on the plantation, they let one slave go every year. So these other slaves, you know, they looking at him and he's got to make them look bad. And I mean, you talking about this man, you talking about this lady. And these people looking at you like you stupid as hell. And then, you know, you abuse your power. Like you, Lawson. If I say something out there, you're going to tell the people to come out and get me. But you got people that's got something on you. They can talk all the time, and you don't say a thing, and you can't say nothing now because it's mine 3 minutes. I done seen the mayor talk back and forth. I done seen people you brought in here to criticize this man and this lady down here. And it's like it's a setup. I ain't gonna talk about Mr. Evans. If I do, I go to him and I talk to him in his ear. I ain't gonna want everybody in the news, everybody in Palm Beach County, probably Japan and everywhere else could get to YouTube and internet. And they looking at Riviera Beach. And y'all like, the things, the decisions you make, the people got to deal with those consequences. And you steady, and you, sir, I don't know your name, really don't care, but you a developer. You probably trying to get it straight from them other developers that you know, because I know a lot of basketball players and we friends, and they don't even live in the county. So you could be working to try to get this straight for them. You ain't trying to do nothing for Riviera Beach. You trying to get it where them developers say, we gonna come in here now, ain't no shit in the water. And I mean, honestly, y'all up there in degrees. My nephew, you know what he told me about a bachelor's degree? All you got to do is sit in class and pass the test. That don't mean you got nothing up there. So it ain't like I can brag I'm a jet engine mechanic, but I ain't working on no jet engines now. I mean, I was a test stand operator at Pratt Whitney, but I ain't testing. I can't bring that up. But I'm trying to say, y'all complain about each other and people looking at you. Why criticize somebody in front of everybody? And y'all act like that making that street credit. You ever see somebody on the street? Yeah, man, and they don't know shit, excuse my language. They don't know nothing, but they can get up here and criticize people and they don't have anything. I got a house where I live. I live in a house, I own it. So if I want to brag on that, it will, but it's not nothing. But I'm saying y'all need to stop criticizing Evans and all these people and get the shit straight.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Derek Burns, followed by Erica Davis, and then Doretta Polk.
Welcome, Mr. Burns.
Derek Burns, Comfort Code resident, G Avenue. It did some plumbing work on Avenue G for the last couple of days. Nobody told us about the water. I think when they're doing that type of construction, we need to know to boil water. Secondly, I don't quite understand this water treatment program or whatever we're trying to do. The numbers doesn't make sense. Sherman doesn't have the money. He had a chance to get the money a year ago with the bonds, but for some reason, like the mayor say, there's been many emergency meetings that we have held in here, and so there's no reason why he couldn't have held one to get us the money to get the water started. We need to get an engineer consultant. I agree with McCoy. Armstrong cannot handle that task by himself. We need to find out who is actually working or overseeing these guys. They're saying that certain things has got to be done if we're actually getting these things done. We don't even know if they're getting these things done or not. So I have to agree with McCoy on that. And then Armstrong can't do all that from a 53-page work scope. There's no way one human being can do all that. So we need to take a look at that as well. And the engineer consultant, we need to get somebody to do that. Can't wait to hear what the U.S. Water's got to say, because the last time he spoke, there was quite a few problems. Engines not running, stacks brand new, never used. I'm hoping to get a good report that we got all the engines running and all the stacks are operating that's connected to the old equipment, and that the line mixture is all working, that we got a EPA balance, coloration clearance, because my water's still cloudy and stinks when I go in my bathroom. So I'm hoping we get some kind of good results from that. Jonathan Evans is our city manager, but he's not certified or educated to run the water plant. So we need somebody that has that education significance to be able to do that. That's just going to get him in a lot of trouble, like it's gotten most of our city managers in, is termination because of water. And the proof is in the pudding. We have the water report before Jonathan came. We know about all the violations before Jonathan came. We know who lost their jobs as the city manager before Jonathan came. And what's end up going to happen is Jonathan's going to get set up based on this report that we go in the same direction that we did before he came. Thank you.
The next speaker is Erica Davis, followed by Doretta Polk and Mary Brown.
Good evening, board. Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Once again, I'm back up here to clarify some things and correct some things. 2019, Mr. Evans, when he came back, he brought the water plant to the board. The board gave him a hard time, and they rebutted him for everything that he was trying to do. He had a consultant. He explained to them how important it was to get it done. It was explained to them how many wells were down. We had 5 years to get the water plant up before we got into this trouble here today. And I am sick and tired of coming in these meetings and listening to the board blaming Jonathan and the utility district for something that they did. Because at the end of the day, the board makes the last decision. You screwed up. You screwed up. And you know you did. So stop it. He brought everything to you. You could have had the bonds. You could have had the bonds for the plant. You could have had the bonds for the wells. You knew how many years it was going to take to build the plant, Trodrick McCoy. You had bond meetings. You could have got the money. You had budget meetings. But you were ranting and raving in the budget meetings. I'm going to go and I'm going to tell the residents they're going to tax you, and what, 16% tax, that is just too much, and blah, 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 blah. You did it, Trodrick. It could have been done. You've been here 6 years. So y'all stop the bull. It's bull. And I'm not going to say what I said last week, but I meant every word of what I said last week, because that's what it is. And you're continuously playing games. But I'm going to let you know, I'm going to be up here every week to clarify things with the residents so they can understand what the deal is. I know it's election season, but that stuff is not going to work anymore. This man had the plan and brought it to you 6 years ago. So stop it. Whatever they're doing, you knew it would be complications. Communication is everything. You don't do it. Follow up is everything. You don't do it. And then you want to blame everybody else. It's not going to fly anymore because I'm going to correct you every time. And if you want to challenge my intellect, bring it on. Because I do my research. But I'm not going to let y'all get away with nothing. Stop blaming everybody else. Look in the mirror. It's your fault for that. You all should have voted on the water plant.
The next speaker is Doretta Polk, followed by Mrs. Mary Graham.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk. I'm a citizen of Riviera Beach, and I just want to welcome you back, Mr. Jonathan Evans. And I want to talk about the statement that said that the sandbags was not important. Well, it was important to Mrs. Polk and all the citizens of Riviera Beach who needed it, because I have a wooden privacy fence, and it really helped stabilize that. And one other point I want to make about those sandbags, there was a young lady who was interviewed by Channel, I think it was 5, from Palm Beach County, and they asked her, why aren't you providing sandbags for the citizens? And she said, no, we don't do that. What we do is let them know where they can purchase these commodities. But Mr. Jonathan Evans had the foresight to help us. And as far as I live on 20th and G, and we did have a very major sewer spill. We were notified. So let's clear that up right now. We were notified. And the utility and public works, whoever's involved in that, that's getting down in those trenches, I take my hats off to you, because that was a foul odor, and they did try to, whatever they put on it so it wouldn't be so polluted. You know, I take my hats off to those men, because that's a really hard and kind of dirty job. And thank you so much. And thank you for the people who we didn't even have to put any shovels to the sand to get. It was automatically given to us. And just all you have to do is have your trunk or whatever opened. And I want to thank Mr. McCray, Mr. Clark, Mr. Wallace, and all the men that were out there helping serve us, because it helped us. As far as this water's been for decades. You need to stop this for decades, way before Mr. Evans even came to be an employee here. He's doing his best. And there was a statement made by Mr. Brown, who came up and said, Mr. Lowe hired him. They worked in Boynton. He brought Mr. Brown here. And Miss Deirdre Jacobs said that she asked Mr. Lowe to hire Mr. Jackson, and he said no. He gave Mr. Lowe is the one that gave the job to Mr. Jackson. And there'll be a little bit more I have to say, but I thank you so much.
Board members, the last speaker is Mrs. Mary Graham.
Good evening, residents. Vote, vote, vote. I'm going to run something here tonight here. You know what the problem is? They are the problem. I'm going to look at Steve, and I'm going to look at you all. You all have had some gaps in your cooperation. You're the blame for this. You are the blame for this.
Too bad Miss Graham doesn't sit there because I would fire you. Every time when
Ms.
you have
Graham,
came
please address the
here
board.
to make your presentation here, it is always you had to go back and do this. You had to go back and do that. But you as a board too are responsible too because you hired them. You hired them. You hired them. So see, it's enough blame to go around here. But it's not where we've been at, but where we're going to go at. I need checks and balance on these peoples here. I need the checks and balance on these peoples here because they have played this city. And when they finished up with this job here, Miss Graham, in residence, you all were right. And Miss Graham were also right too. To tell all the communities that she served and go into exactly how you did this city here. It's your fault. It's your fault. And they should be held responsible and make them deliver on what they're trying to do here now. It's too late to jump the stream. So they put us in this pickle jar here. But we're going to put their backs up against the wall. It's time out for this. Yes, I would fire them in a heartbeat because that's what I do. Because see, I know, and I talked to you, Steve. I talked to him, and I told him that I was fed up with them. I was fed up with them stalling. I've been to workshop about this water. The membrane. I've got so much paperwork here containing to our utility district. And this is what you have done to this city here. Oh, but Miss Graham is going to do something to you. In July 2023 was the water rate increase here because this had to be done. We've done that. We did this before you board set up there so that we could move things and navigate things. So these things have to happen. You have to make this city move. But it's how we make it move here. And we make it move with the right people and in the right times. And we get the right people on board. I want you to stop lining up with all this buddy pack mess. Because this is what you do to this beautiful city here. So too bad Miss Graham doesn't sit in that seat there because you would be gone. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, did you want to address any public comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may, you're recognized. The incident that occurred on 20th Street and Avenue G was a sewer line that broke. It wasn't the city's potable water system, so it was a sewer line that broke, and crews were able to resolve that particular issue and then report the appropriate information to DEP concerning the spillage. So it wasn't potable water, it was sanitary sewer.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If we can go back into 4A presentations, I believe we're at U.S. Water.
Yes.
Thank you.
Try. That should be purchased. Yes, it is a packet. Correct.
No, it's not important. It's to report it. Okay. Report, okay. Yeah, and I'm going to address it from there.
Okay.
We'll have PowerPoint next. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Board, and City Administration. Appreciate you guys having me today. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for last week, last month. I'd like to kind of share something really quick on from the last meeting. After the last meeting, I had like a little epiphany. I got back to the condo, and I was sitting outside, and I was having an adult beverage, and I was wondering, okay, what kind of happened, right? Because I wasn't totally prepared. But it didn't. All of a sudden, it hit me. There were three people who I valued their opinion that told me, Mike, you need to go back and you look at the board meeting from the last month. I didn't because I was too busy. I was like, we got to get things done here. We got a lot to do. Another person came by and said, the first person was the city manager. The second person was the assistant city manager. Say, go back and look, to see the last meeting. And then it was my boss. He said, Mike, you need to go back and look at the last meeting. But because we had just gotten here and I was so busy, I was like, I just don't have time. I mean, we got to get this done, got to get this prepared. And then it hit me that the reason why they told me I needed to go back and look at the board meeting in order to be prepared. So with that being said, I want to first thank you, right, for helping me to get better prepared. At least I think so. And then secondly, I apologize for not being as prepared as a professional should be. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start my presentation. Actually, I don't have the presentation, which I do apologize for, but we will have it for next month. What I am going to use is the report that we put together on a weekly basis, and it's been compiled for this monthly report. So if you can bear with me, I'll go through that. So when you look at this, I'm going to try to expand this because this is just too small. And I do apologize to you all in the audience as well. But we'll get it right next time. I'll have a presentation for you next time. But anyway, as you can look at the note, the first note I put in there is basically kind of to give you guys a general idea of how we're going to approach this project. We're looking at from the very beginning, from the wellhead all the way through the treatment process to the distribution system and to the taps. So this is how I basically set up this particular presentation, and we're going to start in that fashion. So the last time I was here, I was asked the question, well, what exactly is our responsibility? So I went back to the proposal, and I wanted to make sure that not only the board, but the citizens of Riviera Beach also are aware what we're here to do. And just to kind of paraphrase what I have here right now, as you can see, the first thing we wanted to do is basically like do an assessment over the overall operational capabilities and reliabilities of the district. We also wanted to look at the water quality because we've heard, we've seen, and we've heard and seen again and again and again about the water quality. We also wanted to check out the maintenance. Having been here back in 2016, we had a general idea of what it looked like back then. And so we had a general idea when we came back after walking through that, there was some maintenance issues that really needed to be addressed in order to improve the water quality of that you have here in the city. And also we want to look at the guidance, the compliance, as well as we took a look at the personnel as well. basically looking at each particular division within the district, what the capabilities, or not capability, what the licensure of those particular individuals, and also given the fact that you have a multi-generational staff, to see how to be able to communicate those things that need to be done in a way that everybody can get it and everybody understands. So, so that basically kind of ties up what our objective is with regard to this this project. Just going to quickly go through the administrative part here. Is basically from the administrative standpoint, what I would, as you can see, I wanted to look at one, the plant in and of itself, as well as the distribution system from a safety standpoint. That's always number one, job number one in utility, whatever we do. So we did meet with the safety officials, and we had planned to actually do a walkthrough of the plant, of the distribution system, but because of the hurricanes, we had to postpone that. But we will be doing that, and we will be doing that soon. Also, as you can see, with regards to the hurricane, we did have an issue with the generator that is currently on site. When there was an actual power outage, and due to that power outage, you know, the generator typically automatically comes on. In this particular case, it did come on. However, we only had 50% power, so capacity. So there was some nervousness, but we were able to actually get a rental in, and the generator that we had on site was able to actually power all of the facility until FPL came back and got the power back up. So we were good. But that was a critical piece of equipment, and currently, I'll get to that a little bit later, but we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. A second question that came up in the last meeting was training. We will do the training. As a matter of fact, we have one of our colleagues here who actually teaches at the University of Florida TRIO Center with regards to a number of the different categories. So,
And I apologize, I don't mean to cut you off, but if we could just get to the highlights, because we do have another meeting to get to, and we do have some ordinance we have to get to before the time frame. So if we can't get to the highlights of what we're going to go through, addressing the concerns from last month and just getting right to the points.
Okay,
Thank you,
I
sir.
shall do that.
Thank you.
So with regards to the training, we do have the capability and the capacity to provide the training. With regards to certain areas that we think that, we have assessed that we need to concentrate on, we got the lab procedures, we have the sampling procedures, the RD Slacker operation, Slaker, the CO2 system operation, as well as general maintenance, standard operating procedures, distribution practices and procedures, and also the auto flusher operation and maintenance.
So for those trainings, are you going to be implementing that training with our current staff?
Yes.
And what does that time frame look like?
We don't have a time frame just yet because we're still trying to assess if there's other areas in our that we actually need to concentrate on. However, we did have a brief session on laboratory training last month, and our plan is to actually see exactly what is needed in each particular area because we're looking at the operations from the distribution, from the water plant operation, and laboratory and the compliance. So we're trying to see, one, what is the need, and then number two, try to get all of the resources in order to be able to achieve that.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Mayor.
Going back to I asked this question to Mr. Evans, the Slakers, are they up and running?
The Slakers are operational. We have there's one part on one of the Slakers, the HMI pad that actually went out. However, the system can be run manually. We've already made contact with the RDP reps, and they will be coming down. We just haven't got the set date for it. But it does not prevent the Slakers from being operated.
So, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mayor.
So are they operating or not? Because I think you said in
They are
30 days-
operational.
So they're operating.
They are operational. There's a pad
Okay.
what you can that you use in order to be able to access and it just makes it easier. And typically, you can use that from your SCADA system. However, that particular pad, the HMI pad, is not operational, it's not working, and we need to get that functioning.
So are we
in order
seeing a
to use
difference in the
SCADA.
water?
I'm sorry?
Is there a difference in the water now?
Is it?
I
There's
mean,
not a difference. There's not a difference in the water right now because of the fact that that's just one part of all the components that you need in order to make sure that the water
Okay,
reaches.
let me go back to your statement a moment ago. We will see a difference because those slakers were up and running. We will see coloration difference, right?
That would exactly. That's part of the whole process. But you also have the CO2 system that we're working with as well, and you also have some of the filters as far as some possibly breakthrough of the filters that may cause it. So there's a number of different areas that need to be repaired before we can get to a point where we feel like we can definitely help with in far as improving the water quality.
Thanks.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about the wells real quick.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Councilperson Spears.
So I believe at the last meeting, when you spoke, you told us when the slakers or the water softener was installed, we were going to see a big difference within 30 days of the color of the water, as the mayor said, and other properties in the water. So you're telling us now because the keypad or whatever it is that you're using to operate this isn't working, I guess it has to be done manually right now? Is anybody doing it manually?
No, if I made that comment, I misspoke with just that one piece of equipment. You have the RD slakers that had to be actually commissioned, right? You got the CO2 system that's still, the CO2 system is functional. However, there's some redesign that has to be made in order for it to work properly. And that is being worked on as it is. And you also have the analyzers on all of these equipment, not all, but on the majority of the equipment that has to be either replaced or properly calibrated. So when I say we can help to improve the water quality, I'm still confident, and I know we can. But when you have so many different pieces of components in the system that are not working properly, it's going to have some type of impact to the water quality. So what I'm saying tonight at this point, one, the water quality that you have meets the federal standards. It's granted, aesthetically, it's not exactly what you want, but it does meet the federal standards. And we still believe, we believe it strongly, as we get these systems back up, that we will be able to manage those water quality issues that we currently have.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
And again, no disrespect. And you start out by saying you were told to go back and look at last month's meeting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, when you say something and we get the residents are our boss, right? You made a statement that we would see a difference in 30 days. Wait, let me finish. Go back and look at the recording. Because you say you found these slakers that had not been put in, y'all put them in, we would see a big difference in watercolor and all that. Now we're hearing 10 different things got to take place. So you just 10 different things got to take place for us to start saying that. It's a statement that you made. So I'm just saying, when you come up, be really careful when you say something, because the residents are going to depend on what you're saying. And so that's just my issue with it.
I understand and I appreciate that. And if I did misspeak, I do apologize. But again, when you look at water treatment process, it takes all of these components in order to reach the level, the quality level of water that you need. And with that being said, there are a number of areas that we're still assessing and we're still working on currently. There's been some of the work has been hampered by the hurricanes because of either we can't get the parts in or we've had some of our own people impacted by the hurricane. But back
Chair?
to you, sir. I do apologize, and I will be careful as to what I say and how I say it in the future.
Just a moment. You done, Mr. Mayor? Board Member Spiritus?
You know, you keep mentioning the hurricane. The hurricane was a few days. You've been working here for a while now. Please don't use that as an excuse. You know, you have a 6-month contract for 1.2 million. You told us you were going to do a lot of things. We expect to see that happen. Right now, we were all basing comments that you made. We were giving hope to people that things were going to happen in a certain time period. It's not going to happen, obviously. When is it going to happen? We're going to hold you to this. When is this going to happen? When are we going to see a difference? Otherwise, quite frankly, I would recommend hiring someone else to do your job.
Well, sir, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to go through the report, because as we go through the report, you will see the extent of the areas of need. I had been here about 2 weeks at that time, and there's no excuse, and we're not using even the hurricane. When I talk about the hurricane, I'm speaking of equipment in particular that we were trying to get, that some, like with the RDP, those reps, they could not make it down here because of that. Like with the CO2 system, we had reps to come down to review the entire, we wanted them to review the entire system and also to give training. They could not make it during that particular time. So when I mentioned the hurricane, that was the reason that I meant. But again, if we were to go through the whole this report, you will see the extent of maintenance that's needed that will help to improve the water quality. So just to kind of get through this a little quickly, I know people have been here quite a while, and I don't want to keep them any longer. With the wells, we did a review of the Western wells. So and you can see this in the report. There's some. We have to collaborate with Global Tech just to make sure that there's no duplication of effort. We are doing our own assessment, but it's not necessarily looking at, let's say, the interior or the pipes. We're just doing a quick review of them, and we put that information in this document. We've only looked at the wells on the west side, but we will get to the wells on the east side. From the wells, with regards to the generator, again, the generator that we currently have, that the district currently have, that has to be replaced. And I found out that this would be the second time it's been replaced. And during the day before Milton came in, we actually lost power again, but we did have the generator in hand. So we are just recommending that with the next generator, that one, it not necessarily come from abroad, and that there's some good manufacturers here where we think that some of these, whether it's Cummins or Caterpillar, could do the same job, and you have maintenance support that's quick.
Sir, can you remind me of your name?
My name is Michael Miller.
Mr. Miller, this generator is the same generator that sits on the trailer that we've only had for a couple years, not even 2 years?
That's correct.
That mysteriously we had issues with cables that kind of disappeared.
I'm not familiar with that. The cable
I
disappeared.
just don't understand, how do we spend this kind of money on generators that's not even suitable for our type of operations? And I'm sure that was well over $700,000.
I don't know what the cost is, but it's a critical part of the water treatment facility, and you would want to have something that's a bit more reliable, in my opinion.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may. Once I went over to the district, that was one of the first things that staff communicated to me, the concerns that they had with respect to the generators. I did have subsequent conversations with the JV team, and they also had some concerns with respect to the generators. We have staff doing some research to invariably look to return the generators and buy an American-made product. Even our electrician at the utility district has some concerns about his ability to work on the generator. So we'll keep the board attuned to what's going on, but invariably what we want to do is look to return that piece of equipment and buy an American-made product for the water treatment plant, or possibly, if we have to keep that piece of equipment,
redeploy it at another facility that's more used in the event of, whether it's a recreation center or the like. But for the reliability that's needed at the plant, that's just not a suitable product.
Mr. Evans, would purchasing that because it's of a backup in nature be eligible for funds out of the major disaster fund?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Evans.
That would be an eligible expense out of the major disaster fund. You may have a situation whereby, and then that's a question for both finance and legal, about commingling that money, because that's on the city side versus on the utility district side. But that could be that would be a justifiable expenditure.
I think if the city purchased it, there's also the option of more or less doing a lease. I mean, the UD leasing it from the city, but certainly, I mean, I just don't understand how we have these meetings and not to point the finger at anybody, but we're presented with recommendations that we need this type of equipment and the board. And I don't understand the notion that items are put before us and we don't agree to it. Simply as of Mr. Lowe during the summer, what has you ever asked the board for that we didn't provide? And quite frankly, if you think that we're water experts, we're not. I mean, almost like we probably can go and do anything after we leave here because we're expected to know traffic, criminal justice, social issues, trash, refuse. I mean, water distribution. I mean, this is surprising to have a generator that doesn't even fit our needs after it was put forth to us that this was necessary as a backup for our water plant. So it's a little disappointing that it didn't even last 2 years. So I certainly hope we can get something in place, Mr. Evans, because we don't need to be down, especially if we already had one of our tanks already down. Have we ever gotten that back online?
Mr. Chair, if you may repeat the question.
One of the, I passed Obama Highway and I noticed that we had a vac truck draining one of our mixing containers.
Mr. Chair, if I may, that's one of our softeners, and that's one of the items that U.S. Water is helping us to get back online. So that is one of the things that we're looking to address.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, if I may, sir, to follow up on that, that was actually the cleaning of the one of the basins, lime softener basin. Next, going to SCADA, and for those who are not familiar, SCADA is supervisory control and data acquisition. There you go. So that's what SCADA, and basically it's the like the main center for the operator to keep track and to see all of the treatment processes that are going on within the system, as well as within the distribution system. And also, they also follow the collection system as well. With that, there's plans in process to refurbish that entire SCADA system, or basically replace it, from my understanding. And so I won't spend too much time on that. And that's actually going to be done, from my understanding, by McKim & Creed and CC Controls. So, with regards to the laboratory, when I talk about the laboratory, we're talking about the process laboratory at the plant in and of itself. We did find a number of issues, but these are things that can be readily addressed with training. And that's where we're going to spend a lot of the training. But I won't go through all of the items that we have here, but I would think one of the main areas that we need to, and I want to think the compliance area for this, the compliance division, is the SOPs, helping with the SOPs and just basically getting that set up a little bit better as far as the process, and to ensure that the data is being recorded properly and accurately. The next item was the lime softeners. We spoke a little bit about that as far as one of the basins being cleaned. We replaced one of the motors and gearbox on basin number 2. And that, as soon as that was on our initial walkthrough. And now that we've had that replaced, you can just see that there's a much more efficiency with regards to the basin number 2, mixer number 2. And I do have a number of different items here that we're still working on after the assessment, and we'll continue to work on as we get some of the parts in, such as item number 3, we need diaphragms that we're just waiting on. And as soon as we get these different parts in, we think we can have the basin, at least number 2 and number 3. We think we can have that in pretty good shape and be able to help our issue with the water quality. Next is the RDP system. We spoke on that a few minutes ago. It is operational. We do have one part, as I spoke about before, the HMI pad that needs to be replaced, but otherwise it can be operated manually. And we know I know a couple of the operators that were actually trained when those reps were here. CO2 system, same thing. We are looking at some redesign, and we're in contact with the engineer from Tomco, and we hopefully, I don't have a time for that as far as exactly when those parts will come in or when those reps will be available, but it will be probably in mid-November, and I'll follow back up on that. Air strippers, we need to clean the air strippers, and the plant manager, we're working with him to get that done. Filters, again, 5 and 6 are out, but we have a number of items related to the filters that need to be addressed in order to make sure that the filters work properly. And I mentioned earlier, even with some of the breakthrough that you may have could contribute to the water quality issues that the residents have been seeing. Nothing on the clear well. High service pumps. We only have 3 of the 7 high service pumps working, operating. We did an evaluation, and we actually were able to contact another vendor in order to be able to help to get some of the old motors that were in this, I guess, the stockyard, if you will, and to be able to recondition those motors. And what the plan is to be able to retrofit the pumps that are not working with VFD motors. So again, we're waiting for a quote on that, and when we get the quote, then we plan to actually input. But basically, right now, we only have 3 high service pumps operational, so we are pushing to get another one up, another high service pump working, because having only 3, that could really impact us if we lose one as far as the water capacity. And then we have distribution. Sean Tyler here with me. He's our distribution manager. And as far as the distribution is concerned, I'm happy to report that on Singer Island that we're getting consistent residuals within the parameters. Also in Caribbean, in Park, although we are looking at some modifications with some of the auto flushers that we've been installing in various areas or have been installed that need probably to be replaced.
I just want to clarify, Caribbean Villas and Gramercy Park, is that what you were referring to?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Then compliance. When we were here in 2016, we recommended a compliance division. And I must say that the compliance, I am really happy with the compliance division as far as the talent and the skills that the manager has. I think it could be very, very helpful with her knowledge and background when it comes to the regulations. However, I think that overall, bringing compliance and all of the other divisions together to make sure that everybody's on the same page will make a big difference in making sure that we're on top of our responsibilities when it comes to just water treatment and the distribution system and collection. But having a compliance officer and having someone having that kind of talent is really going to be beneficial, I think, to the district. And finally, we're looking at getting critical parts. and
Councilwoman,
that's-
Board Member Lanier, you're recognized.
Let me ask this question. Is the water safe to drink now?
The water is safe to drink now.
You were saying something earlier about the federal requirements and about the color. You said something about it met federal requirements, but the look of it.
Yes, when it comes to color, that's a secondary contaminant as the statutes have it, and there's a certain parameters that you have to have be within with regards to the color. And I think currently we're like at a 10, and with the maximum being at 15. So outside of the color, everything else, and even the color, is still within federal regs.
Okay.
So that completes my presentation, my report of at this particular time. And if there's any other questions, I'd be more than happy to take them.
There's no questions? Thank you so much for your presentation, sir. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Board Member McCoy?
Thank you. Not a question of Mr. Miller, but Ms. Evans, I think we certainly appreciate having these presentations and updates, but there's no practical or possible way that we can do this every month we're already approaching almost 5 hours. And certainly, my concern is getting the information, but perhaps not in this kind of venue. That's why I emphasized earlier that, this whole situation where we discovered that there was a lot of missteps that occurred, or I wouldn't even call it missteps, but unfortunate events that occurred, that we have someone representing our interests, and even hearing that we don't even have anyone independent outside of, in one situation, Mr. Armstrong, who I just learned today we're dealing with another issue where a project hasn't gotten cleared from utilities for water consumption, but yet we're going to ask him to work on something specialized as, resolving well issues. There's no practical way, and I just couldn't understand why we've already had this whole experience in 2017. Now we're back here again. I'm sorry, not 17, 2016, and we're back here again. And I just was kind of astonished that the scope of Brown and Caldwell is so limited in nature that they're not even reviewing the pay applications for the JV team, and that's why I'm ready to put forth an option for us to go with the proposal that we received from PSA, because this shouldn't occur in this kind of fashion. This is the second meeting that we've had updates, and members, I think we have to point the finger to ourselves. We did ask that we be provided this information on the regular, but I didn't expect that, it'd be this long. So there has to be a better way. Now, I'll speak to this later, but I was out of the country, and I know for certain we didn't get the city council agenda until Friday late, and that's me checking my emails. So there has to be a better process, and this shouldn't be a whole entire month's worth of work crammed into what we usually set forth as 30-minute meetings is now almost approaching 5 hours. So, Mr. Evans, can you give us some sort of
Mr. Chair,
recommendation?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
When we originally had the discussion with the board and the board saying its desire to get updated, we thought that we would be able to synthesize this information in a format that the board can get that information, and then we can subsequently move on to the city council agenda. But being that the board is being brought up to speed over a number of years and the complexity of this, what staff's recommendation would be is to provide you with probably reports every 2 weeks in a written format, and then a situation whereby we can facilitate individual meetings with you, and then if necessary, and if the board desires, the meetings that we have at the utility district are in fact just a culmination of the discussions that we have, because obviously as we continue to get in greater detail concerning the water treatment plant, we can certainly expect the meetings to go longer. And I know it's the board's desire not to have additional meetings if not necessary, but we can look to do it in that format. And if the board thinks that that format is successful, then we can keep that. Or if the board has another alternative, we can certainly entertain that so you can get the information so you're up to speed.
Board Member McQuay, you complete?
Thank you.
Board Member Lanier, you're recognized.
Yeah, the meetings, I mean, we consider this water to be very serious. We have talked about that, we have stated that, and we know that there's a lot that is going to go into the current water plant and the new water plant. The utility district meeting needs to be by itself, like on a day by itself, because there's a lot of information that needs to be not just given to us, but to the public. So when we have a meeting of this sort, it'll be on its own separate day so that the public can be informed as well as the board. And I understand about, another meeting, but we're gonna have to do that to be able to keep the public informed and also to be transparent and to get them to trust the process. But if they don't know what it is, they don't know what it looks like, they don't know that these are the steps that need to be taken to get it done, then we get a lot of misinformation. So we're gonna have to have our utility district meetings on its own separate day.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
What I can do is I can give you all a call and find out exactly what some of your recommendations, unless you want to provide them now. And then from there, staff can then, facilitate, modifications to the schedule if that's the board's desire to have a meeting on another date, or even a situation where there's a meeting once a month that is separate and apart from the utility district meeting. So this meeting would just be able to be for routine items. And then you'd also have at least another meeting that's more of a workshop where it's the discussion with the board and your respective consultants with regards to the water treatment plant or the wells and the like. So it really is what the pleasure of the board is, and staff can make the appropriate accommodations.
Sure.
You're recognized. Dr. Spears.
Yeah, I just want to try and get something straight in my head, and hopefully we'll all understand where we are. Is Mr. Sherman going to come back to us with a proposed bond and a resolution authorizing that bond to do the 8 wells that need to be done? Or are we going to work with the money that we have for the 4 wells and authorize that immediately, and then bond for the additional 4 wells and get that going? I think we have to get that straight right now before we leave today, because that's probably the most important issue that we're discussing here tonight.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
My recommendation would be the latter, that we move forward with the 4 wells immediately, and then concurrently, while those wells are moving forward, then we're bringing back the appropriate financial tool to accommodate moving forward with all 8 wells.
So is Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So is that going to be a bond that we're going to do for the additional, a short-term bond until we come up with other funding sources for the additional 4 wells?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, Mr. Evans.
That would be something that I would defer to Mr. Sherman to find what's the most appropriate financial tool that makes sense for us to get the $40 million to move forward with the well. So if it is a bond, that would be the tool to effectively do that. But we definitely want to move on that GMP for the 4 wells sooner rather than later to start the construction related activities, and then bring whatever tool is necessary to be able to not have a gap or a lapse when the drill rigs are on site, because that would be another adverse impact and would delay and cost the city, substantially amount if we had to delay the project. So whatever we can do to bring it to a resolution the quickest will be the recommendation that staff brings forward.
Right, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So what does this board have to do right now, technically, to get those 4 wells under construction right now?
Mr. Chair, if I may, we would like to bring forward the GMP for those 4 wells, and that should hopefully be, and I would have to have a discussion with Brown and Caldwell and also the JV team to find out where they are with respect to having that resolved, and then we can, by virtue of doing that, then we can authorize that and move that item forward. So that may be something that, you know, if we can piggyback on the back of a CRA meeting or even a special meeting to authorize that, that's something that I'll have the discussion with the team tomorrow and then provide the board with what recommendations as to how I can get it in front of you as soon as possible.
Sure.
You recognize?
So I agree with you, Mr. Evans. Mobilization, if you have to pay twice for it, doesn't make any sense. So if we can get the other 4 wells ready to go at the same time, that would be great. Thank you.
Additional comments from the board? All right, moving on. Resolution 7A.
Mr. Chair, we are on, excuse me, item 7A. A resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the water supply facilities work plan prepared by Brown and Caldwell and coordinated with the South Florida Water Management District and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Motion to adopt resolution?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the utility district engineer, Mr. John Armstrong, to make this brief presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Stevens, can you pull up the presentation, please? Good evening, Mr. Chair, fellow board members, Honorable Mayor Felder, City Manager Evans, District Attorney, District Clerk, and District Finance Director. My name is John Armstrong, Cedar Beach Utility District Engineer. This agenda item is for a board's consideration to approve the water supply facilities work plan amendment. The plan was prepared by Brown and Caldwell, and it basically there's basically 4 items there on the what we'll be talking about, and the 5th one is predominantly the main item. That one there is the work plan projects. And basically the reason for this, it's got all the regulatory requirements we have to do periodically and such, but the main focus on this is to be consistent with the water treatment plant most important project. So all right, so you know, local governments must adopt a work plan for at least a 10-year period, and that's in Florida Statute Section 163.3177(6), the Florida statutes, and also update the comprehensive plan within 18 months after water supply plan approval, which is the same section of the statutes. It requires that. The last month, the South Florida Water Management District approved the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan Amendment, and that is based on input that we provided to the South Florida Water Management District with the water use permit that was issued earlier this year. The date was February 15th that permit was issued. That was, the board asked the specific date earlier. I thought it was February. It was February 15th earlier this year. We're required to revise the work plan every 5 years, and that's in the same Florida statute that I just mentioned. And the comp plan is to include, we're also, a comprehensive plan is to include the work plan and required to be adopted by the city council. So one of the reasons is you know, it's consistent with the project, and there's potential. South Florida Water Management District issues grants for alternative water supply projects. And what is an alternative water supply? Initially, they like reclaim water from a domestic wastewater treatment plant was what they considered an alternative water supply instead of using drinking water. And they added stormwater, and subsequently they've added, if you use brackish water, like the Florida Aquifer, which is the plan, what the city's planning to move forward with. So they're also, they don't really, I looked on their website, they really don't have that much money that they provide in grants, but they also get involved in the state revolving fund. You know, I drafted a resolution that the board approved for a loan, $100,000 to prepare the application. And so that was approved. We have an agreement, entered an agreement with the DEP on $100,000 loan just to prepare the application. It's 100% forgiveness on the principal. And CDM Smith currently is working on the facilities plan. And there's
Chair.
You recognize?
So, Mr. Armstrong, the $100,000, is this from the state revolving loan program?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so have you asked them about the 10% grant portion on the loan?
The loan, the only thing I know is it's 100% of the principal is forgiveness, so we just have to pay the interest.
But they usually can give up to 10% as an actual grant on the principal. They have that option, so you might want to speak to them and ask about that.
I'll check into it, get back with you on that. That was, the board approved that a year ago. It was October last year.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
Mr. Armstrong. So you're writing grants too? You're submitting grants?
I get involved. We have 8 grants in the utility district that I'm managing right now. So, you know, when they submit the grant to us for review, I comment, make sure it's consistent what we want to do, and I've asked them to. Sometimes they put some deliverables that we need to do, and I talk them into taking some of that out, and so yes, sir.
Okay, is that it? So are is that the end of the presentation, Mr. Chair?
Let me move on. I'll try and go quickly. On the water supply plan,
okay.
This goes through some primary benefits of what the work plan is. It's basically the 2 things that Water Management District want in the water supply plan. One is they try to pursue, it's not on the slide, but is us to use an alternative water to the fresh water, and then also water conservation. This is just our service area. I believe you're all familiar with that. And this is like in population projections to establish flow projections. You go through population projections, and it's based on the county traffic analysis zones and such. All right, this is the flow projections up to 2055, and the water use permit is 13.22 MGD annual average. So, all right, so this is basically the big change with the water supply plan. Currently, the supply plan is using the official aquifer. And because the plant, we have a lime softening plant, and we're planning on going with a membrane process, we're going to lose 15% of the water, a potable water byproduct. And so blue is the superficial water use, and the orange is from the Floridan. Let's see. All right, so a lot of things that they want on the water conservation plan elements. These are the things that will be taken to council later on to change the comp plan with respect to water conservation. A lot of this we're already doing. Water conservation public education program, where, we have it on our website, the lobby, provide public presentations. The outdoor water use conservation program, we already have things already codified in the City of Reed Beach Code of Ordinances. Lawn water restrictions are Chapter 20. Florida-friendly landscaping is in Chapter 31. Rain sensors requirements are in Chapter 20. And so that's the update, the comp plan include that. Water conservation rate structure, we already have a water conservation rate structure. And what that is if the customers use a lot more water, they have to pay more for the per gallon of the water. So people, if they want to have the green lawns, they're going to pay extra than a customer that, has a smaller lot and just doesn't use a lot of water. So perhaps people on the island may be paying more. Indoor water conservation program, we provide.
So I'm sorry, why
Yes,
would
sir.
the people on the island be paying more?
If they want to water the grass a lot.
Oh, so that wouldn't be applicable to the folks over on the mainland?
Well, one of the things in.
No, but
I-
specifically, I'm just curious.
Well, let
Is-
me
is
just
there-
say what I know, sir.
Okay.
I don't mean to. On the island, they use a huge amount of water at night, and that's irrigation. And so the water storage tank in the morning is empty out there on the island, North Seagull Island. So they do irrigate more than most other customers. So.
Okay.
All right.
I just find that particularly interesting since they represent probably less than 20% of the overall entire city, and they have more water consumption than the entire city, is what you're saying to me, Mr. Armstrong?
They do a lot of irrigation on the island for the people that own homes.
Okay. I
Mr.
know
Chair?
there's a lot of gated communities over in the western parts of the city and even a golf course. And I just find that very interesting and pretty ironic that you would suggest that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
All right, so you're not suggesting that you're going to charge a different rate
That's exactly what he did.
to the,
Well,
because
I
if
mean-
you are, I'm going to tell you right now, you better start thinking about other ways. Maybe you ought to build another storage tank. Because I do want to remind you that the people on the island pay 53% of the taxes in this city. And if they don't use that water, by the way, your cost would be tremendously higher. These people are paying minimum fees even when they're not there. So please take that into consideration.
Okay, is that the end of the presentation?
Let me try and rephrase what we currently have a water conservation rate structure, and that is what the South Florida Water Management District wants us to do, and that is to encourage conservation. So everyone has the base rate they pay, and then when they use in a certain other range, the rate goes up per gallon, and then if they use more, each customer uses more per gallon. So if they got a lot of leaky pipes and they don't want to, if they use a lot more water, they let when they brush their teeth, they let the water run, they're going to be paying for it. So the whole thing here,
Mr. Chair?
I like to be fair to all our customers, so that's.
You recognize Dr. Spears.
So are you suggesting that we're going to change the rate based on usage to everybody in the city, like Coca-Cola, who uses a tremendous amount of water?
Well, I'll let Mr. Finance Director address that if you want, but what I'm saying is we currently have a water conservation rate structure, and the plan is to continue to do that.
Mr. Chair, I love to hear that question answered about Pepsi and Coca-Cola from Randy Sherman, if that's who he's.
Good evening again. The way the rates are currently structured, and this goes back to 2015 when these rates were adopted, it's intended to have everyone pay the same amount across the board per thousand. So if you have a higher meter, you pay, you're using more water, but you're paying a larger meter rate. Where again, the residential is paying a lower meter rate, and it's supposed to level it off. Obviously, depending on volume, it will throw it off a little bit. I don't know where the new rate structure is. Again, the rate consultants are still looking at that, and they were trying to figure out a way to, put in more of a lifeline type rate for the residential customers. But Mr. Armstrong is right. The more water you use, the higher your rates are going to be. To try to get you to, to reduce the actual water usage. But the intent again is to even it off so everyone is in essence paying that same rate per thousand.
So a Pepsi and a Coke will be up under the same procedure, which I know they're going to use more water than.
Yeah, they are, and again, because they're using the larger meters, they're paying more for the, for certain fees, for the meter fees, which then balances off against the fact that they're using that more water. And again, it's supposed to level it off. And I'm sure there's a point, where you're paying a little bit more or a little bit less. But yeah, the larger users, the FPLs, the cruise line Pepsis, all those are in essence paying that same structure.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spear is recognized.
Okay, so Mr. Sherman, I mean, you do realize, of course, a condominium is considered a commercial property, correct?
We have a multifamily rate type, yes.
Right, so they share one meter. You can have one building that has 100 units, they're sharing one meter. But if they were individuals, they'd be paying a lower rate. But because they're sharing one meter, they're going to be paying a higher rate.
They pay I'll just say their base rate is based on the number of units in the complex. And then again, they pay the same, I'll say a 10-inch meter, whether it's at the condos or it's at a, Pepsi, they're paying that same rate on those meters. But to your point, it probably, again, it's all going to depend on how much water they use and how much irrigation they have versus what 300 residential properties would do for irrigation.
Right, but if they were individual properties, they'd be paying a lower rate because they'd have different meters and it'd be individual. But you're going to change the rate because they're using more water, but it's the same people. It's the same thing. If they were individuals, it'd be a lower rate.
No,
So
again,
I think you got to think of the condos in a different category than you would a Pepsi or a Coke.
What we do, and again, we do have a multifamily, and again, it does account for, because again, their rates are based on the number of residential units that are in each complex. And I know your point. I obviously don't have those numbers here, but that is the intent. Is their rates are adjusted, so again, it should be very close to the equivalent of that same number of single-family residential rates. That was the intent back in 2015 when they, devised the structure of the rates.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
You reckon this?
I would just like to see something in writing with these rates.
Okay.
Something that we could review. Because you do recognize the more water that you need a certain amount of water in order to pay your bills for the district. So you don't want to hurt the people that are helping you pay for the district.
Yeah, understood. We certainly understand that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, are we ready to vote on the work plan?
What a plan?
Work plan.
A work plan.
Yes, sir. Yes, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Board Member Lanier. Vice Chair McCoy.
Yes.
Board Member Miller Anderson.
Yeah.
Board Member Spiritus. Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. And Mr. Armstrong, thank you so much for the presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, we have to adjourn, we have to recess this meeting, call our regular council meeting to order, extend it, and come back to utility district. So we're going to recess the meeting, call the regular council meeting to order so that we can extend it. I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting. The time is 9:46 p.m. The date is October 16th. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson. Chair Pro Tem Chadwick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Kashaba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier. Councilperson Glenn Spiritus. City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullough is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. If I have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chair McCoy. I'm sorry, Pro Tem McCoy. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any additions, deletions, substitutions?
None from staff, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. From the board? Disclosures? Motion to adopt?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to extend?
So move.
Second.
Is it time limited? Or to the end of the agenda?
Till we receive less than the quorum.
Okay. Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier. Chair Pro Tem McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus. Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, we're going to recess this meeting at 9:48 p.m. Call back to order the utility district meeting. The time is 9:48 p.m.
When you and that gavel,
I'm
Mr. Chair.
having fun. I'm having fun. I got to stay up. Mr. Evans, we're on 8A.
Yes, Mr. Chair. At this time, if I can have Dr. Philip Harris to bring the board up to speed with regards to a community change grant that the City of Riviera Beach, specifically the utility district, staff is recommending the opportunity to pursue this grant. Dr. Harris?
Sorry, Mr. Evans, I think we're actually on the state revolving application was 8A.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
My
And then
apologies.
8B is the grant. Thank you, Dr. Harris. Thank you, Mr. Evans. State revolving application brought to the board by Dr. Spiritus, 8A? 8A, state revolving application.
Yes.
You asked to add to the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion. Well, I just want to get this clear first from Mr. Evans. Is Brown and Caldwell going to prepare the application for the state revolving loan program? Is that what you have? Because I thought you said that during the meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
I believe that CDM Smith is actually working with Brown and Caldwell to put that information, and they can probably provide some greater specificity on that.
Are we going to need a motion to move this forward? And you're telling me now we're gonna meet a December deadline. October's out the window, August and October are gone. So now we're looking for December.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
meaning we're going for December. Do we need a motion to authorize them to do this work?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
I would like for the board to take official action on that. Yes. It's been
Mr.
authorized
Chair.
by staff, but I think having the board reaffirm it just allows for it to move that much quicker.
Okay, so I make that motion. That we,
Mr. Chair.
Brown and Caldwell, and who's gonna be part of the team? Is it gonna be the full JV? Who's gonna be part of the team, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
it would be Brown and Caldwell as well as CDM Smith Haskell that will be the groups that will be facilitating the submission of the application and with staff. Also, one of the things that to ask the board for direction, is it something that once we have the application complete, do you want to authorize the manager to submit the application, or does the board want it to come back before you for review?
Mr. Chair, point of order,
You recognize?
can we typically get some sort of presentation on this, on the item before we start jumping into a motion? I don't even know, what are we doing? What are we even talking about?
I was going to ask that because
Please do a presentation, explain what he's talking about before a motion is put forth.
thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson. I believe Dr. Spears is asking for a motion on the revolving application, but I'm not sure.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Okay, so what this is the state revolving loan program. If we don't submit this application and get it ready and get it submitted, we will not be eligible for other federal funding and other state funding. This application must be submitted for us to be in that position to get the other funding resources. So we've discussed this before. I've been up here for close to 7 years now asking about the state revolving loan program for the water. We can get a substantial amount of money from the state. It's usually around 2% interest. They will go up to 10% grant based on our median income in the city. And we have to get this application in as quick as possible. Otherwise, we're not going to be eligible for other funding. So right now, I want to get that motion done so we can get someone on board. But Mr. Evans, do we have a proposal from the joint venture? What's going to cost us to put this application together?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Real briefly, and then I'll ask for the team to come up and share a little bit more specificity on the state revolving loan fund. Is one of the things that we talked about with the water treatment plant is the capital stack. And so we're going to have to look at a variety of funding associated with this. And with the state revolving loan, you can get anywhere between $20 to $40 million with roughly about, and we asked the question that $10 million of that could possibly be converted into a grant that the city doesn't have to pay back. And invariably what cities do is they stack that with WIFIA, SRF, and then bond proceeds to help facilitate funding some of those particular projects. So it was something that we already contemplated as part of moving forward with the water treatment plant. I would turn it over to the JV team. They may be able to provide more specificity on what the costs would be associated with that application. But I know that we've had some conversations, and the team has started putting together some of the research for the purposes of submission. So,
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So Suzanne Meckler is running point from the JV on that. She's not here with us today. She would be best to answer that question for you. So I would like to get back to you with that answer because I know that there's been considerable effort to get you that answer. I just don't have that with me.
thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
We can certainly look to authorize moving forward. And then once I do find the amount, that can be something that I get codified from the board at your next meeting, but have the application ready to go. And if we do look to have a meeting in advance to authorize the GMP for the 4 wells, that can be another item that's on the agenda for the authorization.
So, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So I don't see any reason to do a motion today. I think that we could just give you direction to move forward and have an emergency meeting if necessary, because once again, you mentioned all the programs that exist, but unless we apply for this program, we're not eligible for the other programs. So we must get this done as quick as we can. And this is an emergency.
And to piggyback on, thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson, for requesting the presentation. I think the concern we have is that this is an item we've spoke about for a number of years, actually. I remember going on trips and myself and I believe Ms. Jacobs were there, and we talked about the state revolving fund. So what are the holdups for submitting the application, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
It would be specific to the project, getting the project, the GMP, close to, as in essence, shovel-ready as possible to where they can submit or where they can take the documents and move forward. So I think we'll be in a good position to be able to receive favorable response as it relates to that.
And with a full presentation, we wouldn't be sure as to what we would need to submit. So that's where I think that we're at this position now. I think Dr. Spiritus realizes we have our GMPs now for a few, and he wants to get it in. So that's why he's asking for the approval from the board. So if we can bring this at the next meeting as quickly as possible so that we can, if you need a motion from the board, but I agree with Dr. Spiritus. If we can just give consent to move forward, then we can move forward with the state application, state revolving fund. Okay with that? Consensus? Okay. Board Member McCoy, any questions about the state revolving? No? Thank you, sir. Board Member Lanier?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson?
No, I just wanted to know what it was that we were about to vote on. And I do understand that this may have been mentioned a number of times, but that does not mean that a presentation had been done and given the specifics of it. So that was my reasoning for wanting to have some explanation, is considering it was just added to the agenda tonight. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so do we have a consensus for staff to begin to move forward with the information for the state revolving application? Yes. Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans? Dr. Spears, anything else for 9A?
Nope, that's
Thank
it.
you. 9B? I'm sorry, 8B, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may have Dr. Philip Harris to talk about the community change grant and an opportunity that may be available to us that staff would like to pursue. Dr. Harris.
Good evening, Chairman, Council, and Mayor. Philip Harris from the City Manager's Office. I'm here to present to you an opportunity. It's actually more of a collective community impact structure model where the United States Environmental Protection Agency has issued a notice of funding availability opportunity called the Community Change Grant. And through that, it's an opportunity where we're able to collaborate with a nonprofit and obviously private sector businesses as well as the city, but the utility special district specifically. We're looking at submitting an opportunity to fund backup generators related to the generators, which we've kind of heard about tonight, as well as 6 Florida aquifer system wells. This funding, what we're looking at applying for is $19.9 million. We need the authorization and authority from the utility district here to be able to submit this application, as well as open it up to you if you have recommendations of a nonprofit that could work with us in collaboration as with this effort. This funding, when this notice actually came out, it's actually been an evolving, rolling funding. So as the money is available, they're funding it out. So it's an opportunity where we actually may be able to start this project as soon as possible amongst us submitting the application as early as January of 2025. And then it can go out for 3 years up to 2028.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Is there a match attached to this?
No match at all.
Thank you, sir. Questions on the board? Mr. Evans, you want to comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and Dr. Harris, if you can please provide a little bit more specificity concerning the partnership with a non-for-profit, because that is one of the elements that is critical for the success of the application. And so one of the things we did want to ask the board, is there a non-for-profit that the board would like for us, or should we put out some type of solicitation for a partner to help facilitate this particular arrangement? So Dr. Harris, if you can provide some more specificity on that.
Yes, through the city manager. So the presentation related to actually having a non-for-profit, it has to be a 501c3 organization. Respectively, that nonprofit organization can really help around the community engagement piece with having vignettes and conversations in community related to the challenges that may be dealing with your specific issue that you have in your respective city. So ideally, the non-for-profit needs to be a 501c3 organization. It could be in the limits of Riviera Beach. It could be in Palm Beach County, preferably not to be a statewide 501c3 organization. So that being said, we would really encourage to your recommendations if you know of any nonprofits, 501c3 organizations that could collaborate with us, who has the capacity to do that type of work.
Is that needed for the submission of the application?
That is correct. There actually has to be a partnership, a MOU, established between us and that 501c3 organization.
We wouldn't have time to put it out. Board Member, Councilman, what are we on? Utility District? Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask, I mean, what's the purpose of the nonprofit, right? So you did explain that because I was curious as to what does a nonprofit have to do with backup generators? And thank you for your explanation because that's exactly where I was going, Mr. Evans. I would think it has to go out. What I don't want is one of these catch-all nonprofits that think they can provide this service, that service, and you know, it's surely going to be somebody making phone calls tomorrow asking a board member, "Hey, I want my organization to take part in that." But if they have no idea or have not been involved in community engagement, you know, I'm not even about to waste my energy on it. If we're going after dollars, we have to be competitive. We have to actually go outside the city of Riviera Beach. Because I'm gonna tell you why. Everybody in the city of Riviera Beach that has a nonprofit come to us asking us for monies. And I want it to be a situation where it's the organization that is already established, that already has a work plan, that already does this on a regular basis. Perhaps they do it for a specific industry that may be a little bit different than water utilities, but certainly not organization that provides feeding for local children or nothing, no point intended, the local organization that provides athletics, you know, to, you know, the AAU or whatever you have it. So I certainly would like that we put it out, but what is our timeline on this?
So through the city manager and through the chairman. So the deadline to actually submit the application is November 21st. And again, the awards, it's rolling. So as individuals are submitting their applications, they're awarding them. I agree with you. We want a nonprofit that has a strong background, it has the capacity. It is the regulations of the grant that you have to have a 501c3 community-based organization. It wasn't something that we wanted to do. It's actually based upon what the feds had stated. So they've worked with agencies that have received other federal funds, whether it's in housing, community development, because those agencies may have had experience around community engagement and so forth. Sports leagues, those agencies that are in the public health arena, 501c3 nonprofits in that area, environmental justice, those types of agencies, those are the types of agencies that we're looking for.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
The intent behind the partnership is to show that there is in fact community support for the initiative. The feds want to see that the community is coalescing behind the government entity to tackle whatever that particular issue. So that is the main focus as a result of why that is a key component of the grant application.
Chair.
Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So if this is a rolling application, can we have been provided with some sort of documents as to the program objectives? What's the allocation? What exactly is the measurables and the goals for the, I mean, to ask me to do this, because the first thing that comes to mind, if I'm thinking of an organization that has that following, that has that reach, I would say Legal Aid Society of Palm Beach County, because they've already done good works. In fact, we've gotten grant dollars that we've shared with, well, actually we've forwarded to them that they provided services and programs to help folks in our communities. But I'm not, and I don't want to speak for everybody on the board, but what is the cost allocation? Is it going to be something that I guess the administrative costs that they can you know, put in their program budget, is it going to be something that is suitable for them to, you know, take on?
Yeah, that is actually an opportunity, again, as part of that MOU and agreement that we would have, for example, with an agency like Legal Aid, to determine what that cost would be to be placed in the budget for the administrative costs to cover their expenses and so forth. So yes, that is something that is part of that process.
Okay. I definitely would like to see that. Well, actually, I don't want to see it. I mean, I guess I want to make it clear that that's important, because I don't want to delay it, because this is not something that I would imagine is going to take a traditional solicitation, Mr. Evans, because I don't think we just even have the time if this is something that we need to get ahead of. I got to commend you guys for the efforts of locating this and bringing this to us, especially since that's what the last 5 hours of discussion has been about. So that was ideal timing. I think it's right for us to go after it, but I don't want to waste time. By no means by trying some mom and pop nonprofit that, that doesn't even have audited financial reports. And that's probably going to be the measure of the quality of organization that you can get that can immediately furnish you audited financial reports to let us know that they're a credible organization that has that capacity.
And I would agree with him, looking for that credible organization. One that came to mind was Community Partners, right here in the community. Just got a message saying Community Partners right on Blue Heron. So that's another credible organization that we could possibly look to, and that's already doing the community outreach here in our community. So that's another one that just got messaged to me as well. So I do want us to move forward as quickly as possible with it, creating that MOU. I don't think we have enough time to go out for a solicitation or competitive solicitation. So,
Mr. Chair?
the scope, one moment, sir. The scope of work for that nonprofit, what is it that they're exactly looking for from them?
Chairman, so that is something that, again, we would talk with the non-profit because a lot of different agencies who have submitted their proposals have come up with a variety of different things. But as we were looking at based upon community engagement, having conversations, having those vignette conversations as city manager talked about, related to making sure that our stakeholders in our community is well informed of everything that's going on, transparent, marketing communication related to the whole process as we're building on the project.
And I can say I've done the nonprofit, the creating and setting up and organizing nonprofits. I actually did it with Ms. Sandra Stringer, who's from the community, and that's who recommended Community Partners. So I don't want it to be based upon one person's recommendation. I'd want this to be a board direction, and I love the opportunity to go out for bid if we could, but because of time constraints, I want us to probably make that decision tonight. Dr. Spiritus, and then Mr. Evans.
I think you should look at the CDC, the Community Development Corporation. They've been set up by the city and the community CRA to have citizen participation. I don't think there's anything more appropriate than the organization that was set up by the CRA and a partner with the city. So please look at the CDC as a possible partner in this.
Is there any restriction to multiple 501s?
There actually is not. There's not a restriction related to that because each nonprofit could bring something else to the table. You just definitely require a minimum of at least one nonprofit.
So that may be an option for us to all present one, creating an MOU, discussing that with the organizations, and then seeing how we can actually incorporate it into an application.
Right.
Not making it too cumbersome on you to get it done, but possibly 1, 2, or 3 opportunities, because that gives us a further outreach for legal aid, housing, and then also a community outreach, Community Partners. Yeah, go ahead.
Less is more for me, especially considering I haven't even seen the application or the program objectives. Could be a great idea, Chair Lawson. I just want to see what we're being asked of in those in that grant application and the objectives. That's it. Thanks.
And if it's community engagement, I agree. It's just less is more. So we want to definitely work with that organization that does community engagement. And I'm not sure, I haven't seen legal aid doing community engagement. I'm not sure how much CDC does. I do know Community Partners does that. So each organization would be different. It just depends on who specializes in. I believe the community engagement is what you stated is required from there. So that's why I'd recommend the Community Partners from there.
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
sorry. Yeah, Community Partners. Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
So what we can look to put out, even if it's a truncated, 7 days to in fact response, just a letter of interest that says, you're willing to help us on this endeavor. And that's something that we can look to have queued up for your first meeting in November for you to authorize the MOU. We can draft and work with legal to draft what an MOU looks like, because the great thing about this program is you don't have to recreate the wheel. Other government entities have MOUs that we can tweak to fit our, so we can go through a process whereby, if we get 1 or we get 5, we can still have that conversation with the board at your first meeting in November. The one thing I would say to Councilperson McCoy's point is less is more from the standpoint is with the federal government, it's a lot of paperwork and one of the things we heard today is about project management and the like. If we have 5 or 10 groups, invariably you're going to have 5 or 10 people managing those particular pieces of paper that as we work with the federal government. So we can put something out. We just wanted that the board is interested in us pursuing this. We can facilitate that. So when you see something come back in November, it's not the first time. And then Dr. Harris can send you what the program is and successful applications that have been authorized by the federal government.
I would support that if we could put out a quick solicitation, 7-day turnaround, and reaching out individually to these different boards that we've recommended, and just to give them a heads up it's coming. Board,
Yeah,
you're recognized.
No, I would like to have it go out. There's, United Way, there's other entities that could, have the capacity to do that. So to send out a 7-day solicitation certainly will give us an opportunity to see what's out there. Because there's, 50 nonprofits in Riviera Beach alone.
Mr. Chair, it's safe to assume that we have the board's blessing to proceed forward with issuing a solicitation for a partnership agency to pursue this grant, and then bringing back an MOU for consideration with the applicants that have been submitted, so the board can tell us whether you want us to enter into a relationship with one or enter a relationship with multiple.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank
I'm
you, Dr.
on
Harris.
board with that.
Ms. Miller Anderson, you're recognized.
I said I'm on board with that.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, thank you, Dr. Harris. Thank you, Mr. Evans. You're recognized, Dr. Sudis.
Mr. Evans, have we looked into other communities? And this program is being used by many communities throughout the state and even throughout Palm Beach County. Have we looked at their applications to see is there an environmental maybe group that's out there that's already done this successfully?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would have to defer to Dr. Harris, but I know that he's been doing a lot of research on some grant opportunities, so I would, defer to him as it relates to what entities and what research he has done specific to this program.
So, excuse me, you asked a question related, if there's been any other agencies that have successfully received the funding?
Right. Have you checked with those agencies and looked at their applications to see if they had any partners, 501c partners that really specialize in this area that are being used in many of these grants?
Believe it or not, I actually had a conversation with the EPA because I had a chance to go to DC to talk with them, and they connected me with quite a few of the different municipalities that applied for it. This was a very unique application that the EPA has never done before related to doing this type of RFP, or NOFA specifically. And so the individual agencies that have been applying have been very unique nonprofits. It has not been agencies that fully have engaged in like environmental justice specifically. It's starting to bubble up as a new form of industry, believe it or not, across the country. So they're seeing a really unique dynamic with the types of nonprofits that have actually been partnering. They've actually seen a lot more of agencies, nonprofits that specialize in housing, believe it or not, just because of the public safety aspect and the housing components.
Well, that's maybe you should be looking at the Housing Authority and CDC.
Yeah, but I've had the chance to look at some of those other agencies to answer your question.
But I've been speaking to EPA over the years, and I do know that they're looking. This will be unique. Giving it to the city with a not-for-profit. This will be a unique application. So the partner that we have is going to be very important because this program was really geared up for 501c3s. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And additional items, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So pursuant to the conversation that the board had earlier concerning owner's rep services, I did have the discussion with the procurement director as well as the city attorney for a truncated procurement process to facilitate owner's rep services. And so we believe that at your meeting, your next utility district meeting in November, we can have authorization to proceed as well as contract and the solicitation complete. And so what we will do is go to those that are in that sheltered market, ask them if they are in fact interested in the opportunity, work to draft a scope for the services, not just on the well, but also looking at the expansion of services if necessary for the utility district, specific to the utility treatment plant. So we're going to move forward with that based on the direction provided from the board concerning contract management, review of local small business opportunities to ensure that it is compliant with whether it's the county based on the piggyback or the city's code. So staff has already had that conversation, so we'll be looking to release something here in the next couple of weeks to bring that back for the board for consideration.
Chair. Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I appreciate that. But my motion is going to be accept the proposal that we've already gotten, because I'm not going to sit and wait on that procurement process. Like literally, you guys have sat and done absolutely nothing. All of this communication goes to administration, and I got a lady that stood up in the back with that came forward to make it seem like it's our fault. I'm not going to sit around and wait on administration to do something when we get proposals to do the very thing that, had we been doing, all of this mishap that occurred here today would not have occurred. We need somebody that is definitely up for the job and that's aggressive. Everything that I've seen here falls squarely on the lap of staff. And it should not have gotten to a meeting where everybody up here is finding out for the first time. So if you want to look at me in my eyes, I'll tell you, I don't have any confidence in the process that you guys are going to do this correctly. We need somebody that's going to move today. And we've been getting proposals from people that are already on our vendors list. So whatever you and Miss Emmons and Miss Wynn have done in your conversation, it's not going to preempt me from making my motion to move forward with PSA based on the proposal that they've sent. I'm certain you were copied on it. So, I'm not even going to even entertain that, Mr. Evans. So, Mr. Chair, when the time is appropriate, that's my motion.
Thank you. Dr. Spears, you're recognized.
Oh, I was going to agree with my colleague, Mr. McCoy, Councilman McCoy. I agree 100% on what he's saying. I was going to say the same thing. So whenever he's ready to make the motion, I'm ready to second it.
Chair, follow up. I mean, Mr. Evans, clearly you got the same email that we got a month ago regarding PSA's proposal for the water treatment plant. So to sit here and suggest after I've already made the notion that I was going that way, for me, it doesn't give me any assurances that that's a viable plan. Because had that been that much of a viable plan, a 150-page agreement from Global Tech, which called out for this minority participation goal, for this SBE goal, was not followed. I'm not going to sit here and wait for you to go out and establish a process now when we've already expended $12 million and nobody can even give me one receipt where they hired anybody local or hired any MBE. Mr. Evans, that's just not acceptable. My time is running out. Our term ends in March. So certainly, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I will ask for a little assistance. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, I'm willing to accept the proposal that was put forth to us that I'm sure you're aware of, but for whatever reason, that wasn't one of your recommendations, but certainly that's going to be my motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lanier, you're recognized.
No, I wanted to ask, what was the, I didn't hear Mr. Evans's response to it. I think I got two questions. The first question being, what does that mean for PSA or the water plant? Because I was having these questions before and I asked, was Brown and Caldwell the owner's rep? And then you said yes. And then they said no tonight. So I need to know what it is and how it is that what this group would do. Is that tell me that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, with regards, I can only speak on the relationship with Brown and Caldwell. I can't speak specifically to the proposal that the board received concerning another company. So specifically, Brown and Caldwell has worked with administration and the previous administration with regards to owner's rep services. And so there has been, variety of different things that Mr. Grace has helped and worked with utility district staff on. And so he's not here to provide any more specificity on the discussions and the nature of the discussions. And quite frankly, one of the things that I was going to bring back to the board for your consideration, if it is something that needs to be codified in the contract for the expansion of the responsibilities from Brown and Caldwell to memorialize it in the document, that was something that was an option, as well as another option to go out to the sheltered market to see if there were services that could be provided to assist the city based on the direction that we heard from the board this evening.
Yeah, I understand that, but we did have a 5-hour meeting in regards, and what came out of that meeting was there's nobody watching what's happening at the water plant. I've asked questions about the price going from 100 to 300. I've asked questions about who actually is the person who has our best interest at heart. And it is not giving confidence in terms of exactly what is happening over there. I got serious concerns about it.
Questions, comments from the board? So, Mr. Evans, for clarity, you want to go back to staff and take a look at a piggyback or the solicitation that we previously did to bring forward a agent of record? Not an agent of record, owner's rep, that's it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
It would be a procurement process that would go to those that are on our, that previously participated in our solicitation for those types of services.
Okay. And why haven't we had someone assigned to this previously?
Sure, if I may.
You recognize?
From my understanding, the relationship with Brown and Caldwell was in fact those types of services for the utility special district. Again, Mr. Grace is not here to provide greater specificity on the guidance that he provided to utility district and administration, but there has been conversations that have occurred that I've participated in whereby he was providing advice and guidance to us from a variety of different perspectives associated with the water treatment plant as well as the well. Even when we went through the presentation that the board received some time ago, there was items that we went through with all parties involved associated with the water treatment plant.
Okay. I guess my only concern is is there a cost associated with this proposal that was sent over from this PSA? And has staff had a chance to review this proposal?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
The normal process is that it is a process that it follows what the procurement process calls for. So it wouldn't be a situation whereby we would get a proposal unless it was an unsolicited proposal for the purposes of development related activities and the like. And so that's not something that's the customary way to engage the city for business opportunities. Usually it's the city putting out what the need is, and then invariably the response comes through the procurement department, and then there's an evaluation, and then that comes before comes to the board for consideration.
Okay. If we could get if we could have your procurement director come and just give a timeline of what this would look like, what steps we would take if we just went in the process of securing a owner's rep, because the concern that I have is that the scope of work for PSA, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to cover and clearly oversee the utility district. I don't know. I haven't reviewed it in depth. The proposal that was presented previously, I understand the organization, and I spoke to Patrick with PSA that they are adamant to provide support. But it's really understanding what is their scope of work, what are they going to be doing, what's going to be the cost, what's going to be the impact, and then what's our expectation from the owner's rep. And if we have Brown and Caldwell, they're doing it, but that wasn't within their scope of work. Why are we going to take that from them to have it now deviate to another firm when it was never actually outlined with Brown and Caldwell? So I want to make sure we have clarity and understand what steps would need to be taken. And then I don't want to just bypass the procurement process because it wasn't done previously. We do have our new procurement director who could give us clear direction for it. So if we could hear from Mayor, and then if I could hear from Ms. Hammons after the mayor.
Just before we get started, how did Brown and Caldwell get here? Was it through a procurement process? Okay, thank you.
It was or was not? I'm sorry, did somebody answer?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, they responded to a procurement.
Okay, so were they a part of that that sheltered market as well? So they were within that 4 or 5 owners reps?
Mr. Chair, if I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
mistaken, yes.
Okay. So yeah, I would want to be consistent with that versus just kind of having someone come in, submit a scope, and then say we're just going to bid on it. I'm not sure if we should be doing that because we haven't had a real chance to understand and vet what's going to be their scope of work, what's going to be their role and responsibility. Dr. Spiritus?
Great, yeah. So, Mr. Evans, didn't we, through the procurement process, look for owners' reps? We have a list of people who responded to that procurement, and we have a list of firms, which PSA is one of those firms that responded to the procurement process, that went through the process?
Mr. Chair, if I may. There is a list of firms that the procurement director can provide that were qualified to provide owner's rep services.
And are they all the same? The owner's rep services are for the same thing of all construction, management of water plants. So it's a wider range of owner's rep that do everything? And,
Yes.
or do they have specialties in certain fields?
Good. That is correct. The point of the owner's rep is to gather a pool of qualified, at the time, disqualifications of individuals. The purpose of those type of solicitations is when there is a problem, we go back to the group and we ask the group to respond. We ask the group to respond to a scope that we have defined. We have no defined scope at this particular time. As such, procurement has not reviewed the unsolicited proposal from PSA. I typically do not review in my professional career unsolicited proposals because how would a vendor know what we need before we do? We don't know, we haven't defined it. And so typically, as Mr. Evans said, as far as procurement is concerned, we know our need, we ask, and we ask the vendor community to respond versus the vendor community seeing a weak link come in and say, hey, we can do a particular job that we don't know yet that we need to do. I recognize it is important. We need to have an owner's rep, but there's also a procurement process. There's a procurement code that is outlined and it is very clear. And I do know that the vendor community is aware that there is a code because they send emails citing some parts and not all. So we have the RFQ. Procurement will work with the water department to develop a scope of services. Then we will ask all vendors to respond to cite those qualifications and to give us a price. I mean, is PSA proposing that we just give them an open contract to do what? And at what dollar amount? That is not how procurement works. And that is not how we will move forward in the city of Riviera Beach.
Chair.
Now, recognize that the council can do what they want to do.
Hold on one minute, Ms. Ammons. You recognize
You
Board Member McCoy.
You're speaking, Ms. Ammons, from a position of certainty. When you said it yourself, you haven't even reviewed the proposal. So, I mean, to sit here and suggest that they're going to offer up something when you just acknowledge you haven't even reviewed it yourself. Ms. Ammons, I appreciate you saying what you're going to do, but that's not a decision for you to make. The board makes that decision. That's number one. Secondly, if this was of the importance that you are speaking of, we would not have seen the systematic failures where even the very people who we have on as the owner's rep said they're not responsible for that. Mr. Evans said it's not customary to go in that fashion. It's not customary to have $11 million in design work and not one verification of a pay application by somebody that was not a part of the process. So don't give me this kind of explanation to try to throw out these folks' proposal when staff has done absolutely nothing for the last 3 years that we've been discussing this. And then we get put in the bullseye because people see us in the community. This lady got up here and said that this was delivered to us in 2019 and we did nothing. That can't be any further from the truth. So I appreciate your professionalism and your experience, but nothing about what you're saying to me today is convincing to make me believe that your process is better than what the proposal is that's been put forth. Because if it was really true for you, Ms. Emmons, and you, Mr. Evans, we wouldn't have had this major disaster that occurred today, where you got $11 million and neither one of the firms, the JV firm or the owner's rep, has even taken responsibility of who has the authority to make these kind of decisions or who's keeping check on them. I mean, and then the very checks are the people that we do know have had some who's been separated from the agency. So as far as I'm concerned, the proposals were there. If you guys thought this was of concern, and I believe it was you at the last meeting said that you would go and look back at the actual scope of work to determine if this is something within their line of work, then that would be a considerable fact. But now today you're backpedaling and saying that you're going to go out and do a solicitation. You know, I don't even care to hear staff's response. We had 3 years to have someone to be monitoring the work that has been done. I think the first 10 months of it was going towards contract negotiations. But at this point, I've already offered up my motion, Mr. Chair, and I would caveat that motion by directing staff to go back to PSA and to negotiate a scope in terms of compensation for disengagement of owner's representation. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
And I can appreciate that motion with the amendment to it, because now it gives us a scope of work, it gives us a price point, and we have more clear direction with that motion. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
There was a motion and the second still stands. That was my concern. I don't have a price point. I don't know what the scope of work looks like, and I don't know what's the legal procurement process that we've entailed. They did respond to a solicitation previously, so they are in the pool. So I can definitely support the fact that they are one of the individuals. How are they selected? How are agents reps selected for the different projects throughout the board? Do we have a protocol or a policy for that, to where each agent's reps is given an opportunity, or it's within their specific scope of work for the fire station, police stations, utility district? And has PSA had the experience of actually operating, overseeing a utility? I believe in my conversations I've had, but these would be the generic conversation that I have. And being that this has been a motion brought to the table, I would want to disclose that I've had conversations with PSA and their team just about all the ideas of as an owner's rep. I didn't know that this was coming, so that's why I'm disclosing it now. So I guess my other question is now, what would be the next steps for us? There's a motion on the table, there's a second. Ms. Emmons, your recommendation would be to go back out for a bid or to look at the solicitation? Which one?
Recommendation, and just to follow up for clarification, I did go back and look at the RFP, and it did include, I believe I said I would research if the existing RFP included the city and the utility district, and it did.
So all the agencies are qualified?
Yes,
for
all the agencies are qualified, which means that because of the RFP and because of the solicitation, we go back to all of them and ask all of them to give us a proposal. So therefore, we are fair and we are transparent in the process. Someone else will have the opportunity to also, if PSA is the cheapest or the most qualified, then we move with them. But as far as the vendor community is concerned, we must be fair, we must be transparent, and we must go back and we ask everyone. We should. Now, procurement does acknowledge and realize that the board can do what they want to do. But it's my job just to say, this is the procurement process that was outlined, and this is how we should move forward because of it is the procurement process.
Was that done, that process done with all of the other awards for for owner's rep, with the awarding of the fire station, with the awarding of the police station? Were they all notified? They all were given an opportunity to respond and bid, and then they all bid on the actual proposal? Or were they just awarded based upon them responding to the solicitation?
I do not want to speak out of turn. I'm not sure, since that was before my time, exactly the award on.
I think it was based
yeah.
upon what my memory is that they were just selected and
Mhm.
awarded based upon an order of who hadn't got work yet.
Mhm.
So essentially, the process that you're implementing, I truly appreciate. You've been here for just a few months now, and I think that you just setting a precedence and changing and making sure that it doesn't just bypass the procurement process. Our frustration is that we've been here for over 6 years, some of us longer, and the concern that we have right now is we can't wait on staff to continue to just kind of vet these ideas, drag the ball, and kick the can down the road. So that's my concern right now, why I'm even considering bypassing the steps that you're implementing, because I trust your opinion, but ultimately, we're not essentially bypassing anything. This is what we've been doing. This is legally defensible, and it also gives us an opportunity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair,
This
if I
is
can-
also the process where I agree with my colleagues, because this is why we've had the discussion. I don't like to just kind of, in the last hour, in the middle of the night, to put an item on the agenda, but we're in dire straits. I'm not going to continue to get phone calls all hours of the day saying that we're not doing our job. And I'm completely offended by these individuals come up here and saying that it's the responsibility of this dais that's causing for the delays. Not when I heard that there was a delay in regards to a year for wells and design projects and things that we had no idea that was being done, and then it's being brought to us a year and a half later of why we haven't even broken ground on our water plant yet, which is number 1, 2, and 3 priority. So I want our residents to understand we are making a priority. So if we bypass the precedence of that you want to set, it's in no disrespect to what you're doing as a qualified individual and new to the city, but it's also based upon the experiences we've had and holding this city accountable and moving it forward. So I'm not saying that PSA is the representative that I would want to be there. I just don't want to wait anymore. Because if PSA has presented a proposal, if they're ready to go and they're ready to actually propose an opportunity to move forward, I mean, they took the initiative to help the city and they've been working with the city for a number of years. So I wouldn't hold that against them either. Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you. One thing I want to point out is, Ms. Ammons, you referenced the process, and I need everyone to pay attention to this, right? Because it's often referred to as the process, and we use it when it's convenient. There's process, there's policy, and then there's also the law. And Chair, you correctly pointed out what we're doing is legally defensible. Everything we're doing is within the law. So this was already a firm that was already pre-selected. Perhaps it's not the most prescribed method in which they want to choose it, but there is no way that I'm going to have confidence in the very department that me personally, I can probably count 3 separate lawsuits in which I brought on procurement just because of their processes and them not following it. So you're going to have to give me something better than that. And just being at this point, Ms. Emmons, I appreciate you, right? But please, this is not Jonestown, where Jim Jones took everybody over to a country and had them to drink the Kool-Aid. So don't drink the Kool-Aid of this process thing, because the process only works when it's convenient for administration. Because clearly, if there was really about a process, there is no way $11 million in design work should have been spent and not one person could have verified it. And to that point, I've seen this movie before. We've just experienced $6.5 to $7 million in costs that were way over what was previously called out in the fire station for 88. So, I mean, process is not something that you want to talk to me about, because I can poke holes in every single process that staff has put up there, because sometimes we choose a process and sometimes we don't. So as far as I'm concerned, I looked at this proposal, and then if you look at it, which I would encourage you to do, since you make sure you pointed out that you didn't, it called out a water treatment plant, $248 million Terminal C Utilities GMP package for a landslide terminal at the South Airport of Orlando International. Then it goes on to water treatment plants for Southern State University, Deltona Utility, and Alfano Utility. So there was a number of different projects that I've seen in here that far exceeds the work that we're doing. So to sit here and try to suggest that we need to go back and restart the process, I've stated my position, and I hope that we're not going to continue to allow this to be hung up. What I heard today, I'm going to ask that we support this, because my first mind was to say, I don't understand why we even using Brown and Caldwell. And to speak of Mr. Nigel Gray says he's here, he's done this, he ain't here tonight. And every single day goes by, that's another day that we're dealing with not fulfilling our goals of raising the water rates 30% and not even having anything to show for it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus, you're recognized.
I just want to concur. We're in an emergency situation right now with reference to providing a new water plant and clean and safe water to drink every single day. We don't have time to go through the procurement procedures that you're recommending. In the future, that would be a great thing to do, but we don't have the time for that right now. Time is of the essence. Every single day costs us money, and I think that we have to move forward with this.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Miller Anderson, I'm sorry, Ms. Miller Anderson, you're recognized, and then Ms. Lanier, you're recognized.
I understand that we're in dire straits and need to make a decision, and that's absolutely fine. Ms. Ammon is trying to put things into place so that we're not just haphazardly selecting people. That's not to say that we can't continue to try to move forward and get the ball rolling. But the thing is, I don't, a lot of times we fuss about making sure that the process is followed for procurement. And here it is, she's trying to implement that just because we did it one way some time ago, that doesn't make it right. And I understand you're saying it's legally defensible, but if she's trying to put something, or at least trying to put us into a point, into a habit of being able to do things the better way or the most appropriate way, I don't see why we would be against something like that, especially when it's being a transparent issue. I can't support it. I mean, I do feel that it's important that we have someone overseeing that. I certainly do, and I think it's needed. But I can't agree with this process that we're talking about doing tonight because it goes against everything that we've always, fought for, transparency and making sure that we do things so that it appears that we're not doing it in just a haphazard way. I don't see where there's a lot of detailed information. How do we know that they are the best to do this, to oversee this project? How do we know they have the best price to oversee this project? I just think it's given a 1 week to be able to get those answers is not much to ask for. But of course, we'll move with the will of the board, but I can't support it in the manner in which we're moving forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson. Board Member Lanier.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. I was really gung ho about moving forward because we really need to. But when you explain the fact that there is a pool already of people that have this skill, and that you would just basically send a scope of services to them and say who wants to do it, I think I can go with that process. I don't think that this is a long drawn out procurement process. I feel that if there's already a set of individuals in place that the city already has them on the, for lack of better terms, on the payroll, then if there's 5 of them, then we go to them and say, this is what we need. And also too, I really want to be careful of paying 2 people to do the same thing. I understand that time is of the essence. I understand that we really need to get this going, but I can't in good conscience just bypass the process and say, hey, we'll just give it to this company. And I'm sure they are an excellent company. But if you have the individuals already in the bank, so to speak, and you can just say, this is what we need. Even the guy from Brown and Caldwell said that, y'all never asked me to do that. So that is a situation for me that I think it could be a quick process, that you already have the people lined up, you tell them this is what we need. And I think that the question really comes into, what do we need? We understand that we're looking at cost. We understand that we're looking at, and this is the thing too, the city of Riviera Beach and its history is the very first time that we have embarked on so many projects at one time. We have city halls, we have fire stations, police stations, parks and recs. We have a lot on the table, which means that we have to be very careful in how we do business. We want to make sure that we appear that we are fair, that we are transparent, and that the things that we're trying to give people confidence in is something that we have to do the right way. So I can agree with, going to our bank of a pool of members or pool of companies and say, hey, this is what we want to do, and we move forward. And that wouldn't take any time because there are already people that we have picked previously. So I'm gonna have to agree with the fact that we need to follow that process because it won't be a long, drawn out procurement process that we are used to. This will be something where there's a pool of organizations that we already have, and we're asking 5 or 6 of them, which one of y'all can do this? I can agree with that. And I just want to say that I do want to get things moving, but I would like to have some type of timeline if we do take that process. Ms. Emmons.
Councilman, we do have a temporary or just a tentative timeline, and our goal is to come back on the 20th of November for a recommendation of award to the council. So when we have a scope developed. That's our goal for next week. We will ask the group to respond. Then we will review it and come back before the board So we're looking at 30 to 45 days. And so I'm just going to ask that if this is the schedule, we stick with it. If not, then I'll be wrong. But if I am right, then if you all have had construction on the wells for, last couple of years, what's another 30, 45 days? I get it. The money is being spent. We need to have an owner's rep. But, when I was standing here last time, Councilman McCoy, he read to me and we talked about the emergency purchases. Owner's rep wouldn't fall under the emergency. It's very urgent and it's very critical. But my goal here is to also have a procurement process, but also to let the vendor community know that we're serious about our process. And so it's not just easily to be circumvented. And that is my point. So if we've been having a construction for the last, a year, 2 years, what's another 30 to 45 days to at least attempt this with the staff that I have? Recognize that I just became on board, but if I can get a scope, I need a scope. We should know what we want and not depend on a scope for someone else, and they may miss something. If I can just conjecture here that PSA is an owner rep on another project. They caught an issue and said, but it's not in our contract. There's some things that we may miss, and we just want to make sure to the best of our ability. So I'm asking, and again, procurement recognizes that the board can do what they want to do and they have that authority. But give me 30 to 45 more days and let's stand this up the way the procurement process is designed to do. And that's what I ask.
Out of support for our procurement director who's recently started, I need that time frame cut down in a shorter period. 30 to 45 days. It may not be a lot to get it right, but it's life or death for our community. It is the ability of, we've spent close to $20 million so far, and we don't know what the spending looks like or have any accountability for it. But I do want to give you the opportunity, because I'm going to trust you with this process, because we're going to be holding our staff accountable on a daily basis. So that's why we're 5.5 hours in on just utility district. And our goal is to make sure that we do this the right way. So that's why I'm not going to support it. That's not saying that PSA is not going to come in and respond to this email, but I don't see why it can't be an email to the vendors to tell them to please submit a response within 7 days, to reach out to them individually and to call them and say there's an email request on the board, to expedite that process and to make this an urgent matter, because it's not, as you stated, an emergency, but an urgent matter, and it's beyond urgent for us because we're tired of the phone calls. We need staff to be taking on this burden, and we need staff to be standing in the paint and saying they're at fault, they're responsible, and they're going to get it right. So I would love for those responses, but that's why I can't support it tonight, because I want to give you an opportunity to get it right for us, but expedite that timeline. 30 to 45 days is too long. I think we are going to be calling another meeting to discuss the GMP in the next week or two, or a few weeks. I'm not sure if we can get it on that time frame, but to have it before us as quickly as possible. And we've called emergency meetings for less.
Okay.
So that would be my position, to give you an opportunity to bring it back. Worst case scenario, the 20th, that's still too long for me, because like I said, it's just, we've had too many delays.
Okay.
Board member, Mayor, and then Board member McCoy.
I let him go first.
Mayor, Board member McCoy, you recognize.
Ms. Emmons,
Yes.
great that you have such optimism. Can you explain to me why 2600 evaluation committee was canceled?
The 2600.
The signature project that was just canceled, that was set for written evaluations.
I do not have an answer for you tonight. I can tomorrow.
Right, but that's your department though, right?
Oh, it is my department, yes.
Okay, so
Board member, germane to the item that you have a motion on the table.
right, but I'm speaking to the very point of whether or not they're capable of actually holding down the current roles and tasks that they have in front of them. Because like, I'm looking at the solicitations. I literally told you when we started this discussion tonight, if you look back at the July memo from Mr. Doyle to Mr. Evans, that was the justification with Global Tech, it stated that this was an emergency. So I don't know what Ms. Emmons is talking about, that it's urgent. No, this was declared an emergency.
The owner's rep is an emergency?
No, the whole entire the whole entire process of getting the wells bought online was an emergency.
Absolutely, but what she's saying is the service provider for owner's rep is not an actual emergency. The equipment is an
Right, but-
emergency, but this is a service that's being provided for oversight of the expenditure. So her statement and position on the record is that the hiring of an owner's rep is not an emergency. It's urgent, but it's not an emergency. And that's just kind of what my understanding is of it. And the only reason I brought up the germanity, sir, is in reference to 2600 is a completely separate solicitation than what we're discussing right now, which is this item that you have a motion on the table. So the process of procurement is a different procurement. This is the procurement of this owner's rep, not the building on 2600. So that's why I disagreed with that being germane to this item.
So are you finished?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Ammons is in charge of solicitations and procurements for both the CRA and the city of Riviera Beach. And specifically, I was curious to know if it was a staffing issue as to why it was canceled. And she acknowledged herself that it was, in fact, something that she's not aware of. So I'm trying to speak to whether or not they have the actual capacity to handle the projects. I preferenced my comments earlier this meeting that my subscription to Demand Star, I see every single solicitation when it comes out from the city of Riviera Beach, and there are a number of them on the streets. So I want to know specifically if they have the actual capacity. The other thing is, in terms of this item, the wells being done is a part of the Global Tech procurement. I spoke to you about 24% SBE. We have monies that are being expended, and already we don't even know exactly what that is because through their own acknowledgement, Global Tech only cited two firms, and I wrote them down. It was Centerline, and then there was one other one that I wrote down was the only two local firms, but not once was it mentioned SBE. And the fundamental portion that I wanted to bring out to you, Chairperson, was that JLA was the other local person. But the most fundamental thing about that contract is they don't comply, they shall be in breach. So I don't understand, how do you think that Global Tech continue to work for 30 to 40 days, and even if she's great, and I'm sure she is, can get it out in 20 days, that we can be assured that there's going to be compliance without a material breach in the piggyback contract that we already have. And what is different is that we know the county has project managers, so they may not necessarily need an owner's representative. But we have $4.8 million being expended just on the rehabilitation of wells, and we have not one single person. And clearly, staff suggestion of Mr. Armstrong, I just think we've already established that his plate is already full. So while you may not agree, I think in totality, the whole entire project of getting the wells rehab is I mean, for Christ's sakes, Mayor, I think you can speak to the conversations you had with the Department of Health and what's coming down the pipe. But certainly there are more consent orders to come, sir. So while you don't think it's an emergency, I just don't want to be in this situation because
No, don't
every
put words in
time.
my mouth. I didn't say it's not an emergency. I'm just repeating what Ms. Ammons said. So
Okay.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay, well, all right, that's what I have.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Spiritus, and then Ms. Lanier.
So, Mr. Chair and Board, this is clearly an emergency. Anything that's related to enforcing and implementing part of the emergency is considered an emergency. So if we need an engineering firm to help us get through the emergency process, that is part of the emergency. This is an emergency need. This is not separate and distinct. That's why we're sitting in the situation that we're in right now. We've been going through this for years now. This is an emergency. It's very important that we put someone on board. Every single day could cost us millions of dollars. Daily could cost us millions of dollars. We could lose $2 million in 1 week. So I don't see how we have any time to rethink this. Moving forward in other projects, yes, this is a great process. I think we should follow the same process with legal professional services as well. But that's something for the future. Right now, we're in an emergency situation. The people want clean water. We have to move very fast here. We don't have time to do this. We know that we have a reputable firm that's worked for the city before, that went through the process legally. We have to put somebody on board and get this project done. We don't have the time to wait. That's my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lanier?
I want to restate what I said earlier. This is the first time in the city's history that they have 3 fire stations, a police station, a new water plant, a lot of money for the existing water plant, a Parks and Recs bond, the marina, which is almost $300 million, the Aquilina project, another $100 million, the Signature project. There is a lot of money on the table that the public, that the residents are going to have to pay. I live here too. We're going to have to pay that money. So I want to make sure that even though I consider this to be an emergency, and initially I was going to go for it because we really need to get this thing going. But I really want to make sure that because we have all these projects, because there's a lot of money on the table, that the public and the people who are doing business with us see us as trustworthy and see us as people that follow a process that is fair. And I've always said that it has to be a fair process. And you're saying that you can do 30 days, 45 days. I think we can do 30 and we can come back with a special meeting and we can get it taken care of. But I think that what is happening is that because this city is not equipped for all of this stuff, we are bringing people in. We're trying to get things built. We're having the public to trust us with this. So I want to be able to, with the whole water fiasco, I still want to find out what happened with that deal. We have a lot of things going on here. So I want to be in a position where I can say to any person who wants to do business with the city that we are fair and that we gave people an opportunity to be able to compete, because there's a lot of stuff out here. So saying that, I just want to make sure that we probably can cut that down to 30 days, have a special meeting. We already have the players on the table, and we just ask them, can they do it? I think that's a simple process, and I think that it is something that we can do, and that gives confidence to people who want to do business with us, and that gives confidence to the residents whose money we're spending. So yes, we'll move forward with that.
Additional comments from the board? Anything, Ms. Miller Anderson?
No, but the vote that we'll be taking is for Mr. McCoy's motion
Yes.
for PSA.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna call the question in a moment.
Okay.
Additional comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mayor, you're recognized.
Yes. Just piggybacking, and so much has been said, and Mrs. Alms, I know you're coming up with a great process. We, to the other week, we appreciate that. I believe what my colleague is speaking from is, it's not so much toward you, it's towards what's been going on for the past few years, right? My question is it illegal? He put a motion on the table. Is it illegal to pick PSA? That's illegal, or procurement, is it illegal?
Since I will say I'm not an attorney, it is questionable. I have a litmus test for when I work with procurement, when I talk to elected officials. I have a litmus test. If you're on the stand, can you explain it? And everyone would agree with you. Not agree 100%, but do you feel comfortable being on the stand and having to state your case? And does it make sense? And that's the litmus test
And
for
I
me.
appreciate that. I don't think the past 5.5 years, we've seen some crazy stuff from the procurement, right? So, I think we're speaking from the terms of trusting it. But to you, legal, is it illegal for this board to pick PSA?
I don't believe that it's illegal because they have already made the list. So they've already been qualified, if you will, or selected. I think staff could still figure out a scope. We don't have to accept the scope that they submitted because we know what we need, as Ms. Ammon said. And I don't know how, and this is a procurement question, how they determine price, but I don't believe that it's illegal. I think it can be done because they are qualified already. It's not like you're selecting someone who was never qualified to begin with, someone who just walked in the door.
So, question, Mr. Chair. Recognize. So if PSA is picked tonight, could you then go in negotiations with them, go over the scope, go over the price, and if it's not agreed to, this board can not vote for it?
it's still a concerning process. If we're going to take that time to negotiate with them, then why not just ask everyone to give a proposal and then we make that selection? It's just a questionable practice. That's all. I mean, we had the RFP, we had the responses. If we didn't, then I would still say that we're circumventing a process. I mean, I think that's been some of the issue that I've heard here is the circumvention of the process. And the vendors, they're aware. So at what point do we plug in the hole and where we can stop circumventing the process?
And I certainly agree, but, and this isn't you because you wasn't here, but when we're getting emails that we pay like $8 million over for a fire station and we get comments like, take the higher price or we can change orders and all that, right? This isn't, you know, I think Councilwoman Lanier said, right? We're not building right now. We're not developing. We're doing infrastructure, fire stations, and we need that, right? But that's going to cost our residents. So we're not on the other end developing where we're going to bring money in. And so we're seeing all this, you know, on the one side of the fire stations, and we appreciate it. But when we're hearing and we're getting emails stating that you're overcharging and staff is overlooking that, what we don't want to do is, you know, of course we're going to be to every ribbon cutting, but not at the cost because we want something to go up so fast that we're not paying attention. And even tonight, we're seeing that if there's no oversight, that is an emergency. How do we want to put it? It goes from me being urgent to an emergency. To sit here and listen, to know that nobody's managing that, to get emails that nobody really managed the fire stations and we're paying $8 million more. So that puts it in emergency. Just from what we heard tonight, I don't see how it's not. And it questions. I mean, we don't hit the real issues about this UD. I agree with my colleagues. It's not so much our fault. We pay people to do what they're supposed to do. It's people that's supposed to oversee that. We keep going over and around the situations that's happening. We wouldn't be in this situation, I believe, if we had the right people in place to be running UD in the first place. But this is why it's passionate, and this is why, and it's not coming at you. I think we appreciate what you want to bring. But that's going to just take time for this board to trust and believe, because how many procurement directors we've been through in the past 5.5 years? You know, so it's like we want to believe you, and I don't want this to be, you know, well, we're coming at you, but heck, it's we haven't had good luck with it, you know, and that's why it's a passion, and I understand my colleagues of let's get this done because, you know, even hearing this tonight, there's no oversight with the forward. It may not be oversight with the 13 million we might spend it, right? So it is an emergency. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Board Member Miller Anderson.
I do want to say, I know you all mentioned we've been through quite a few procurement directors from just your time of being on the board, but for my 9.5 years, I've been through even more. But what I can say with the one that is standing before us now, I have never seen one that is truly trying to champion following our procurement processes, and not circumventing certain things. I appreciate that. That is very refreshing to hear from her in trying to convince us, which she doesn't have to do, but she is just trying to explain how it helps us in the long run with our vendors, the community, just being transparent and following a process and not circumventing it when it's convenient or when we want to do so. Now, of course, like she said, we don't have to do that. We can go move in whatever direction it is we want to move in, but I can't understand why we're beating her up for just her trying to get us to follow a process that makes sense.
Mr. Chair.
It just makes sense. And we already established earlier, they said it's not illegal to do. And sometimes, I mean, that doesn't always mean it's the right thing to do just because it's not illegal. I appreciate what she is trying to explain, and she doesn't have to continue to try to force anybody to do anything that they don't want to do. But she is stating on the record what would be the proper way to do it. And I don't see how we can argue against following a process and where it allows us to be transparent. I do think we should be able to cut those days down from 30 to 45 and, make it a little more simpler, but to still incorporate all of the steps that she outlined. But again, we can move forward however the will of the board wants to, but I appreciate having been here 9.5 years, and I've seen a number of procurement directors, and I can certainly say that this is the first one that I have been a part of that has tried to plead with the board to follow a transparent process. So I appreciate that. But I mean, if we could call the question, I think we're kind of gonna beat this up. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor, you recognize.
And I just want to, I'm not beating you up.
Oh, I know.
I think when you first came, we said you were refreshing, but I just gave you what we're passionate about because as she said, 9.5 years, she's been through it, right? And so I don't think it's nothing up here is directed to say or come at you, but it's other passion that what we're hearing, and we're hearing that there's no oversight being done. And so I don't think nobody up here is coming at you, but you're just feeling the passion, and you do we are refreshed to have you here. I want to and I think everybody up here can say that.
Thank you so much. I do not feel attacked. So I'll say that on the record. I have a great passion for procurement. And I also recognize, and I'll say this on the record, that no entity can be successful without the vendor community. So I love the vendors, and I have a passion for, especially, our SBEs and MBEs. But I also love the process as well, because it helps guide us as we make the proper selection for the vendors, because it is an expenditure of public funds. And so that is what comes, yields me, that passion, because we have the guidelines. And I worked in private industry where there were none, and you do what you want to do. And so, again, this is nothing against PSA. I've said this before. There's video out there of me saying it on the record about other vendors. It's nothing against the vendors personally. It's just that if we have a process, let's just try to follow it, and it just might work. And I understand your position, and I'm not in your position, and you need something done, and you need something. So, where do we meet? But again, I serve at the will of the administration and the board. And so whatever you all choose, procurement will move forward. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Board Member Lanier? Vice Chair McCoy? Board Member Miller Anderson?
No, and I can't hear anybody when they're voting. I don't know if they're not speaking in the mic.
Board Member Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
No.
That item fails with Board Member Lanier, Board Member Miller Anderson, and Chair Lawson dissenting.
Thank you. Board Member McCoy, you're
So great. I'm so glad that happened. So for the 3 members that chose not to support this, I want to hear your explanation to who the hell we hold accountable for $11 million going out the door without one person checking it. For these people to be running around here, basically in violation of the contract. So can we declare a breach of the Global Tech contract right now?
You said for the $11 million that's going to be spent over the next 30 days?
The 11.5 million of design work that has not went through any kind of verification or any kind of check by any independent.
What does that vote have to do with the $11 million that was spent?
Sir, because we don't have an owner's representative.
And
Remember when I
we
asked,
wouldn't have had one before.
Wait.
Board member, what you're asking right now is we made a motion. The board, pleasure of the board has decided not to proceed, and we're going to go with procurement. I believe we can go on to our city management.
Is who do we hold accountable? Because now it wasn't until today that we find out that we don't have any oversight whatsoever on the design work that has been spent. Even suggested that there were situations of double billing that was proposed. So because we have $11.5 million that has went out in design work without any bit of oversight in any of the pay applications other than them going to finance and being the check being authorized, who do we hold responsible? So like clearly you can't have it both ways saying we don't need oversight, but then when you have this amount of money to go out the door, then nobody has actually adhered to the actual contract that says if you don't follow these steps, you're in breach. So clearly you got to be able to show like deference to, if you're not going to accept the owner's rep, you got to understand that there was milestones and benchmarks that had to be met, and there should have been oversight in that process. And because there's not, we can't sit here and ask Mr. Armstrong to do it. That's all I'm saying. And it was a theoretical question, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no, I'm gonna take on that. I'm gonna take on the responsibility of answering for you since you did ask the question. Theoretically or not, I'm gonna respond. Who are we gonna hold accountable or responsible? The same people we would hold when we bring in an owner's rep in the next 30 to 45 days. We're gonna have that owner's rep in their scope of work review all the documentation, and if they can backdate and look at previous contracts, they can actually review that. So when our procurement director, and for the support of bringing in qualified individuals, I'm gonna support my procurement director's recommendation to go through the process. So whether we hired somebody today or we hire them in 30 days, it's going to be the same steps. So accountability will be done regardless. So I disagree with your concern that we didn't hire this firm. They still have an opportunity to respond over the next 30 days following the process that my procurement director. I know how hard it is to hire good staff, and you know coming from the private sector, it's hard to find good people. I'm not going to go against what my recommended procurement director has advised because I support her recommendation. Now, we're not going to accept them tonight, but that doesn't mean we're not going to accept the owner's rep. We are going to accept the owner's rep. It's just when it's brought back the right way that she's presented to us, and I'm going to allow for her to do her position. So that's just my response. And if anybody else wants to opine. Board Member Lanier, you're recognized.
Yeah, I couldn't let this go. I mean, I couldn't let this slide. Mr. McCoy, Councilman McCoy said that, you know, they didn't meet benchmarks or they did not meet milestones. And Lord, the Marina project, they broke every rule there was. Every rule, every benchmark, every date that was due, everything, and they still moved forward. So I hope you're not using that as the argument, because the way that that project has gone over in the Marina, you can't compare the two.
Mr. Evans, over the next 30 days, it's you and your staff's responsibility to make sure that we're overseeing these process, because we've put on the notice that we need an owner's rep to oversee it because we haven't been doing a good job. So I'm going to hold my city manager accountable to make sure he recognizes before we bring in an owner's rep that we need to have this identified with the concerns that the owner's rep would be doing, because we have staff in place. Mr. Evans, we're putting you on notice. That's what I'm requesting of you to do over the next 30 days till we bring an owner's rep to review it.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized. Dr. Spiritus.
As Councilman McCoy, this project is ongoing. It's going on every single day. So who is going to oversee this project right now? Who's going to be the city's representative on a day-to-day basis? Because based on the contract and what's going on right now, millions of dollars can be spent based on the contract if there's nobody overseeing or questioning. So who's going to oversee this tomorrow? Who's overseeing this the day after tomorrow?
Hold on,
It
Mr.
could be
Evans.
costing us millions of dollars.
So I'm not sure if this is the pleasure of the board or the direction, but as I just stated, Mr. Evans, this is your responsibility. So I will state it again, since you asked the question again. Mr. Evans, this is your responsibility. So he will be overseeing it. So if I was not clear the first time, I'm going to be clear again. Mr. Evans is responsible for it. And I know that we have a lack of trust in the process because we've seen some missteps.
Mr. Chair.
Can I finish, please? We've seen a lack of process because we've had the missteps, but I'm going to allow for my procurement department to bring in an owner's rep over the next 30 days. These next 30 days, I'd like for our staff to make sure they're overseeing the spending so that it's done within the means and the proper process. And then when we have an owner's rep that can review it, then we go forward, because I'm not saying we don't need an owner's rep. We absolutely do, but I want to go ahead and follow the proper procurement process. Dr. Spiritus, you're recognized.
So, I
Yes,
have
sir.
a lot of respect for our city manager and his abilities, but in this particular situation, you need an engineer, an engineering background to be able to make these decisions with reference to the water wells. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
And to that point, I wasn't saying Mr. Evans to go follow up with it. I was hoping that he would assign a staffer and have his staff handle the process for the next 30 days. So I'm sure he has an engineer on the team that can handle it. And then PSA can respond, and they'll possibly be the bidder that in 30 days gets the bid. Let's just do the right procurement process from what our staffer has recommended.
Sure.
Mayor, you recognize.
Man, I agree with everything you're saying, but how many engineers do we have at the water? UD, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, on staff,
recognized.
we have one utility district engineer.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. You recognize.
I'm listening to council, Dr. Spiritus. I'm listening to you giving, telling me, let Mr. Evans know he needs to take over this. Now, let's be careful because you know, we're just going to throw this away, Mr. Evans, you go take care of it and this and that. I mean, I agree. We're giving her 30 days to do this. Let's have a clear who is going to oversee this, because I'm hearing Councilman Spiritus say, listen, you need an engineer. We only have one. We already determined this one engineer is already overworked. Where we going to go? Tell him, okay, you oversee this now? I mean, hell, that man writing grants. And then we're getting overloaded with people with permits that this man has to look at permits. Are you getting calls about all the permits that we're going through, man, that people are not getting because stuff is on his desk because he's overworked? See, this is kind of stuff we're just passing by. We're going to do it. No, give a name. Who's going to be overseeing this? Because if you got one engineer, then we're going to be in the same spot we're in.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mayor, you complete? Are you done, Mayor?
Yeah.
Agreed. Agree with you wholeheartedly, Mayor. Mr. Evans, if you want to respond?
Yeah. Obviously, with respect to, you know, this is multifaceted and very complicated, and certainly, you know, you need some professional expertise as it relates to this. And so, if the board would indulge me to an opportunity by Friday, I can give you who will be kind of co-managing the project with me, but I'm probably going to have to utilize some type of professional services mechanism to have another engineer to help a third party, and I have to look at how we can facilitate that to be able to get us from point A to point B and do some of the reviews. But certainly, I'll provide something to the board in writing.
I'm about to leave this meeting. Is somebody, Mr. Chair?
Board member, you're recognized.
Can we allow the manager to do that? But we got to move through, because I don't want to do, Mr. Chair, is we got time certain ordinances that have been published
Yes,
for
sir.
the 16th. And boy, I know these folks have been hanging in there just like we have. So I appreciate it. I just want, I'm done with you, D. Just one question I have.
You recognize, board member.
I mean, when we get to board member comments.
Yes, sir. We'll go ahead and get started. Well, actually, comments from Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and certainly the only intent behind having that is support is because obviously I can hear and understand the trepidations from the board, and I wanted to try to appease the board and provide for some assurities that somebody with some technical expertise would be helping in the process until we get through a bona fide process. And so I will again provide update with the board who will be assisting on these projects that were discussed this evening. And that concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Attorney Nguyen?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Members from the board, board member McCoy, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Evans, what happened, or what did we do or not do in terms of the ECR representative? Was there any presence at the last ECR meeting?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
I believe Mr. Armstrong has attended the ECR meeting and should be able to provide a report back to the board.
A written report?
We can get, if that's the board. Yeah.
Mr. Armstrong can get us a written report, that'd be great.
We can work with it. Yeah.
And members, I think we did kind of table that item, right, Mr. Evans, in terms of who the appointee would be? Because I don't think we appointed anyone, if I can lastly recall.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because you took on the role of saying that you was going to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
I do recall, I think we did appoint Mr. Armstrong.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. And if there's anything of concern, I know there was the capital issues, and it'd be good to know where we are in terms of that, especially considering a new budget year.
Yes, Mr. Chair, really quickly, I
Recognize.
forgot in my comments, and what's another item related, I would like the authorization from the board to work with Ms. Nguyen to engage legal services for the town of Mangonia Park. They have not been in compliance with regards to the relationship that we do have with them, and we have tried to remedy that situation, but unfortunately, I think we have to utilize some legal resources to facilitate compliance with the agreement. And so I am asking for the board to authorize the city attorney and city manager to deploy the appropriate resources to attempt to gain compliance with the town of Mangonia Park.
McCoy, you recognize.
Follow up. Thank you, Chair. So is this the agreement where we waive the fees?
Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
This is well, that dates back, I think, 3.5 years ago from the conversation that we had with them. So this has been the long-standing issue that we've had with the town.
Well, let me tell you what I recall, and I didn't bring this up then, but boy, let me tell you, I got a big head and a lot of memory. Our utility district charter requires a supermajority to waive fees. It was a 3-2 vote, and we entered into that agreement. Now, I just told you about process, what was right and what's legal. Certainly, that's against our own public policy that we actually entered into that agreement. And that's why I voted against it. And even still, despite us voting against it, the agreement was ratified. And it's very clear in our charter, there shall be no free service. In the event that the board chooses to waive fees, it requires a supermajority. That only was accomplished by a majority. So as far as I'm concerned, that's your problem. You guys made this mess, and it was against, because like, how in the hell can I justify to somebody that pays a 30% increase while we just gave the town next door free water? So it's, well, free wastewater services. So I just can't sit here and tell you that, yeah, go ahead and go for it. That's your problem to figure out. And you and Ms. Nguyen should be able to figure it out without going to outside counsel, because you guys got us in this mess and we should have never did it in the first place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Board Member McCoy. Board Member Miller Anderson?
What is this, for comments or?
Yeah,
is
board
this
comments.
for Mr. Evans's request?
I'm sorry?
I said, didn't Mr. Evans just ask for a request? Are we not speaking on that anymore?
I couldn't hear you.
Did Mr. Evans ask us for something? Are we done with that?
Did you ask us for something, Mr. Evans?
What? Yes, Mr. Chair. What? I asked for if the board would support the city pursuing legal action against the town of Mangonia Park to gain compliance with regards to the services that we do provide for sanitary sewer.
Okay.
I request a roll call vote on that, Chair.
Ms. Miller Anderson, you heard the request?
Yeah, so want to
And
make that
we're looking
motion?
for support for that, and then Board Member McCoy's request a roll call.
Yeah, I'll make the motion on what Mr. Evans just stated.
Well, what did he state? He wants support. What does that
He
mean?
wants support.
Mr. Evans, can you explain that again, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
Seeking authorization to utilize legal resources and work with the Office of the City Attorney to pursue corrective measures against the town of Mangonia Park to come in compliance with the outstanding balance owed to the City of Riviera Beach Utility Special District.
So moved.
Motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and probably second. Discussion. When you say use legal resources, what do you mean, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
If the city attorney finds it appropriate to have to utilize legal services to gain compliance, that we have the authorization by the utility district board to effectively do so. We have tried, joint meetings, negotiation sessions, a variety of different things that we seen. Sometimes they've come into compliance and then invariably it gets back to where they fall out of compliance. And so staff is asking for us to once and for all resolve this particular issue.
I definitely want the issue resolved, but I want to try to have that resolved in-house, so I can't support that. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So I really don't see the difference, Mr. Evans, between hiring outside counsel without going through a procurement procedure, even though these people have all been put on a list the same way these engineers have been put on a list. Why are we not going through the same process when it comes to hiring outside counsel as you would hiring outside engineers? I don't see the difference between the two. And this is not an emergency. This is something you can go through the procurement procedure in 30 days and collect the money, because you'll collect interest or whatever that a judge would say, or whatever a settlement would be. So I don't think you can pick and choose when you want to use procurement and when you don't want to use it when it comes to professional services. You either follow the procedure or you don't follow the procedure.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
In my request, I didn't ask for anything as it relates to procurement, just that we would have to utilize legal expenditure. The process that the attorney would want to follow for the purposes of selecting, the attorney that would help would be within the purview of the city attorney. We just wanted to make sure that the board did support us pursuing Mangonia Park to gain compliance with regards to the balance owed to the city of Riviera Beach. And that's going to require the attorney's office to draft and send some correspondence or facilitate another negotiation session or whatever ways we can look to resolve that. So that's specifically what my request was centered around as it relates to legal services. The city attorney can opine on how she plans to obtain those services to resolve this issue.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spinach, you finished?
Well, Mr. Chair, I thought I heard the manager say that it was going to be outside counsel in the beginning, but if it's going to be in-house, then I have no objection.
I heard outside counsel as well, so I just wanted to get clarity on that. Are we using outside counsel, or is this going to be in-house?
Mr. Chair,
Attorney Nguyen, you recognize.
we have traditionally used outside counsel in these negotiations in an attempt to resolve this matter with Mangonia Park. And I will say, Dr. Spiritus, that the code allows me to hire outside counsel to charter without coming to council, so it's not a procurement process. I think Mr. Evans was just looking for direction on, in the event that we had to proceed with litigation because either meetings and informal mediation did not work to resolve the matter, then we could, instead of coming back to you again, then we could proceed with legal action. But I have the authority under the charter to select.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Nguyen, but we also have the authority to pick an engineer without going through that procurement procedure, because they already went through that procedure and that process already. I'm just trying to show that we're picking and choosing here what the difference is. I understand what your authority is under the charter.
Thank you.
Mayor, and then Board Member McGuire.
Question, does hiring all outside attorneys need to come from your office or through your office?
Yes.
I have a question, Mr. Evans. Have you hired a lawyer without going through our legal process before?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
I believe we have hired for legal support and gotten concurrence from the attorney's office for a variety of different things, whether it's training or other items.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Have you personally used an attorney outside of our legal to answer questions for you?
Chair, if I may.
Recognize Mr. Evans.
5 minutes was not going to get through.
Mr. Chair, no.
No?
I'm not aware of one where we utilize services that were outside.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize the mayor.
I have an invoice.
So order.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize Mr. Evans.
I haven't had the opportunity to see the invoice.
Okay. I'll get it to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Lanier?
Yes, do we have a motion on the floor? I'm trying to figure out where we are. We've been, next thing I know, we're talking about an invoice for something. So is it, what do we have on the floor now,
A
Chair?
motion was made and seconded by yourself to allow for legal counsel, Mr. Evans to pursue the dollars for the wastewater and Mangoing Park.
So it was clear that it was something that they were going to do in-house or out, or, I mean, explain that to me
If they
again.
have to go to litigation, Attorney Nguyen just said that she would have to go outside. Typical practice has been to go outside if they have to go to litigation, and instead of coming back before us, they just want to ask direction if they have to litigate.
Okay,
Okay,
got it.
you recognize?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
Mr. Sherman, do you have a number as to how much is owed for the town of Mangonia Park thus far?
And board members, we do want to try to keep in mind, we have to get through these ordinances because they were all noticed before 12. So we have about 25 minutes. Or otherwise, we'll have to renotice them.
Yeah, I did look at it last week, and I don't have the exact number, but it was over $400,000.
Here. You recognize? Oh, Dr. Spiders, you finished with your comments? Board Member McQuay.
Utility Special District Charter, Section 4.10, free service. The district shall not provide free service to any class of users, notwithstanding the foregoing, upon a finding of a majority of the board, +1, that the provision of free or reduced service to any user of the system would avoid unjust hardship to such user. When this agreement was entered into, it was only approved by a majority vote, which in effect and had the functional equivalent of giving them free water service. So as far as I'm concerned, the agreement is against public policy because our charter said from the very beginning, you can't enter into it without a majority +1. So as far as I'm concerned, Ms. Nguyen needs to figure that out, and so does Mr. Evans, because they signed off for legal sufficiency and they moved forward with an agreement that was against public policy, which is our charter of the Utility Special District. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, board member. Additional comments from the board?
Well, let me ask one question. Is
You're
it-
recognized.
Are we looking to pursue legal action on past money or current money? What is that? Is it on the agreement money or is it lately that they haven't paid? I need to get that clear. Mr. Evans, Ms. Nguyen.
Mr. Sherman. Oh, Mr. Sherman.
Right, so the district and the town had an agreement that has expired. Okay, under that agreement, there was a discount rate that the town was paying. Since that agreement expired, we have been invoicing the town the same rate we invoice every other customer. So we have the standby fees, to pay the meter fees. Okay, that started in May of 23. I think May of 23.
Chair.
You recognize?
So when the contract expired in May of 2023, were they paid up at that point? And then we just started invoicing them the not discounted price, and that's where they got behind?
They were paid up for the first couple of months that we were billing the same rate. They were paying it, and then they got into, I believe it was August, and they started going back to the old rate, not paying the standby.
But I remember.
Some of the payments that we get, we can't even tell what usage they're they're coming up with. They're not even using the meter reads or anything. It's all over the place.
I
at
think
this
that I
point.
know now that it was because we gave them a discounted rate for a certain amount of time. After that expired, they still want the discounted rate, and they paid the discounted rate instead of paying with the invoice. I got it now.
Thank you. Question from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
So, Mr. Evans, do we have the ability to cut off this service? Can we give them like 5 years notice that in 5 years, if they're not paid up, we cut the service?
If I may.
You recognize?
I don't know if it's highly doubtful that you'll be able to disconnect the service. They would have to make other provisions, you probably could put them on notice that it's not our desire to continue to provide that service. But that's some additional research that we're going to have to look at because it is a public health and safety item because that's the main, our lines are the main way in which their wastewater makes its way to the ECR. So it probably would take a significant notice and invariably I think the health department would have to sign off on what that would entail. So we can do some research on that and get back to the board as if that's a viable option.
Chair?
You recognize?
All right. The reason I brought this up is I had the same situation up in New York, and we gave that municipality their 5-year notice that we were going to cut the service, and we got paid 2 months later. So I don't know down in Florida whether you have that legal ability or not.
Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
We can certainly ask the questions.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Lanier,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
No.
Board Member Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
No.
That item passes with Vice Chair McCoy and Chair Lawson dissenting.
Any additional comments from the board? I'm going to save my comments for the council meeting. Board Member Lanier, you're recognized.
No, I just wanted to let the public know that I'm having a community meeting next Wednesday here at the marina, and it's everything water. It is about the water. It is about questions that you want to ask about the water. It'll be next Wednesday, the 23rd at 6 o'clock here at the marina.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? This meeting is adjourned. 5-minute bathroom. Let's get back in exactly 5 minutes, guys.
I don't think we can, Chair. Let's just go ahead and get started. If somebody has to step out, they
I gotta go
should.
to the restroom.
All right, well, as long as we have a quorum. We have a quorum for everybody? Good? All right, let's get started then. I'd like to call, re-adjourn our regular city council meeting. The time is 11:37 PM.
Reconvene, I believe the word. is.
Reconvene, I'm sorry.
Move to approve consent, Mr. Chair.
Motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Apologize. We didn't ask if there's anyone who'd like to pull an item from consent. Motion on the table has been properly seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier, Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Passes with Councilperson Lanier out.
Thank you. Going into the regular agenda, items on 8A, ordinance 4266.
Ordinance 4266, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of the City of Riviera Beach, approving a land use amendment application to change the land use from medium-density multiple-family residential to community facilities for the property located at 1501 West 28th Street, identified by parcel control number 56434229010000480, providing for applicability, conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards are now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
just a simple question of
Go
staff.
ahead.
Mrs. Simmons, were there any changes since first reading?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
No, there have not been any changes since first reading.
Do you have a omnibus presentation for us for the land use zoning map and site plan?
Or item A and, A and B?
Yes, sir.
If the board desires a presentation, we can give one.
If
But
there's no changes.
there are no changes.
Board member, no changes. Dr. Spiritus, you okay? Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk. 8A.
Councilperson Lanier?
I'm sorry, actually, we did have a public comment card.
Yes.
Call public comment?
Mary Brown?
Riviera Beach, I will be very brief.
Thank you.
This is in reference to both of them. I think this is, the rezoning, over by Lindsay Davis for the parking area. That is much, much needed. And as a resident of the city here, I'm glad to have that brought before the board because you have that, senior, center over there, as well as the police outlet. So you can see that we are growing and we are expanding. So I'm glad to see that property being utilized for the parking.
Thank you,
So
Ms. Brown.
those are those comments. So job well done.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call?
Councilperson Lanier? Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus? Chair Lawson?
Yes.
That item passes with Councilperson Lanier out.
Thank you. 8B?
Item 8B, ordinance number 4268, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of the City of Riviera Beach, approving a rezoning application to change the zoning district from multiple family dwelling district to community facilities for the property located at 1501 West 28th Street, identified by parcel control number 56 43 42 2901 00000480, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chairperson, we do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
So move.
Second. Motion been made and properly seconded. To follow up on my colleague's request, were there any changes for this item on 8B? Mr. Sherman?
No, Mr. Chair, there have been no changes.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Public comment card, Madam Clerk?
That would be Bonnie Larson.
Ms. Larson, are you still here? She stepped out? Okay, roll call. If no questions from the board? Roll call.
Councilperson Lanier?
I need to know what we're voting on.
8B ordinance 4268, approval of second reading.
4268.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 8C?
Item 8C, ordinance 4270, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the city's future land use map on behalf of the Riviera Beach Utility Special District, approving a land use map amendment to change plus or minus 1.9081 acre parcel located on Blue Heron Boulevard between Australian Avenue on the west and Avenue L on the east from a land use classification of commercial to a land use classification of utilities, and to change a plus or minus 5.9775 acre parcel located at 2391 Avenue L from a land use classification of community facility to a utilities land use classification, providing for applicability, conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have two public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Been made, properly seconded. Mr. Sherman, any changes from the first reading to the second?
No, Mr. Chair, no changes on this item.
Thank you. Public comment card?
The first speaker has left, so the second speaker will be Mrs. Mary Brown.
Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. Apparently, this is the utilization of Avenue L where the utility district is supposed to be built. Is that going on? I'm all for that because they need to move. They need to go ahead on and do what they need to do in a timely manner because we will not stall anymore here. So I'm in agreement with that because as far as I've read and it has not been any other implementation of any other changes except for to utilize that land. So that's moving.
Questions from the board?
Yes, Chair.
You're
Mr.
recognized.
Sermons, I've never believe I've noticed the terminology of changing land use classification. I've always seen amending the future land use map, but what is this? Why is this terminology used? Land use classification change as opposed to amending the land use map. It says both.
If I may.
Recognize.
Where are you reading from, Councilman?
8C, ordinance 4270. You seem to have, maybe it's something I've never recognized, but it's used interchangeably, but always it's amending the future land use map. But down in the mid paragraph, it says, a change to plus or minus parcel located, and then it goes on to say from a land use classification of commercial. It seems like you guys are joining the zoning within this land use map change. This future land use map change is usually referred to as a land use map amendment. So am I missing something here? Because that seems to be a little off.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
No, you're not missing anything. There is a difference in language there. The effect of the language is the same. If there's a preference for the board to only refer to the map, we can absolutely do that in the future.
I think that's probably appropriate just to be consistent. That's just an observation. Thank you, sir.
Understood, not a problem.
Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson, unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Item 8D, ordinance 4271, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, on behalf of the Riviera Beach Utility Special District, amending the city's zoning map to rezone a plus or minus 1.9081 acre parcel located on Blue Heron Boulevard between Australian Avenue on the west and Avenue L on the east from a general commercial zoning district to a utility zoning district and rezone a plus or minus 5.9775 acre parcel located at 2391 Avenue L from a community facility zoning district to a utilities zoning district, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sermon, any changes to this item since first reading to second reading?
No, Mr. Chair, no changes.
Thank you. Public comments, you said none?
No public comments, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier, Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yeah.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Item 8E, ordinance 4267, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, approving a land use amendment application to change the land use from working waterfront to downtown mixed use for the following parcels: a plus or minus 0.2072 acre vacant parcel located at 57 East 12th Street, a plus or minus 0.1614 acre vacant parcel located at 1195 Avenue C, and the southern portion of a plus or minus 11.7234 acre parcel located at 180 East 13th Street, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
So move.
Madam Clerk, did we,
So
you
move.
went to 8E? Did we
Yes.
skip 8D or we did 8D?
We did 8.
Okay,
We did 8.
okay, just making sure. All right, 8E. Any public comments?
No public comment cards on this item, Mr. Chair.
Motion was made and properly seconded. Mr. Sermon, I'm gonna get it right tonight.
Mr. Chair, for the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services for the City of Riviera Beach, and no, there have been no changes to this item since first reading.
Thank you, sir. Comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Larson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Madam Clerk?
Item 8F, ordinance 4269, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the City of Riviera Beach zoning map to approve a rezoning application request from Florida Power and Light to rezone the northern plus or minus 20 acre of the 72.35 acre site addressed as 2400 Port West Boulevard, Riviera Beach, and identified by parcel control number 56434231040010000 from a recreation and open space zoning district to be consistent with the utilities future land use designation in order to facilitate the development of a new cellular tower facility, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly second. Director Clarence Sermons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There have been no changes to this item before you for second reading. I will say that the following item on the agenda is the site plan associated with it. My presentation does cover both. I can do it now, or I could do it later and omit anything related to the zoning that is before you now. The pleasure of the board.
No.
Mr. Chair, I would prefer, site plans are, well, they're quasi judicial, it's a public hearing, so I guess you might as well do it both now, yeah?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'll proceed. This is the ordinance for the zone change that has been just read into the record. There is also, again, a site plan associated with this project as well. The project location is indicated by the red dot on the screen before you. A closer visual of the project location, the parcel in question is outlined in blue. The applicant is Florida Power and Light. The request is to rezone the approximately 70-acre parcel on the northern side of the FPL property from recreation open space to utilities. If the rezoning is approved, the applicant will be able to construct a communication facility with a 300-foot tall tower here in the city of Riviera Beach. Just some quick background on this project. There was previously a 400-foot tall tower on the site. In 2021, that tower collapsed, which resulted in the need for this replacement tower. The new tower is intended to provide service to the city of Riviera Beach and surrounding areas. Again, the project location on the screen. The entire parcel is in red. The area to be rezoned is in blue, and the proposed project area is in yellow, where the proposed replacement tower would be constructed. Before you is the current zoning, recreation open space, and the proposed utilities. The proposed site plan is before you. The majority of the area here is already in place under a previously approved site plan. The proposed amendment entails this location right here for a footprint for the tower and associated facilities. This is the current elevation and proposed elevation with the tower in the background. It is not near any other properties or visual roadways that would allow for height and visibility. Current site facing west and proposed. Once rezoned, the regulations of utilities would allow for the requested use. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and the future land use is already utilities for this, so this zone change would make it consistent with the underlying future land use. And the staff has reviewed a landscaping plan and tree removal plan for this proposed use as well. This hearing has been properly noticed according to state and city regulations. Staff has not received any comments for or against this project. And after review, staff recommends approval of this. As well, the Planning and Zoning Board has reviewed this project and recommended approval as well. And that concludes the staff presentation for this project.
Thank you. Public comment?
This is Mary Graham.
I think I see the applicants over there. I was in the planning and zoning board to work this. I asked about what type of steel that tower would be made out of. Because if you can see, climate change to Ms. Graham is real. I don't know whether anybody else believe it, because the hurricanes and the tornadoes and everything is compromising us. So they did tell me what the steel, what it would be made out of this time, because when it collapsed, that was not what it was made out of then, in order to withstand the wind, because we are in perilous times now. And I also ask about the landscaping. Just because you're put somewhere, that does not mean that it does not be maintained and beautified. So they did agree with that. So as a board, I want you all to hold these people, when they come in our city, accountable from exactly what they say that they will do. That will show them too that we do value their business, as well as they value we as a city. So thank you kindly.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments from the board?
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
The applicant did agree last time when we spoke to them that the lights would change from white light to red light in the evening. So I just want to make sure that they are going to do that. Thank you.
Additional comments?
Let me ask a question. I'm
You're
sorry.
recognized.
Yeah, about the tower itself. Is there any way that there could be Riviera Beach somewhere on that tower? We had the same conversation with the people who put the big silo up at the port, and it has a beautiful Riviera Beach and really nice. And I was hoping that can be done for this, if possible. Mr. Summers.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Yes, staff did have similar conversations for a project proposed at the port. We have not had similar conversations regarding this proposed structure. It is not, there's not clear visibility from many points, but the applicant may be open to it, and it may be a possibility. It is structurally a lot different than the tower in the port. But I would need to yield to the applicant to talk about the possibilities of that.
Humanity,
as something
Mr.
they're
Chair,
aware
I
of.
don't think we're on a zoning issue. That shouldn't even be discussed.
Agreed. When we bring to the resolution on the site plan, I believe we can discuss that. I believe my colleague, they bring it up because we presented both, but because we're voting on the zoning, I would say take this and then we can bring this back up on the site plan.
Very good.
Thank you. Additional comments? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. Site plan, 11A.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 11A. Resolution number 126-24, resolution of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application from Florida Power and Light to allow for construction of a FPL communication tower facility on the northern plus or minus 20 acre of 72.35 acre FPL site addressed as 2400 Port West Boulevard, Riviera Beach, and identified by parcel number 56434223104000000, having a utilities future land use designation, providing for conditions of approval, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have comment cards from this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Director? Sermons?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff has no additional presentation for this item.
Thank you. In response to Ms. Lanier's question, I know that there were discussions, but I don't know if maybe the applicant is still here to address that.
The applicant is here and ready to respond.
They've come and gone. And I would challenge that that's not germane either to approving the site plan and the elements of the site. So that is my point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
let me ask the individual, it's a simple question, a yes or no question.
My point of order was
Um,
proper.
To recognize the point of order, it's not germane to approving the site plan. But I do want to allow my colleague the opportunity to answer the question. I understand my colleague McCoy's concern, though, that I wouldn't want to preface, this is not going to make it a precedence to supporting or not supporting this item. But if we do have the applicant here, and if we could be allotted the answer from the applicant.
Good evening, City Board members. I was talking with our client, Florida Power and Light. We actually have a good display for the City Riviera Beach logo on a prior application. It's across the backside of the tower itself. We don't think that incorporating the city's logo on the tower will meet the true wind load requirements to accommodate the request, but I can defer to our applicant for further information on if that's something that the board would like more information on.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Director?
I'm sorry, to expound on what the applicant just stated, at a previous site plan amendment, FPL did, in a show of goodwill to the city, add the city to the mural on the side of the building that's most prominent from I-95. So they have agreed to partner with the city in that regard before. But it sounds like this particular one wouldn't lend itself as well, but that much is true from a previous site plan amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman, additional comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
And thank you to the applicant for staying with us all night. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk, 11B.
Item 11B, resolution number 108-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding invitation to bid ITB 1131243 for landscape maintenance services, groups 1, 2, and 9 to Battalion Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Property Works in the amount of $1,130,171.97. Group 3 to Quality One Landscape Maintenance, Inc., in the amount of $320,190. Group 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to Terracon Services, Inc., in the amount of $324,752.07, totaling $1,775,114.04 for an initial 3-year period with 2 additional 1-year renewal periods, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the contracts, further authorizing the director of finance and administrative services to make payment from account number 101-301-03-534000 and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have public comments on this item. I'm sorry, public comment cards. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Public Works Director, Mr. Trevicio, and Ms. Ammons to make this presentation.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council, Honorable Mayor. Roberto Travieso, Public Works Director for the record. I'm joined by Director Amons from the Procurement Department as well. It's our pleasure to be here to discuss this item, which is seeking approval from the City Council for 3 contracts for the purpose of having qualified vendors provide the city with landscape and lawn maintenance services on the 8 main thoroughfares within the city. This item was budgeted in the fiscal year 25 budget, and is part of a initiative. We've been working with city administration to strategically realign resources within the Streets and Grounds Division to focus more on street maintenance and building skill force. At this time, we have a team that primarily focuses on cutting and finishing grass, and is because of performing those duties can be potentially exposed to certain hazards. So we're looking to increase the skill level that the staff has by providing them with opportunities to develop their skill set in the areas of concrete finishing to help us repair sidewalks throughout the city in a more responsive, less reactive fashion, and also repair potholes, repair signage, and effectively operate as a street maintenance operation and less as a landscape type of business. So again, safety reductions are a significant benefit to that, more operational efficiencies, more control and cost efficiencies in terms of the equipment and the resources that are utilized to maintain these green spaces, and also opportunities for employee development and to build more of their skills. We would certainly still maintain contract oversight or management over the 3 contracts pending City Council's consideration. And also we will focus in expanding green spaces, beautifying the city, increasing the flower beds, irrigation, etc. I did wanted to point out that we work closely with the procurement department to develop the scope of services for these contracts to make sure that they were comprehensive, and the scope includes the full array of services from mulching, cutting, at the proper frequency. Also, the services included will provide for fertilizing, for litter control on a weekly basis in these main thoroughfares, for pruning of palm trees, trimming of trees, weeding and fertilizing. So pending City Council's questions, that is my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any public comment cards on this item.
What?
Yes.
Board Member McCoy, you recognize.
Thank you. Ms. Emmons. A lot of information here in the backup. What I don't see is the actual responses, because the solicitation does ask the question, does your firm qualify for SBE, MBE, or WBE status? However, the bid tabulation form does not indicate if there was any kind of 8% allowance that was given to them, or the 15% depending on whether they were SBE that's provided under the code. Can you speak to if any of these firms qualify, and particularly the 2 firms that were not selected, with them receiving SBE preference, have made a difference in the selection of the lowest ranked bidder?
So, Chairman, I apologize. I printed and anticipated every question
Okay, let's go.
except that one. So I do not have the supporting documentation in front of me.
So do you recall if any of these firms got SBE, got the allowance for SBE?
So this particular solicitation was evaluated before I began. I trust my staff. I want to assume, and I know what happens when we assume, yes.
No, I don't know. Tell me.
Oh, well, sometimes when we make an assumption, I end up being wrong and I guess have pie in my face. However, it is codified in code that is, it was in the solicitation. And so according to code, we do have the SBE requirement. But again, if you give me a moment, I can try to pull up the,
No need,
thank you.
no need, because if it's wrong, it's gonna have to get fixed.
Correct.
And my concern is when I look at the solicitation, the only reference to SBE is the question of, is your firm a SBE, MBE, or WBE? It does not let the respondents know that they're entitled under the code to having a price differential of 8% in some cases and 15% in other cases. And while I'm going to approve this because you've been pretty thorough and I think commendable, I just don't want to hear anybody come back and say, well, had I gotten those percentage points, I would have been awarded the lowest responsive bidder. That's going to be a problem. And, I can really respect people who accept accountability. That means the world. And I understand we had a whole lot going on here. So I'm glad you said that you were not for certain, but you trust that it was done properly. And more importantly, even if it was not done properly, if nobody's injured by this, then there's no argument. But certainly if there is going to be something that can be said that a person would have otherwise been deemed the lowest responsive bidder, I would certainly hope that we move quickly to address that.
Yes, sir.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member, Councilman McCoy. And Ms. Hammonds, thank you for your response. Director Treviso, the current staff that we have that is doing lawn maintenance now, what is going to be their new scope of work?
So Chair, if I may, at this time, we have 11 people that are assigned to the division streets and grounds, and that we're estimating is that about 50% of their time right now is currently spent doing grounds maintenance, and the majority of that time will be repurposed to street maintenance. We have divided the city into maintenance districts so that we can comprehensively address and hopefully make potholes, along with the capital improvement plan that the city council approved, make potholes a thing of the past within the city. So we want to increase the level of responsiveness and again, be less reactive in the way that we actually address those issues citywide. We will have to build some.
So with that, and I'm assuming that you can address capacities because all 11 staffers that are doing landscaping will be able to handle potholes and that type of.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
At this point, they do handle potholes, but they don't do it at a high skill level,
right?
Because they spend most of their time doing grounds maintenance. So we will have, I was getting ready to say that we will have to ramp up operations, but we're prepared to do that aggressively. There's there's funding that the city council approved for training to help us to provide formal training, technical training in-house for staff so that we can learn how to properly form sidewalks, how to cut and patch up potholes, etc.
There's what that's been assigned? You said.
Sir, say again?
You said there was what that was assigned? There's monies?
There were funding assigned as part of our regular budget for training and development. So
my question, I guess then my follow-up would be, once we filled all the potholes, once we've addressed those concerns, I want to keep these staffers working because I appreciate us bringing in some local participants, especially Quality One. I know they're a local vendor here that's from this community that's homegrown. The other ones are Palm Beach County. So we've done a good job with addressing some of the SBE concerns. We're going to double back to the MBE and WMBE process, but the workers, I want to make sure our staff continues to stay compliant and we can keep this as the absolute blessed city to live, work, and play, that they can stay working for the city, that they can stay with active jobs and then continue to improve and ramping up. So I don't want any downtime with them. So if we need to get the training, get them to work, we need to get them moving immediately.
Totally, sir.
Ms. Hammonds, the MBE that my colleague represented, that was in the actual procurement process. How can we actually take that into account and offer? Can we only offer additional percentage for SBE, or is MBE also included in our code? And WMBE.
Chairman, I believe that by SBE definition, if I recall correctly, can include MBE, WBE, VBE.
Okay, so SBE can include.
If I recall correctly,
I don't
when
think
I
our,
researched the code.
I don't think that our, I want to double check. I don't have it in
Yes.
front of me, but let's just follow back on that.
Okay.
Because I do want to, Mr. Evans, have a discussion about our disparity study. This direction was given by the board back in 2020 to begin collecting data on the disparity study. And if we can have a presentation at our next meeting, Mr. Evans, on the disparity study, where we stand and what's going to be our next steps to make sure that our code is reflective on providing opportunities for local and minorities and women businesses. Thank you, sir. Additional comments?
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Roberta, we had this conversation, I think, before. I just want to make sure for the record that our staff is going to continue maintaining the sidewalk and the landscaping next to the sidewalk on North Ocean Drive on Singer Island and the walkways to the beach, correct?
Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Councilperson, that's correct. North Ocean Drive is one of the thoroughfares, one of the rights of ways that's included in the program, and we'll be looking to keep oversight of not only working in partnership with the Parks and Recreation Department for the beach access walkways, also to make sure that the sidewalks are, and again, freeing up the hours, by approving the contracts is certainly going to allow us to focus more on proper street maintenance for all main thoroughfares and as well as the local roads within the community.
Thank you.
Additional comments?
Yes.
You're recognized.
So are these the aggregate amounts? Because I'm not sure if I'm understanding this correctly. I'm looking at Quality One Landscape in the amount of $320,000. That's over a 3-year period, correct? For groups 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which I don't see what exactly that represents in all of these documents.
So on the actual resolution, the total amount awarded will be 1.7 million. Broken down, battalion 1.1, quality 320, and Terracon 324, and that is for years 1, 2, and 3. Each year.
Well, that's not what I'm seeing in the agreement. The agreement specifically says payments to contractor. The city, you said in years 1, 2, and 3, meaning that that's the amount over all 3 years. But when I look at the contract, it says the total and cumulative amount of this contract shall not exceed $320,190.00, or the amount of funds annually budgeted for these services. So I'm not exactly clear on whether or not that represents the amount for the year or over a period of 3 years.
Okay, according to the calculations, the annual cost is 376,000 for a battalion. So at the end of the 3-year term, it is 1.1. Then for quality landscape, it's 106,000 for year 1, then year 2, then year 3, for a total of 320,000. And I hope I'm answering your question. And then Terracon is 1.8 for year 1, then year 2, then year 3, for a total of 324.
I understand that perfectly.
Okay.
But that's not very clear in this agreement. And I would invite you to look at Article 3, letter A. And it says the city agrees to compensate the contractor the total and cumulative amount of this contract, which shall not exceed $320,190.00, comma, or the amount of funds annually budgeted for these services. So when I look at that, right, I'm assuming when I see annually, that's what that person is expected to earn. It's not clear that, if you're going to have a contract, it needs to say the annual amount per year, not the aggregate amount over, and then it doesn't even say over 3 years here. So you guys have to wordsmith this. I would approve the resolution and direct staff to go back and work with legal to make sure that this is abundantly clear. And not only that, there was something else in this agreement that kind of caught my attention. Oh, so what I've not seen, and this has been kind of inconsistent in our process, is who exercises or who has the ability to exercise these options? Because that's never actually laid out. And I see staff chooses to do it when it's convenient. You remember you talked about processes
Process,
early,
yes.
policies and what's legal. So like, this is where I can tell you, I can poke holes in the process because sometimes staff wants to invoke certain renewals without even bringing it to the board. In fact, I seen a solicitation that I was literally at a conference and I was asked about that went out on the street and was automatically canceled because finance was able to had a provision in the previous agreement. So, I mean, we need to be able to know that, and it's not clear on this who invokes or has the authority to do that. And especially considering I just seen an agreement where the mayor has the authority to suspend certain collective bargaining agreements, but the manager yet actually took advantage of that and usurped the mayor's authority and sent out a letter saying that. So I need to know and be clear who has that authority.
Chair, if I may.
Recognize.
All right, so professionally, what I'm used to is the
Now,
department.
I don't care what you're used to, because that's what we're not gonna do.
No,
We're
no,
gonna
I
talk
understand
about
that.
policy,
I understand that.
processes, and what's legal.
And I don't know if that policy is here yet. And so that was, and
Okay,
I'm,
it's not proper, so let's go ahead and toss it until y'all can fix it, because that's two things that's not clear.
okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you. You recognize?
So, Mr. Sermons, what happens if the city council, I'm Roberto, I'm sorry. What happens if we don't budget any funds for this next year? Do we have any liability whatsoever?
No.
No, we don't have any liability.
No, as a public entity, we do not have any liability, and our contracts allow for us to serve the agreement. So there's no guarantee of funds beyond the current budgeted fiscal year.
It was basically an option.
Yes, and we can exercise our option to cancel due to lack of funding.
Additional comments?
Yes.
You recognize.
So, Ms. Wynn or Ms. Emmons, did staff incorporate this new provisions of Florida statutes on the scrutinized companies that boycott Israel list? Where did that come from? I've never seen that in any of our agreements before.
It's standard language and it's required by Florida statute.
But I'm saying, when did that happen? Because that wasn't in previous versions of. I heard of scrutinized companies, but not the Israel boycott list.
Standard language. We typically do have it unless staff didn't include it in there. It's in our standard contracts.
Okay, but I've seen the scrutinized companies.
I understand.
But I even seen the reference to the Chinese companies, but
And Israel, yes.
okay.
Mhm.
In the Iranian petroleum energy sector list, I'm like, so Israel is a new one.
It's not that new, no.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know.
Well, I guess maybe we've always used the word scrutinized companies and never went into detail.
Right.
Okay.
Could be.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm down on this item because, I mean, clearly we need to be able to know who has, and I hate to do this to these people, but, you know, in reading the agreement, if someone can make sense of it as to, you know, that this is, I mean, when I read it, Ms. Wynn, and I don't know if you have it where you can actually access it, Article 3 says payments to contractor. And perhaps it's their understanding, but when I read it, it's really not clear whether 320,000 represents whether it's a 1-year cost or a 3-year cost.
I'll work with procurement and we'll clear up the contract.
Okay, well, I just hope that's the understanding because it's already executed by the other party, so,
We have to go back to them and
okay.
get them to agree to any amendment, we will.
All right, I'm holding my nose and voting, okay?
Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yeah.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Comments?
Voted no.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we still
Did you
have
vote
general public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless no other business of the city. Please be reminded that the City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings and which is posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if the rules are not adhered to, City Council Chairman may have an interrupted speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or the building. If necessary, please govern yourselves accordingly. How many public comment cards do we have, Madam Clerk?
We have 3 public comment cards. The first speaker is Derek Burns, followed by Doretta Polk and Mrs. Mary Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Burns.
It's because Miller, is she still on?
She's on.
I have 2 complaints about Carpet Cove, where she's the council over that district. The alleys, the city was cleaning them. For some reason, they're not cleaning them anymore. It's got to the point where trees are growing in the alleys. I did the alley today because there's a 4-house stretch on my street on G Avenue. Heard the lady say that she said that somebody told her about the water sewer on G Avenue, but they didn't tell me. So I don't know why you were more special than anybody else on the street of G Avenue where the sewer pipe broke. Also, I've called about a light on 22nd Court that's been out for over a month. I was told by a lady last week that they was going to get right to it and fix it. And we are on the dark side of the East Side Avenue G, 22nd Court. I would like someone to come and replace that light as soon as possible because we're living in the dark. And I'd rather see the light than to be in the dark. Also, we heard U.S. Water talk about, and didn't sound too good to me to ask the question, is the water safe to drink, O'Neill? With 1.5 million, I'd have told you yes if it even wasn't safe to drink. We got some serious problems that we need to address with the water. That's pretty much all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr.
Y'all
Burns.
have a good night.
Doretta Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I'm a citizen of Riviera Beach. I live on 20th, and where the problem was, 20th, and right there on the corner of G, and we were notified. I don't know if all of G was notified, but they did come and talk to several of us on the 20th Street. I want to talk about Mr. Brinson, who was here at the last meeting, and he stated that while working at the utility district, that he was told by Mr. Lowe, do not report any incidents to Ms. Deidre Jacobs. Do not put her on the email and do not let her know anything concerning the spills that have been happening in the Riviera. So that's problematic because if someone is not aware who is the director, assistant city manager is not aware of these problems, that's very problematic. It's problematic with 3 people who say they did not say things that was in the report. That's very damaging. And that's also problematic. Now, also, Mr. Brody had his comment read, and like he was stating, because Mr. Brody to me seemed like a very kind man, very kind man. I joined the book club that he has at the library, and it's very interesting, enlightening, and we have several participants in there. He has a wonderful staff, Mrs. Giles and Mrs. Arnold, who has the children's section, and they do very much a lot of crafts, arts, and tutoring with these children. He's bringing a lot to the city. And I think it was unfair, for especially he said this particular person had personal problems with different supervisors. And he wrote out her, he nominated her for, I guess, employee of the year. And he wrote out her acceptance speech. And I think it's problematic when you have all these different people saying, you know, why didn't they have the fairness come to them and transparency? Why didn't this attorney also do that side of the investigation when people are accused? I think any one of you all sitting on that dais, if you all were accused of something, you would want to make your statement. And I think that was very, very unfair. We just got to be transparent because I think there's going to be a lot of lawsuits concerning this. And I thank you
Mrs.
very
Bo.
much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. Mary Brown?
Good morning, council representatives. Good morning, city manager, Mr. Evans. It is morning time. Good morning to you. Condolences goes out to the late Arthur Kennedy, matriarch of the Kennedy family, as well as Dr. Arthur Anderson, who was once a supervisor of election. He was a professor of education, and also he served on a lot of various boards and stuff in government. So we say condolences to him, as well as to all of the hurricane victims that were impacted with these tornadoes. We say that you are in our thoughts and you are in our prayers. That what you have there, one entity cannot do it alone. I know these people, I mean, in conjunction with Habitat for Humanity, as well as a lot of us residents. And we know that homes now in rental places is just hard. So Community Connect, it is in partnership with Mayor Ronnie Felder of the city of Riviera Beach, as well as a whole substantial amounts of residents. On November the 2nd, 2024, from 12 o'clock p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. at Jesus and You Ministry, 2831 Avenue S. We invite you to join us for a lively engagement. Now, Ms. Bram has been put out in the community. This is time for you to hone up your skill sets, your certifications in carpentry, electrical, plumbing, because at this event, it will be a lot of the vendors there, as well as contractors, as well as everybody. So community, please come out and engage. And on last Saturday, we had the food drive. Javante Edmonds, Tay over at the Judge Rogers Center. Mason was there, the young adults, the sororities, the fraternity brothers, and a lot of communication people partnered up. Chair Lawson was there, I was there. It was just a great, great event. And the pasta was the chef pasta, what the chef normally uses to make their pasta. So we had a good time on that particular day too. Mayor Felder, I would like for you to read that continuously. And then on the celebration of the 102 celebration that the city hosted, it was phenomenal. The drone show light, the kids, the rebranding, all of that, we participated in it, and it was just wonderful, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Evans.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, did you want to address any public comments? No, Mr. Chair. Thank you. One of the speakers did bring up the employee report. Attorney Nguyen or Mayor, where are we with this employee report?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you're recognized.
there are, I think, somewhere between 2 to 4 people that need to be interviewed, but we're waiting on dates.
Are we putting a time sensitive on that? Are we going to keep it open? Are we going to close it? What are we doing?
Waiting on dates from the mayor.
From the mayor or for the mayor?
From.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
you're recognized.
so, I mean, what is the expectation on, I mean, because that's probably what, almost like 2 months now since we initially said that the other individuals were going to be offered an opportunity to give their side of the story. So when is this looking to be wrapped up?
We do. Somewhere between 2 and 4, I believe. Mrs. Miller Anderson was asking when we expect to wrap it up.
HR, we have 4 people? Okay, so I'll get order tomorrow to determine those dates and get back with you.
Good. And then I guess board, once we receive those, time frame discussion, and then I guess we can present that to the board and decide on what we're going to do moving forward with that as a board. Ms.
Yeah.
Lanier? Go ahead.
I wanted to ask, so what's happening? You said there's 4 people. What does that mean? 4 people what?
There are up to 4 people who requested to be interviewed. And we were waiting on dates from the mayor to schedule those interviews. I guess perhaps some of them, I mean, all for different reasons. Some read the report and they were never able, they wanted to give their side, just different reasons.
So is that going to happen? There were people who were mentioned in that report. Are they going to have an opportunity to defend themselves? Because what I'm asking that question because I asked HR, of the 33 people who were listed in that report who were interviewed, only 2 of them gave reports to HR, which means 31 of those people never reported anything to HR. So I just really need to know how this is going to play out, how the people who are listed in that document going to defend themselves, given the opportunity. And I don't know how it got published without the people who were being accused having something to say. So this is really a situation where it is delved into the legality of the report itself. It is delved into a situation where you have people who are being accused, maligned, defamed, were never even asked, was it true or not? Were never even given an opportunity to disprove what was said. And, you know, I have to say again, out of the 31 people, 33 people, and 31 of them never went to HR, that means that how could you hold the manager responsible if he never knew? If it didn't even get to that level where he would have to know. So there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. And there's a lot of people who need to have an opportunity to clear their name. And I don't know how that's going to play out or how that's going to happen, but it needs to happen very soon because that report has been out for a long time. There are accusations in the report that the people who are being accused have not even had a chance or a chance to respond to it. And it's just really put a stain on how we do business at the city. I think that Ms. Ammons said it best in terms of the process. If there is a problem in the workplace, and I'm going to say this again, as I said before, I do not dismiss nor do I discount what these people said in the report, not at all. But number one, the person who's being accused should be able to defend themselves. And 2, if there's a HR process, that means that if 31 of those people who made those claims in that report had went to HR and it reached that level, maybe Mr. Evans would have known what was happening. but to have
Mr. Chair,
30
Mr. Chair,
um,
Mr. Chair, let me
I'm
say
not
this. Let me say
finished.
this. I'm finna go. You don't,
Uh,
you know what? Wait,
sir,
no,
I'm
no.
not.
I'm not finna sit here. It's 1 o'clock and retry this again.
I'm not. You
Excuse
can
me.
leave.
What's happened has happened, and we're not finna sit here for another 30 minutes while you whine about the process. The process is the
I'm
process.
not going to
Wait,
whine.
well,
And Chair,
listen,
can I
listen.
get a point
And
of order
I
because
hate
I
to
was
be
speaking,
disrespectful,
Chair.
but we're not
I
gonna
need a
sit
point
here.
of order, Chair.
We're not gonna sit here and
to the-
retry this
I
whole
need
thing
a
again.
To that
point of
point,
order.
I agree. To that point of order is recognized. Ms. Lanier, you are
Yes.
recognized for your comments, but these are not
1
your
o'clock in the
comments as
morning.
of yet. The question was asked about the actual employee process, and I think that employee um, report, you're even going on the record to make insinuations that there were 31 employees that did or did not go to HR.
No, there are-
My only reason for bringing the question up is if we're going to continue to operate with a sense of transparency and decorum, I don't have that information. I don't know who went to HR. I don't know what the process is. I asked because a resident brought up the opportunity of finishing the report. So as my mayor said, we're not going to go and continue to opine on an item that has not been complete. So you're putting out additional allegations that were not verified. I don't know.
Okay, well,
So
can I finish my statement?
I want us to get to the close this meeting out.
Okay,
So
and we can
so
close
with
it
that
out.
with
Can
that
I finish
statement,
my
I guess
statement?
the concern is that I don't want us to continue to opine on something that we haven't verified or vetted, and you're doing the same thing that everyone else is doing. So Ms. Lanier, if you can get to your point of your statement, so we can close the meeting.
My point is that I can send you the same email that was sent to me by HR. I asked a simple question. Of the people in that report, how many went to HR? There were 2 out of the 33. So let me make that point. And then number 2, as I said, we need a timeline as to when these items will be addressed. And we need to have this aired out in public so that the people can defend themselves and so that we can put this to bed.
And because HR didn't forward that to everybody, we weren't privileged to all that information. So that's why I've asked when is it going to come back so we can discuss, are we going to proceed with this and have all of the information because we continue to just address concerns piece by piece by piece. So
Chair, Mr. Chair, let me say this. One person goes to HR is too many. Number one.
Yep.
Number 2, stop the nonsense. I told Mr. Evans about this. I gave you a timeline. So it's not that he didn't know. All right. Come on, man. Stop it. All right?
You
One
stop
person goes to HR is too many. Again, if I sat him down, if I took him out to lunch, if I told him several times that I'm getting complaints.
You need to stop it.
No, you need to
It
stop
was
it.
a fishing
All right.
expedition at best.
So board members, I think that the concern is that we haven't brought any clarity to what we're doing with this. And I believe that we would also want to see what the plan of action would be. So if we can just close this report out. once
We
we've given
can,
every-
but Chair, let me say this again.
Mayor, you're recognized.
Let me say this. It's just amazing that out of all the employees, nobody has questioned Mr. Evans to do his own doggone investigation. What do you think those employees are looking at? What do you think those employees say? Huh? You can.
So
I get it. Wait.
the employees
Let me
went
say
to
this.
HR,
I can get it.
how would he
You can
even
fight.
know?
You can fight for
If
who
the
you want to fight
employees
for.
never went to
Listen,
HR, how
listen.
would they know?
I went to Mr. Evans. Question that. I'm the mayor. Look at the charter.
How
If I
could
went,
he know that 31
if I
people
went to
did
him,
not went to
Listen.
HR? If they didn't go to HR, how
Your
would
mind is
they
already
know?
made
So
up.
you went
You
to
don't care
him
about
and you
the
told
employees.
him
Huh?
that there was
Mayor.
31 people.
Yes, sir. Mayor and Ms. Lanier, if we can, we're going to go into comments from city attorney.
No comments.
Thank you. City manager,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
you're recognized.
October 25th at 6 p.m., we have Trunk or Treat. So it's going to be at the Riviera Beach Marina. So please come out and enjoy the event that is hosted by the Riviera Beach Police Department, as well as all departments out there. And I do want to say, thank you to all the staff for their efforts with regards to the branding initiative, as well as the community event. They did an outstanding job on rolling out the new logo and the videos. And so special thanks to Ms. Grimsley and the communications team and Santino for the video. I think everybody and Mr. Sherman jumping in, helping to coordinate the event and the logo and the like. And so it was a labor of love. So kudos to the staff for what they did with regards to that. Also, recognizing the staff that jumped in with regards to Hurricane Milton. I think if you saw the news coverage associated with the storm, the city of Riviera Beach was at the forefront of a lot of things that were done positive and to prepare for what could have been a catastrophic event in the event that we got some of the weather that was experienced on the northern part of St. Lucie County. And so definitely thoughts and prayers with folks on the West Coast as well as in the contiguous counties as they go through their recovery efforts. So just wanted to say thank you to the staff that did an outstanding job with the hurricane prep as well as the events that we had over the last couple of weeks. And that concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comments from the board, starting with Ms. Miller Anderson.
None.
Thank you. Dr. Spitters?
I'd like to thank the Bucket Brigade, which is a not-for-profit that worked with the community on Singer Island to clean up Ocean Reef Park. As a result of the hurricane, large pieces of styrofoam were all over the beaches. Some of the condominiums paid and had it done with outside help. Others did it with their own staff. There's going to be another cleanup at MacArthur Park on Saturday, and anyone who wants to join in, please do so, and your help will be greatly appreciated. And thank you to all those people who volunteered. And of course, thank you to the staff for an excellent job during the hurricane. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Nguyen, I requested if you could look into specifically what I've experienced here with residents looking to open utility accounts in Florida Statutes Chapter 180.135 regarding the municipalities' utility services and refusal to discontinue services for non-payments of services and charges by previous or former occupants. And it's been the city's position, more particularly utility billing's position, that a former occupant means a former tenant. But reading the language, and if there's any reference by case law or otherwise, perhaps even the opinions, a former occupant could be an owner, could it not?
You can have owner occupants, that's correct.
Okay. So in a position of a person being an owner occupant, a new prospective tenant cannot be refused services if the owner leaves a balance of standby charges for 2 months where the place has been more or less vacant or even have been living there. So, I mean, I don't understand, and I would like to know what's going to happen with this, and are you going to be able to formalize something formal so that Mr. Evans can direct utility billing to cease and desist this unlawful activity of refusing water services? I mean, as tough as it is to have these 5-hour meetings and someone to come into City Hall and be told that they can't turn on water services because their landlord owes standby charges, which was probably in many cases just a transition from one tenant to making the unit ready to another tenant, or for just the moving. Like, I even experienced this issue where there's one resident, and I think it's even went up to the attorney's office, and I know Ms. Lanier spoke of this one resident who lived over in Villa Rosa who some kind of way contacted multiple offices and shared that she actually had a property that she had deeded to her through some purchase or some sort of conveyance, and there was not any kind of issues with the title when she had the property. Subsequently, the city recorded a utility lien, but she had not went in and opened up a water utility services on that. But based off of the conveyance of the deed, the lien was not yet recorded on that property, but yet and still she was forced to pay that amount based off of a prior occupant. So we shouldn't be able to cherry pick when we want to do that. I mean, as much as I know that it's important that we raise money and collect what people owe us, I find it pretty darn hard to believe that even after 3.5 years, we sat here and gave the town of Mangonia Park free water services, wastewater services, and we would turn around and tell a resident that lives within the corporate boundaries of the city that we cannot give you water services because of what a previous person did. Ms. Nguyen, it is ever more important, just as urgent as this water quality is, that we ensure that we are not depriving people of a natural necessity, a natural resource that's needed for living. So, Ms. Nguyen, I know you have a number of responsibilities. I would ask that you formalize that certainly back to the board and particularly to the manager for direction to utility billing, that the practice that they're doing is highly illegal. And if there's any case law or Attorney General's opinions, please, if you could provide that too, because I hate to see that staff, and here we go again, there's processes, there's policies, and then there's what's legal. Our process is flawed, our policy doesn't support it, but legally we're in the wrong. And I've witnessed this. And Ms. Nguyen, I've talked to you about this early part of the year, and I think I really have to reemphasize it. Mr. Evans, there is a process that has been going on with utility billing office that is, again, it's a bad process, terrible policy, and it's illegal. I had a resident come to me and she complained that her trash was not getting picked up. I contacted Public Works and I said, why aren't you guys picking up this trash? She pays a utility bill. And they said, well, the driver should be picking it up because if they're paying a utility bill, trash is included with the utility bill. So when I spoke back to the resident and I said, are you sure you're paying a utility bill? She says, not only am I paying a utility bill, but I'm under a payment arrangement because the property is no longer being occupied and because I have a huge, humongous utility lien. And I was like, really? I contacted the clerk's office. I got a copy of the lien, only to find out. Watch this, members. This is what's so startling. There's a 1995 City of Riviera Beach resolution that authorized a lien from a balance from 2008. So how is it possible? And even I noticed this, what made it even more alarming, in the community that I would live in, wasn't even built in 1995. It didn't even get CO'd until about 2006 to 2007. But a 1995 resolution, in effect, recorded a lien from a 2010 balance. Our processes are so wrong. When you read the 1995 resolution, it says every lien shall be perfected by way of a resolution that contains the exact amount, and if it's a resolution, it's contemplated that it has to be voted on by the board. So for years, this city has made a process of going down and illegally recording liens against individuals' properties that are not even properly authorized by the board. And you know what that means, right? So that means every house that has been sold, purchased, or conveyed that had any sort of lien, in many cases to get title insurance, had to be resolved. And how is it possible that a 1995 resolution can authorize a lien for a property that wasn't even built until 18 years later or 13 years later? Like, this is a real problem. And the fact that the utility district billing office is sending this stuff over to the clerk, and I asked the clerk, which I think we all have to agree her job is ministerial. She doesn't get to validate, she doesn't get to verify. All she does is simply has a ministerial duty of recording it. But this is a huge issue. It needs to be workshopped, and it's just as important as any other issue. I had a young lady also tell me, and this is, literally, I feel like we're therapists from the amount of complaints that we get. I had a young lady tell me she was deeded, quitclaimed a property from her grandmother, had never been into the city of Riviera Beach, had never lived here. The property was quitclaimed. At some point later on, after it was quitclaimed, she went into the utility billing office to find out how to open and establish a utility account for this home. Once the utility department staff learned that the property was now in a new owner's name, they now started assessing the new owner and recorded a new utility lien in the new owner's name, in the granddaughter's name, on top of the lien that was already recorded in the grandmother's name. So now you have two liens for the same balance, in effect, being recorded in official records. That becomes a huge problem, because if the young, and I don't want to put a name on record, and I certainly provide it to you, if the new granddaughter wants to now clear that lien, well, grandmother had she not passed, still has a lien on her name. And above all, it's recorded on the PCN. So you have a huge major issue here that I'm surprised this hasn't gotten blowed up to catastrophic. But when people purchase a home, they want to purchase it. So either the buyer or the seller has to eat that cost of whatever that lien amount is. And I certainly, what doesn't make sense, and I read the utility district policy, we have called out in our utility district policy a process that we will seek collections through the credit bureaus if necessary. But to sit there and record a lien on someone's property when we haven't even so much as tried to do any sort of collection activities, I believe, because once something is recorded in official records, do you realize there's no way that it can ever be deleted? Official records are permanent records of the county, and that becomes a problem. So I would hope that we can figure out a way, Ms. Wentz, certainly subsequent to your opinion, that we look at this holistically, because this has been a problem that we've been dealing with, at least I've seen for some time now, and it's not going to get any better. And even more alarming, I've brought this up before, Ms. Wynn, and I would ask if you could put this on your list to look into. From the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, if there is a lien recorded under someone's name, we should be able to go into our records and point to specifically how they owe that amount. In many cases, Mr. Evans, we cannot. Staff has told me, well, it was in our prior system. What does that mean? I found in there where we were recording liens for trash. There's no provision in our code that allows us to record liens for trash or wastewater. Nowhere in our code. A resolution can't authorize something permanent. A resolution is of temporary nature. Like, these are real issues that people are dealing with. And I hate to sound like this, but it's like I go to utility district staff, like, how is this possible? And you know what? The worst answer somebody can say is, well, that's the way we've been doing it, so that's the way I've done. There it is again, Ms. Emmons, process. And it's not even defensible. So, like, I really need somebody to, like, devote, and you're talking about needing a third party. I mean, we really need somebody to come in and review every one of these recordings, because a person's livelihood is determined off of what's in official records. I mean, whether they can purchase a home, finance, refinance, or anything. So that's certainly important. Last thing, I want to make sure that I make this public. Mr. Evans, I shared this with you as well as HR. I got bombarded probably over the weekend or just prior to the weekend, last week, I would say, with residents, particularly in our public safety sector, saying, how could the mayor suspend our contract? And what exactly does that mean? So subsequent to the action that we took last Wednesday when we authorized the resolution for the state of emergency, at some point, Mr. Manager, you sent out some sort of communication that informed union members that their collective bargaining agreement would be suspended. And I know I looked at least 2 of them, and there is no provision inside of those collective bargaining agreements that you can suspend the collective bargaining. And not to mention that it's unilateral. Secondly, that it's anticipatory repudiation. It's like there's a number of different things. And more importantly, where I've seen it, it refers to the mayor of having that authority. So, Mr. Evans, can you speak to that as to why you sent out a letter to that effect? And number one, I asked you this by email, and for whatever reason, you still didn't answer. What necessitated us to suspend collective bargaining agreements when that's the very protection that these officers and these first responders have, and employees as well have?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Councilperson, I did respond to your inquiry. The document should have been referenced as a notice, just to inform them. And the reason that we sent out that particular notice is in the past, we've gotten criticized from the unions when we have declared that we haven't provided them notice that there could be a situation whereby schedules may have to be changed and modified and the like. Nothing was as it relates to any of the contract provisions. None of those were suspended. Everything has remained as status quo. That was a notification that we provided out to our collective bargaining units, and some of our collective bargaining units did respond back, and they said they understood what the nature of that. And so in the future, the wording is going to be profoundly different, just notifying them of an emergency declaration. And then invariably, if there is any suspension related to that, then the correspondence will come from the office of the mayor with the appropriate signatures to memorialize that. So we are going to change that, but the intent behind that was just to provide notice that, one, we had an emergency declaration, and two, that in the event that there was a impact that was going to be felt here, that we might have to make some changes to some operational procedures.
Oh,
You're recognized.
so that was a mistake on your part?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I appreciate hearing that because, I don't want us to be blindsided by this, especially when conveniently it refers to the mayor taking an order. And when I asked the mayor, he says, I'm not even sure what you're talking about until, I share with him what was provided to me. And I'm like, yo, I don't want to be in the middle of this, especially when I don't know.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
When we did receive the first correspondence from the collective bargaining units, we did provide clarity to them and assurance to them that, it was a notification. So the letter in subsequent activations is going to be profoundly different and make sure that it's clear.
Well, I mean, even if that's the case, Mr. Manager, I think it should go to the board because for whatever reason, we are the representative of employees and of residents. So for whatever reason, everyone seems to believe that we know. I'm asked, what time does football practice start? Like, I don't know what time the water park opens. I mean, I just much rather have the information so that way I can share it with the other members. But I want to see if I could ask Mr. Evans if you can figure out with Ms. Nguyen what we need to do about this water utility, because that is a huge issue with the recordings, and figure out a better process, because even Ms. Nguyen acknowledged the resolution does not have the ability to authorize something in the future,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
And certainly to the earlier point with respect to the notifications to the union, I did review the resolution, the emergency declaration resolution. So in subsequent activations, the language will be clear in the resolution as well if we ever have to activate that again. To provide for and we'll provide what a draft notice would be to the unions and the like. With respect to the items that you brought up, Councilperson, I did write them on my notes, and we do have a staff meeting where we review what occurred at the previous city council meeting, and so I will assign those responsibilities out and work with the city attorney's office to provide some type of options or policy discussion with the board with regards to the items that you brought forward about the 95 resolution and pursuing probably through the collection agencies versus going ahead and filing a lien on properties and the like. So we'll have a more robust conversation about that and bring something for the board to consider in the future.
Follow.
You're recognized.
Mr. Evans, did the declaration of state of emergency trigger disaster pay for staff members?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
That did go into effect, I believe, on Wednesday at noon time and concluded on Thursday, I believe, at 7.
But Mr. Evans, I specifically asked you, was there a need for us to go retroactive Wednesday night at 6 o'clock because there was work that had already started with the teams assembling, and you said it was de minimis.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
When we suspended normal city operations to get into the disaster component or the emergency prep component, that was the time whereby the crews that were on the strike team and those that were in the emergency operations center, the difference was they were now focused on storm-related activities. We did staff up to be able to prepare for, but those that were on the crews and the strike teams and the like, that started from the noon time when we released the general employees till 7 o'clock when the final crews came in on that Thursday, and then normal, city operations resumed that Friday.
Okay, and can we be provided with a total report once everything is settled on what the expenditures associated with these actions that we taken relative to the state of emergency?
Mr. Chair,
you're recognized.
If I may, yes, I can. I did provide an additional.
Like that, huh?
I did provide for a.
I
report.
beg your pardon. I thought I heard something.
I said something, yes. I said that the chair was very unfair when he cut me and him and the mayor cut me off in the middle of my having a conversation, and you have talked for 20 minutes, which is fine. But give me the same opportunity to do that as well, Mr. Chair.
And to that point, I acknowledge your concern, but we weren't actually on commissioner comments at the point, so I've allowed for my colleague to address his concerns. And I do appreciate if all members could go to the chair, including the mayor and also my colleagues, so that we can make sure we can keep a sense of decorum. I don't want these meetings getting out of hand. So we weren't actually on commissioner comments at that time, Commissioner Lanier. So we are currently on the comments. So I just want
And I was speaking to the item that was being discussed.
There was only a discussion of a question from me asking about when we were going to have it. I don't believe there was any germanity or item on the table. It was not commissioner comments
You
as
were
of
just
yet.
wrong for that.
So
You just wrong.
in fairness, I will give you as much time as you need when we get to your comments, ma'am, and you're actually next. So I was going to let my colleagues finish his concerns. When we get to commissioner comments, we can always finish. So when you get to commissioner comments, you can go back and opine for hours if you choose. We'll be here all night.
Last thing, thank you, Mr. Evans. We'll await those expenditures, and if you can highlight any significant events. I know certainly I tried to travel down Blue Heron, and I noticed there was a power line down in the middle of the street, and thankfully we had our first responders to notice it, as opposed to somebody driving down the street. So it'd be good to know those kind of things. But I know our team was on it, so I was very happy to see that. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanier, Councilwoman, you're next.
Remind the public that we're having a meeting on next Wednesday, the 23rd, here at the marina on everything water in the city. It starts at 6 o'clock and it'll be here at the marina. And before I was so rudely cut off, I was asking about the report because we were talking about the report. I'll kill my comments now, but Mr. Chair, that was very misogynistic and very unfair because the man got a chance to talk as long as he wanted to, but the woman had to be shut up.
So I hear your concerns, and because it is 1:06 in the morning, I understand that there are some frustrations, but there was nothing misogynistic, and I've been very respectful of all my colleagues consistently. So whether you're male, female, whether you feel that you were unfairly treated, we weren't actually discussing the employee investigation, and you were discussing concerns that weren't actually regulated to part of the discussion. The comment that I made was, when are we bringing it back? Your comments were based upon emails and proprietary information that nobody else on this board had. Now we've continued because all my colleagues, which I went in the order of the districts, were addressing some of their concerns that they had as commissioner comments, as we do in every meeting. So unfortunately, you falsely represented me as being misogynistic versus just being frustrated with the process. If there's anything else that you have, I understand. Respectfully, that's fine. Anything else you have to say, Commissioner Lanier?
No, I stand by.
Thank you for your comments. I understand. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mayor,
no.
you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to apologize, man, for, stepping out of order. I get what you're saying.
And Mayor, I do appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
And I have no more comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I do have a few comments, but Councilwoman Lanier, thank you. I will be at your All About Water discussion, so I appreciate it. Thank you for hosting that. The job fair, Ms. Tennille, amazing job with HR. It was a great turnout, a great representation of the city, excellent for the city and communications. Mr. Evans, with that, I would have liked to see more media out there just to kind of showcase some of the positive things. So I know that you had recently posted you're going to be posting the marketing director and possibly your ACM. When are you going to be posting those?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I'm working through job descriptions. So.
Okay. Because I just don't want us to miss any opportunity, especially with a director or marketing, or just making sure that we have media and we have proper support of these amazing things that are happening. Because to have hundreds of people coming off of the hurricane to actually be there, that would have been a great thing to showcase and story, as opposed to them talking about everything else that's been going on. My colleague did bring up the investigation that we talked about previously and that we were talking about it. I did want to address it a little bit more because the reason I brought it up was I wanted to put a resolve to that. I wanted to put that behind us and decide how we're going to proceed moving forward, whether you're going to be presenting a plan of action, whether we're going to acknowledge it, whether there's going to be other people that address any concerns within the plan of action, and then making sure that we can move past it. That's the only reason I brought it up earlier, to ask where we were currently with it and if it's going to be coming back before the board. I'm hearing now that there's going to be 2 to 4 more people investigated or having discussions. So I'm okay with that. I want us to have a discussion as a board, as an item, to see how we're going to proceed. The reason I bring that up is because there's obviously still passion that both of my colleagues and other members from the community are concerned with, where they don't have any resolve. We're not going to act like we're just sitting here like everything is all peaches and cream. We're still having discussions and unreadiness, so we want to know how do we proceed and move forward, and that's my concerns with it, and just what is going to be the action from staff. Mr. Evans, if I can have a meeting with you as well to discuss plan of action, including staff hirings, morale, and then one thing is the disparity study. I mentioned it earlier, but where are we going to be with the disparity study? If we can have that brought back before us at the next meeting, where are we currently? And then some of my issues with it, with the fact that we haven't been collecting data, making sure that's a clear direction for our staff to collect the data. And then what's the time frame look like to make sure that a lot of things my colleagues have been talking about, SBE and MBE and minority women, are benefiting from that. And I think those are all my items. And I will go back on the record to say, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Lanier, that you feel that way, but I disagree with you 100%. That's fine if you want to put that on the record, but I would disagree with your sentiments. I've been consistent and clear as the chair, but if there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned.